はい、皆さん、おはようございます。司会進行は、大場が担当させていただきます。次のゲームですけれども、次のゲームは、Aidyn Chronicles The First Mage というゲームになっております。こちらのゲームは、ただいままだ、解説の方いらっしゃらないので、わかる方がいましたら非常に助かるんですが、どうも日本では出てないゲームなのかな。ちょっと難しいかもしれないですね。いたら本当に助かるんですけどね。で、まあ、実感はあると思うので、このイベントの概要をご紹介させていただきます。現在、ジャパニーズリストリームでは、オンライン RTA イベントの、Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2の、様子を公認で日本語ミラー配信しております。Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2は、RPG リミットブレイクの Twitch チャンネルで行われる、ナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、通称 NAMI を、支援するためのオンラインチャリティ RTA イベントです。Questing for Glory, Hope and Healing 2は、オフラインで開催できない昨今の状況を踏まえ、RPG リミットブレイクの代わりに開催されているイベントです。今回のイベントの寄付先である、ナショナルアライアンスオンメンタル、イルネスは、精神疾患を持つ方やその、家族、心の不調や悩みを、持つ方たちを支えることを目的に、設立された非営利団体です。寄付と関連して、特定のゲームには高難易度への変更や、エンディングの、選択などが、予定されており、各項目ごとに設定された目標寄付金額を達成した際に行われます。また、寄付金額を表に満たしたビットによって、キャラクター名や選択肢などが決定されることもあります。寄付額に対する報酬は URL からご確認いただけます。直接の寄付は、カードによってはできないこともあるようですが、ぜひ一度チャレンジしてみてください。イベントは15日まで24時間昼夜と開催されておりますので、ぜひ最後までお楽しみください。はい、というわけで、まあ、次のゲームが、この、Aidyn Chronicles The First Mage なんですけれども、マイクはプツプツしてる。ちょっと待ってくださいね。一回切るかな。いいよ、書きつこう。マイクは大丈夫でしょうか？マイク大丈夫でしょうか？音聞こえてますか？大丈夫かな？OK。OK そうですね。まあ、Aidyn Chronicles の、最初、The First Mage。まあ、海外のウィキペディアに一応項目はあったんですけど、まあ、任天堂64の、RPG ということで。ブツブツも治ったみたいですか？よかったです。Aidyn Chronicles First Mage は、ケンダールという名前の行方不明の農民を探しているときに奇妙なものに遭遇して、ゴブリンによって毒殺された、アラロンという名前の若い、従者を追跡します。彼はモンスターの恐ろしい光景から目覚めて、ヒーラーであるオリアーナの声の中にいることに気づきます。まだスープしてる調子悪いのかな？ 他にすることなんかあるかな。とりあえず治らないようだったら、もうしょうがないかな。たまにで聞けないわけではない。なんだろうな。まあ、聞こえるようなら大丈夫かな。まあ、そうですね。とりあえずまあ、次の、このゲームが映るまで待ちましょうか。ビットが確か設定されていて、ビットが多分これクリア後にチートコードのショーケースと、あと主人公の名前かな。主人公の名前を決めるビットがありますね。おっと、ちょっと前までナミが優勢だったんですけど、新しくなんだろう、なんて読むんだこれは。ラチカルわからん。まずこれでググっても何も出てこないな。まあ、平日の、まあ、朝、昼に入り始めるぐらいなので、人数は少なそうですね。一般的な、人だと、普通に仕事してる時間ですね。そうですね。なんだろうな。そうだな。皆さん出勤ですか？僕はもう夜勤から帰ってきたところなので、これから自由時間ですね。
All right, everybody, we are back with Aidyn Chronicles, the first mage, and our runner today is going
朝いる
be.
のは僕は夜に仕事してるからなんで。
I know that I just had you pronounce your name, and my brain is like, no, it's back to the way
画
you said
面
it
が切
before,
り
and
替
I'm
わり
gonna
ましたね。
mispronounce it. I'm gonna
It
stop
is
before I do.
haktical.
Haktical.
見たま
I'm
まの感
sorry.
じで、
No
64、任天堂64のゲー
And
ムな
I'm
ので、
also
こんな
joined
感
here
じのゲー
by
ムですね。
my friend Evil Ash 25 for commentary.
Hello, I'm
僕は
here
あれ
along
で
for
す
the
ね、
ride
夜
with all you
勤
guys in chat.
夜勤は朝っていうか夜起きてすぐ仕事行くタイプな
All
の
right,
で、
so I believe
寝
there
る
was
のは
a
もうちょっ
naming
と後です。
incentive for this game. So do we have that name that we will be using? Last I checked, I think it was Nami, but I'd like to confirm.
Give me 5 seconds because I think I've got something different.
Okay.
Yep, I have your name backwards
どんなゲー
basically.
ムなんでしょうね。で、主人
Oh
公は
boy.
この、アラロンやってるのかな
That's the best I've got for trying to say your name, say it backwards.
Is it bad that I'm going to look
い
it
やです
up?
けど、まあ、
'Cause
ここはビッツで決まるみたいです。
LACITKAH.
結局この、検索しても何もヒットしなかった謎の名前が決まったみたいですね。
Okay. That's. Oh yeah, it's. I can't even do this. This is horrible.
You got to do the alphabet backwards after this.
I can do that because I've memorized that. Words are a much bigger challenge. All right. I think we're ready to get going.
ま
Name looks right.
あ、
Okay.
名前はこれで
Lactic
決
Ka?
定いいかな。
I do not be surprised in advance if I just say Aileron, which is the canonical main character's name, instead of trying to pronounce this
ラシ
sometimes.
カーさん、ラシカーなのか、
You can
ラシ
thank
タ
Cromora.
タラー、もう
Thanks,
なんかそういう
Cromora.
ラチ
Yes, thank
ラ
you.
チラチ
Anyway,
カ
let's
ラ
get into the run. There's plenty to talk about. So, jump right in. I will give a
ど
countdown.
っちも
from
発音わから
5
ない。
if we are ready to go.
Lisa.
All right. 5, 4,
誰もわからない
3,
謎の発音の名前。
1, go.
はい。じゃあ、
Okay.
グッドラックです。
So, this game here is Aidyn Chronicles the First Mage for the Nintendo 64. Yes, contrary to popular belief, the Nintendo 64
それが多分
does
主人
have
公ですね。
one or more RPGs for it. This game came out pretty late in the Nintendo 64's life cycle, so oops, I did not already made a mistake. Do not mean to grab that chest, but it's no big deal.
So this came out the same year as the GameCube, right?
まあ、このゲーム、
Yeah, roughly. It was
EST4 時間ある
2001, I
ので、
believe.
まあ、気
I don't
長
remember
に
exactly what
やってい
month.
きましょ
It's like I think
う。多分
2001
これ
early and
これゴ
GameCube
ブリ
was
ンか
closer
な。
to the end of the year.
Sounds
ゴ
about
ブリンに
right.
絡まれていますね。
So the game starts off, there's an intro cutscene, which we skipped, that basically just sets up the start of the game and introduces a couple of characters. Basically, the king of Gornia Castle tells the cook to go look for Aileron, who has gone missing, and the cook goes and talks to Abracon the Knight, who complains that Aileron's been ruining some swords, and then Retta the Mage, who complains about Aileron stealing spell stuff, and then we find out from Prince
主人
Sheridan
公の名
that
前は発音できないので置
Aileron
いと
has
いて
gone
も
off into the forest to look for a farmer who's gone missing. So then we start off here in the forest. And we got a little short combat here, just one little bat. I'll talk about combat more later because we don't really get into much combat for a while. But
We'll have plenty later.
yeah, exactly. So Aileron's out here in the forest looking for the farmer Kendall, who's gone missing. And he runs into some Mirari traders that we've talked to, and this is Kendall's hat on the ground. You can pick it up and use it as an item, but we're just going to leave it there. The Mirari warn us of goblins in the forest, and sure enough, we're going to walk over here and run into some goblin
妙
poisoners.
にちょっと主人公の顔もなんかちょっと
This is combat, but it's a
濃いめの
scripted
顔
fight,
ですよ
so
ね。
they will hit us twice, and then we will just kind of black out into a cutscene. So nothing really to go on here. Scores a critical hit for 1 damage. It's funny. But yeah, so there's a lot of warning about goblins in the forest. I think there's talk about it in the intro cutscene and a lot of the dialogue, and
おっと、やられて
obviously setting up
しまいま
this
したね。
goblin
多分
encounter.
これ
But
は
we wake up
そう
in
い
this
う
little hut
話。
with Oriana, who is the local herbalist healer that everybody thinks is a witch. One thing I'll mention real quick. is that I'm using a turbo controller. So there will be times that I will be turning turbo on and off. It is allowed for this run. So I'm playing on a Retro Fighters Brawler controller with turbo. So I'm not going to be like mashing text the whole time. So
Our first dream.
yeah, do you want to talk about the dream a little bit, Ash?
Yeah, so I guess
なんだろう、チュート
Alan
リア
on
ルか
here,
な。
he has these
謎空
dreams
間に出ま
throughout
したね。
the game here that they're kind of weird in that he's still talking to
ああ、
the
なんかもう
person
桐生
who's
とか言ってね、多分
who's
これ
there
は
at
敵
the
で
same
す
time,
ね。
and there's these monsters there at the same time who are just basically right now telling him to
や
die.
たらとなんか、
But
あ
a lot
あ
of
れ
it
で
is
す
kind of
ね。
like some of it
ちょっ
later
と
on
な
is
ん
going to be some
か、やる気満
foreshadowing
々の敵さんです
as
ね。
far as the story goes. But, we'll be
もうと
you
りあえ
don't
ず
really
雰囲
get
気を
much
楽しむしかない。
information in this first dream.
Yeah, basically you see all these evil, scary-looking monsters, and this
なん
woman's
か、
like,
キ
"Oh,
ュ
they
ール
like
とか
you.
ダイとか言ってる
They
け
just
ど
want to
全
be
然
friends." And then
来ないな。
They want to kill you.
yeah, and then this shows up, which definitely won't be
お、なんか来
important
たぞ。
later.
Yes, friend って言ってる。なんだこいつは。
That's all we do here. After that dream, basically the outcome of the dream is
あれ
that
フレンドなのか。
Oriana
う
couldn't
ん、
fully cure
変
us
な
of the poison.
変
She
な夢
doesn't
なんだ。
think, so she tells us to go back and see if the wizards in
どういう夢なん
Castle
だ
are able to help us
うん
out.
疲れてるんですか
And she creates these lights for us that kind of indicate a safe path. Now, I'm going to try to be hugging the wall in a certain way over here to skip both a bat
あ
encounter,
あ、ちょっと
which
なんか
we
移動
tend to
があ
fight
れですね、
later,
もっ
so
ちゃ
it's
りし
not
て
a
ます
big
ね。
deal if it doesn't happen. And there's also a dialogue that I'm going to try to skip. It's pretty inconsistent. Sometimes things just load weirdly, but it looks like we're fine. There's a dialogue with a
あ
couple
な
of
んかよくわ
Marari
からない生き物が
takes
い
like
き
10or
なり
15
襲い
seconds
かかってきて、謎のなん
if you just
か、
kind of walk
あれは
directly
なん
down
だ
this
ろう
path.
な。魔族っぽいお
Yeah,
姉
these
さん
lights
が、
here
You are friend って言
uh,
ってなんか、
in this early part of the
ふわ
game
ふわ
are
し
pretty
てる
helpful
夢。
because it's very easy to get lost in this forest area. So it's pretty nice that they added these in, kind of a little bit of a
これ
tutorial
は、
on
こ
where
の
to
この
go.
キラキラしてる
Because
のは
this
何で
game
しょ
is
うね。
pretty short on tutorials.
Yeah, this game does not do
なんか
a
チュ
a
ート
whole
リア
lot
ル
to
的
hold
な、
your hand
なんか、
with,
こ
with
れ。
explaining
レ
how
レ
things
レー
work
ダ
or
ー、レーダー的な。
what the effects of
め
different
っちゃ案
stats
内
and
しても
skills
らう。
are.
道それま
You
したけ
kind of have
ど、
to figure a lot of
嫌
it
な予
out for
感がしま
yourself,
す
but
ね。なんか急に
I'm
道
gonna
それ
go
る
off
と
the
嫌な予
path
感
here
しま
for
す
a
ね。
minute and go through this river.
川の
There's
中入っ
some
て、
treasure over here in this kind of abandoned, dilapidated town.
川
And
の中入って、
there's one
これ
specific
ま
item
多
there I
分普
need,
通にまだ
which
通れる
is
だ
a
ろ
rope,
う。うん
which is the wearer's thief skill.
急にガイドそれましたけ
And
ど、
so I'm going to run up here to outside of this, and I'm just going to look forward for this goblin to flash on and off screen in the distance. You may or may not have seen
街
it, but I
か
saw
な
it
街の中に
and
入りましたか
run
ね。
by. So this game has a sneaking mechanic, which you'll see in just a moment. And
お
combat in this
な
game
ん
is
か
really
山
slow,
っ
so I
ぽ
will
い
be
ところ
sneaking
に
by
向
a
か
lot of
って行
enemies.
きまし
But
たが、
sneaking
こ
is
の
also pretty
先、
slow. So when
道、
possible,
あ
I'm
るの
going to
か。
try to
宝箱があった。
run past enemies when they are looking away or can't catch me. I will
た
also be
多
doing a
分ま
lot
だ
of
別に何
saving
か壁抜
throughout
け
the
とかしてる
game
わけではなさそうですね。
to reload
Mm.
if I do
なんか
get
ちょっ
into
と
a fight that
動
I'm
き
not supposed to.
動きが怪しいよう
And
な。
I'm
お
going to
戦
actually
闘のチュ
intentionally
ート
take
リア
this
ルか
fight
な
because it's going to set me back a ways.
違う、関
The way
係ない。
fleeing in this game works is it kind of
ま
keeps
た
track
川
of
沿いを走り
places
始めま
you've
したね。
loaded into certain loading triggers or combat or whatever, and it sets you back a
で、
couple
ま
of
た
those
ガ
when
イ
you
ド
flee.
の、
So
ガイドに
if
戻
you
り
need
ま
to
したね。
backtrack, you
何
can
だったん
actually
だろ
use
う。
it to your advantage
ア
a
イテ
little
ム、
bit.
まあ宝箱は開けてたんで、その
And
宝箱は目当てだ
yeah,
った
then
の
we're
か
just
な
gonna。run on towards Gornia Castle. There's a couple cutscenes, and then I will get to sneak by some enemies. Yeah,
なんだ、
goblin
なんか兵
rope
士っぽい
sneaking.
おじさんが
Yeah.
出てきた。
So this is what sneaking looks like. Right up here, there's a lot
出
of
てきただけだ
kind
っ
of
た。
visual
戦
cues
闘な
that
い
I
ですね。お、
use
なんかモンスターっぽいのがい
for
る。
like when to sneak and when to run. Movement in this
ス
game is
ニーキ
pretty
ングして
slow,
ますね。
and as you can see, sneaking is also pretty slow.
も
So
うこういう歩き
I want to be
方を
doing
し
it as
てる
little as
とバレな
possible,
い。
but
ぽいですね。
getting into combat really is a pretty big time loss. So I, for the marathon especially, will err on the side of sneaking early and ending my sneaking later to try to ensure I don't get encounters. But what I was saying earlier is that I will be doing a lot of saving.
なんていうの、長距離をなんか少しでもちょっと
Because of
早
the way
く
Flea
歩こ
works,
うと
where it
思っ
sets
て
you
る
back
人
pretty
の
far.
小
I
走
will
り
do a
感。
lot of saving before encounters that might have RNG or might be just kind of risky, so that way I can simply
今のと
flee
こ
and
ろ
reload
謎のお散歩ゲー
and
ムで
not
す
have
ね
to。walk back in the event that I get an encounter accidentally. Fleeing in
Yeah.
this game is free. There is no, you have to do it on your turn. Well, there's a glitch that sometimes happens to do it on an
勇者
enemy turn,
30だ
but
ったらもう、
there's no like RNG running away or
15
anything
回ぐらい
like that.
滅んでますね。
Saving anywhere is kind of the saving grace of this game because there's a lot of things that can easily go wrong, especially at these lower levels. At least like, as far as like playing this game casually, if you don't know what you're doing, and it's pretty easy to lose a character or die. So
まさか、
being able to constantly save is definitely helpful.
EST4 時間ずっと
And there's a few
こん
times
な
that
感じか
I'll
もしれない。
even use saving and reloading to exploit enemy position or the way encounters draw, even beyond that.
さあ、街っぽいところにまた
I'm just gonna run
入
to
っ
this house real
て
quick, steal a few potions from this guy, don't
樽
worry
か
about
な、樽の中のアイテムを
And
取って、ス
I
ッ
will
と出てい
actually
って、
do a save
お
here.
城っぽいところがありますね。
One thing I've run
お
into a
城
few
に
times
入
in
る
this
のか
game
な。お、セーブしま
is
し
that
た
especially
ね。
when using turbo,
こ
is
こで
that
セ
there
ー
are a
ブ
few
何のためのセーブ
dialogues
か
in this
な。
game that will sometimes
だいたいこういう
soft
ゲー
lock
ム
the game.
でセーブするっていう時は
I've
セー
never
フ
had
ティ
it
ーセー
happen
ブ
on
か
this
もし
one.
く
There's
は
really
バグを
only
使
two
うかのどっ
specific
ちかですね
ones。that I can think of, but I haven't saved it all yet so far. So just in case something unexpected happens, I will be saving before a lot of dialogues. There are also a number of crashes that are possible in this game.
何かするのかな。
Saving often is
何かするのか、それともなんか
Always
強い
save.
ボス戦かな。どっち
always
かな。
save. So
These
anyway,
these cutscenes are pretty weird in that so I guess now that the main character here, Aileron, is back, they're asking him, where were you all this time? We've been looking for you for days, right? But the camera angles on these cutscenes are really weird sometimes. You'll see it quite a bit. Like you'll have like interesting pans like that, but then also you'll have like a character talking that's not even on the
たまに
screen.
クラッシュするんだ。
yeah,
Crash
like
する
right
の
here, you're explaining what happened to Knight Abracon, and Prince Sheridan is out here also.
あ
And Abracon tells
ークラッ
Sheridan
シュす
to
るか
like
ら、
go into the castle and find somebody.
暗転
And
のために
Sheridan's
セーブ取
just
ったんです
standing
ね。
here, and you're still talking away, and then at one point, like right here, Abracon's just surprised that Prince Sheridan is still there, but he's been there the whole time. He hasn't moved.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that. People talking about HD remasters. One thing to note is that
ま
this
だ
game
まだ
does have a
オフフルと決まったわけではないの
with the
で、
expansion
ま
pack.
だ
Lag mode.
そう
But
だ
it's
よ、
really
まだ
laggy.
そうです
I thought about
認定は
doing
早い
it
よ。
for an incentive, but I haven't done the full run using high res mode, so I wasn't sure how much time it would
まだ早いっす。
waste.
Yeah, using
Speaking
the
of that,
power of the expansion pack.
Speaking of that, this game is actually very different with or without the expansion pack. If you don't have the expansion pack, you get slightly different music in places, you get some different
王様っぽい
enemy
ですね。
encounters, some different
いかに
enemy
も王様って
placement.
感じの。
It's a little bit
Cool.
crashier. And yeah, so it's actually like it's actually pretty different. I really don't think it
皆
would
さん気づ
affect
きましたか
the speed
まだ
run
10分しか経
much.
ってないです。
Might change some of the fighting or whatever, but overall I think it'd be a pretty small difference, but it'd be interesting to find out. I don't think
お、
I
な
even
んか
have
伝
the
説
original
の
N64
黄
jumper
金
pack
の
anymore
剣
to
と
try,
盾が
but
刺さってますね。
we talked to the king down here in the castle, and
特
basically
に
he
引き
says
抜くわ
that
けじ
they
ゃない
don't
んだ
really
ね。
have the wizards to spare to help us, and they're busy, and they don't think they'll be able to help anyway, whatever, and recommends that we
なんだろう、
go
あれ。
see the Mirari in a city called Aramon. And the king says we're allowed to take 2 party members with us, and we get a few different options. There is the Knight Abracon, who we take, the Alchemist Godric, who we take with us, the Mage Retta, and the Thief Brenna. And the one thing that's nice is that
まあ、
even if
ウ
we
ィキ
don't
ペディアにあ
take
らすじがあるから、ま
Brenna, she will
この辺
forcibly
かな
join
っ
our
てのは
party anyway.
わかるけど、
Unless you have a full party, that is.
Well, he only lets you take 2. You can't have
Okay.
a full party.
Right.
So if
どっ
you
ち
choose
だこ
Brenna
れ。
as one of those 2, then you leave
And you only
town
have
with-
3. Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. So
確かに勇者
anyway,
30の後
Apricon
にこれ
is,
見
is
ると
very strong
や
early
ば
on
い
in the game.
ってなりそう
So that's
He's
the main
basically-
reason.
He's going to carry the team for a
これ
while.
は通訳しかできない発見の RTA
We're also going to run over here to this chest real quick and grab a nice sword. And yeah, and then we're going to take Godric.
なん
And
か
Godric is not
どう
very
も
good.
主人公は 毒を受け
Godric
てい
has
て
alchemy. And
薬じゃ治せない
there
か
is sort of an
ら
exploit you can do
魔
in
法
this
使い
game
に
where
助けてもらおうとしてるのかな
gemstones that are used for spell casting, and they can also be used for alchemy, for crafting. And at level 3 alchemy,
あらす
Godric
じを
starts
要
with you
約
can make
すると
restore
そ
potions
んな
which sell
感じの
for
話っ
1,000 gold
ぽいん
each,
ですけどね
even though they cost about 150 gold worth of materials to make. So
古臭い RPG でストーリーは漠然としてグラフィックはひどいバトルシステムこそ目を引く部分もあ
almost
る
all
が
of my equipment
他の
for
評
some
価を
starter
覆
gold
す
to
ほどで
buy
は
the
ない
agents.
個人的に他の忍耐力を必要としないゲームを遊ぶことを
About
勧
3
める
minutes worth of potion
あ
crafting.
なんかす
just
げえ見たことある
to
こういうレ
farm
ビュ
money.
ー
I'm going to go up to about 100,000 gold. And I'm also going to make a few useful potions, curing potions, strength and dexterity potions that will be used for some of the combat in the game. I'll be buying more of those later, but I need some to start off with.
このゲームも4時間も
So we're just going to run up the hill here. I'm going to do a quick menu to equip a
これ
couple
を
of the things
走
that I
る
picked
奏
up.
者さん
The
もすごい
sword
です
and the
ね
rope, for example. I'm going to put some cloth armor on Brenna because it will increase her sneak, even though it's
こ
worse
のゲ
armor
ー
that
ム
she
やっ
starts
た
with.
方がいい
And then sell off
な
basically
かなかまあ
everything
最大
else.
級の表現だと思うんですけど
So, oops, that's all right. Accidentally,
装備を全部
accidentally unequipped an extra item.
た
One thing that's cool is this game does actually let you use the D-pad for menuing.
装
So
備
that's kind of nice compared to a lot of N64 games that require you to use the
ロー
joystick.
プとなんか
But yeah, so the next few minutes, I'm just going
革
to
鎧
be
かなんかだけ着てますね
making potions. So now is a
仲間
great
多分
time
これは
for
最初の方
donations
に
or plugs
お
or
城に
anything
入る
like
時
that.
にいた兵士
If
さ
there's
んかな
anything that's come in.
Fantastic donations to read here. Shadow Killer donated $50 and said, "Hey, Hack, I know you're doing a run right now and all that, but I just won the New Egg Shuffle, and I was wondering if you could tell me if this GPU
RTA
is
的には
worth
連
getting
打
or
で
not.
手首
I'll
をや
send
る
you the
か
info
やる
on
ので
Discord. Good luck with
電
AC
車
and don't
OK
leave out any lore."
あ
Thanks,
ーもしかしてこれ走るのに連打しないといけないタイプね
That one made me laugh a lot. We also
あー
had
ポーショ
a
ンを
$50
薬を
donation
作ってると
from
ころ
Era
か
of Ruto. Always good to see the 5th best RPG on the N64 run by one of my favorite streamers, especially for good cause. Good luck with the Witch Ring.
とに
Thanks,
かく
Sarah.
最初の目的は多分最初に出会ったあのゴブリンを
Yeah, you've got a few minutes, so if you've got
退
more,
はい
read them.
治
If
す
not,
る
we
あ
と
can
ころ
more.
かな
I've got Anatolo with $25 donation saying donating for the Beth Stealth RPG for the N64. Dayan with $25 donation saying love what you all are
お
doing.
金
From
確かに
someone
増
who
え
has
てま
dealt
す
with
ね
and is dealing with
れ
his own
錬
mental
金して
health
る
issues.
錬金術
I'm
してま
glad
すね
to
こ
see
れ
money being raised for such a great cause. Keep up the good
怪
work.
しい錬金術してますね
And also a thank you to the donation, $25 donation from Nightflyer and a $19 donation from My Hero Zero. Appreciate you, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you very much, friends, Anatolu, everybody else who's donated.
あれですね
Yeah.
エルロのアトリエ
So
グ
one
ベ
other-
ルニアの錬金
go ahead.
術師
No, I was just going to say, if you want to talk about like the early game and kind of
I was just going to mention that one thing you're saying you're making
ゴールドが
you're
10
making
倍
all
以上に
these
増えてる
potions here. There is a chance that you can fail to make the potion and your materials are wasted. It seems like what, like 1 out of 5 or so?
yeah, I don't know, something. I'd say a little bit more than that, maybe like a 25 or 30% chance of
あ、
failure,
そう
but
だ
I'm
っ
not
た。
actually
エ
sure.
ルロンじゃなかったね。
Um,
読めねえやつ、読
I'd
め
say
ない
I
やつの
average
次です。
making 35 out of every 49 attempts, whatever that comes out to.
また
So
薬
like a
作って
30%
る。
chance of failure or so. But I haven't like done any scientific testing.
Yeah, I assume that the chances get better
ファ
as
イヤー
your
フラスコっていうの
alchemist
作ってます
level
ね。
goes up, but have not looked at that.
Yeah, there are a lot of mechanics in this game that are not really well explained, like how your alchemist skill affects
ア
creation
ルケミ
rate
ストは
and
本当にもう錬
you know,
金
do any
の錬
stats
金
like
スキルで
intelligence or anything
錬金
affect
術
it.
しちゃってます
Possible,
ね。
but in the speedrun, really, all we care about is getting this initial
で、作ったこれか、ポー
boost
シ
of
ョ
money
ンを
and
売っ
potions and
て、
everything like
ま
that.
た9万まで
I'm
増え
gonna
ま
make
した
a
ね。
few more, even though I've kind of got the money that I need.
錬
I
金
do
スキル
still
便
make
利
some
だ
curing
な。
potions and everything too, but I'd rather err on the side of a little bit extra money.
Yeah, this is one of those games that there's like I think there's
こ
a
こまで
a
稼いで
pre-made
何を
strategy
するの
guide,
か。
and there's like maybe two guides on game facts with one of them being like partially done. So like one real guide on
今度
game
は
facts. So there's not much information
ポーシ
out
ョンを一種類
out
ずつ
there
作
about
って
this
る。
game, and there's like you said disassembly that somebody had done on this game, but digging through that is definitely kind
な
of
んだろう、
difficult
必要
to figure
な
out,
薬を
how
作っ
how
て
some
お
of the
いて、
mechanics
あ
work.
と換金用の
But
薬
there's
にして
definitely
る
a
の
lot
か
of
ね。
stuff to find out yet about this game as far as like the mechanics and what your chances of doing things
まあ
are.
リストポーション
And
っていうのは換
as
金
you'll
用
see
に
in
使っ
battle
て
too,
る
there's chances of like hitting
換
spells
金
and
して
like hitting
る、まあ、
enemies and
ポーション
your
か。で、
armor
多
and
分これで
protection
金
comes
策
into
が終わ
play.
ったっぽいですね。
There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that you don't see.
金策が終わったっていうことは、戦うのか。
So, as Ash mentioned,
か
there's
稼
somebody
ぎがなくな
Black
り、
Gamma 7
稼ぎが
who's
終わっ
been
たっぽいで
doing
すけど。
a decomp using I forget the name of the tool,
稼ぎ
but
終わっ
it's
ちゃったっぽいんですけ
it's
ど。
the NSA tool that was released a while ago for like generic decomposition.
まさか
So
戦わない。
there's like a
戦わないや
pseudocode
つ。
decomp of the game available that's in C++ and
On
it's not,
GitHub, right?
yeah, on GitHub, and it's not, yeah, Gidra, that's it, and it's not very well like labeled or documented. The Black Gamma has done a lot of work on getting function names and things like that in there, but you can't really still look at it well without kind of knowing how to read C++ a little bit. And I found a few, you know, interesting pieces of information there, like multipliers for various like solar and lunar attributes, which I'll talk more about in a minute, and some thresholds for how stats work and that sort of thing. So there's useful information that I've dug out of there for sure. But in the end, it hasn't had, like, knowing the numbers hasn't had a major impact yet on the routing. I'll talk a little bit more about the routing for this later, because I do want to shout out some of the people who have worked on the run and, you know, kind of what inspired me to play this game. But to start with, I want to start by talking about the mechanics of the game a little bit. So, as a couple people have mentioned in chat, you know, it's sort of reminiscent to D&D or tabletop type mechanics, and that's because this game was actually based on a tabletop RPG from the early 80s called Dragon Quest. No relation mechanically to the RPG series that we all know and love, or at least I know and love, but it is the tabletop that held the trademark for the Dragon Quest name in the West, which is why the original Dragon Quest games were called Dragon Warrior. So yeah, that's kind of the inspiration for a lot of the mechanics for this game. I know nothing about the tabletop, so, you know, maybe somebody who knows something there could contribute a little bit more towards some of the background mechanics. But the general gist of it is that it kind of decouples your what you normally think of as a character class from your, you don't have like a character class, you have skills instead. So you have in this game 6 core stats: intelligence, which affects your spell casting; willpower, which affects your spell resist; strength, which affects your damage; dexterity, which affects your movement, initiative, turn order, that kind of thing; endurance, which gives you hit points; and then stamina. And stamina is pretty interesting in this game because
そうです。戦闘システムが魅力的なんですよ、これ。
there's no MP system, so using certain skills like
あ、ま
disarming
た
traps,
モ
for
ンスター
example,
がい
or
るけど、
casting
これも
spells
スニ
doesn't
ッキ
come
ング
from like
で
an
回
MP
避し
pool.
ちゃ
It
い
actually
そう
has
で
a
すね。
stamina cost associated with it. So there are cases where casting a spell in combat will actually hurt you.
まあ確かにドラクエ
There is a little
7
bit of
は、
a stat to make up for
最
that
初の戦闘が始ま
called
るま
spell
でに1
battery,
時
which
間
is
ぐらいかかり
an
ます
item
ね。
stat. But yeah, it's sort of an interesting take on things. I'm going to fight this wolf real quick because you can sneak by
戦
it,
闘
but it's
始まっ
unreliable.
た。
Usually faster to just fight it. But you can see here that like
ついに戦
Godric
闘が始まっ
and
た。始まりました
Brenna
よ。
are both not at full health, even though they haven't taken damage from anything. And that's from that stamina cost that I was just talking about.
Yeah, so you had open or picked the lock of the chest with Brenna, right? To use her stamina there, and with Godric you had made all
ああ、
those
この、
potions
こ
so
の
that
なんだ、
ate their
丸いと
stamina.
ころまで移動できて、
Yeah. Godric
攻
can
撃
cast
が
a
でき
spell
る
in
みたい
that
な
fight
感じなの
sometimes.
かな。うん。
It usually
なん
fails
か、
and
そ
just
れ
wastes
は
time,
ちょ
so
っ
I
とわ
don't
か
do
りや
it.
す
But
い。なんて言
and
うん
if
だ
I
ろ
had
う。
done
な
that,
ん
he would have
か、
taken a notable amount of his hit points just to
何
try
シ
to
ステム
cast
と
the
いう
spell.
か、うん。
It's really funny. So yeah, so those are like the core stats of the game, and then you have your skills, and your skills are kind of split into a couple of different types. I'm going to do a safety save here in case I get an encounter, but your skills have like proficiency type skills, so swords, shields, missile weapons, etc. And then you also have
あれで
skills,
す
and
ね。
this is the fight
う
that I
ん。
was worried about. Not worried about, it's easy, but it's faster to just reload and run by it. And then you have skills that you would typically associate with like RPG classes, like
やり直し
warrior,
た。
thief, wizard, ranger, that sort of thing. And characters can have multiple of these skills. Everybody starts off with a certain set of skills and can learn more of them. Not everybody can learn everything, but you can kind of mix and match what you do. And then you also have your spells. And the way this game kind of works is that when you defeat encounters, you get experience points that go into a
戦闘を
pool,
下げたか
and
っ
you
たん
can
です。
spend that pool of experience to raise your stats or skills or spells. So the
Right.
routing for this
After
game,
battle, right? Yeah.
yeah, after battle. Well, after battle or at a trainer. So there are certain NPCs
Right.
that can train you in skills and spells. And you actually get like a 20, 25, I think it's 20% discount on the XP cost if you train stuff at a trainer. But I'll only be doing that at one spot. And yes, you kind of divvy up your
ああ、
experience
この時代のゲームだと移動
and kind
速
of
度
build
ア
your
ップと
character
か
how you want
も
to
あま
build
り
them,
期待でき
which I
な
think
さ
is a
そう
pretty
です
cool
し
way of
ね。
doing things. It leads to a lot of customization or flexibility.
自転車が欲
It
し
can
い。
also lead to, I don't want to say like trap
いや、わ
builds,
かんない
but
ですね。
like
途中から移動
the
スピ
game
ード
doesn't
が上
do
が
a great
る
job
ア
of
イテムとかが
explaining
あるかもしれない。ダッシ
numerical
ュ的
impacts
な。
to things. So it's easy to put experience points into something that really doesn't do anything useful for you.
Right. Or if you're like me, when I play RPGs, is you just hoard all your XP because you don't know what to put it in, because you don't know what is good in the game.
Yeah, exactly. What does this game do a good job of explaining? Shadow Killer asks.
The
Good
story's
question.
good. It does a pretty good job of leading you through the story, and it's got like good character interaction and all that. But as far as like knowing what the stats do, you do have like an info screen.
そうですね。
If
で
you
は、
hit like I think
割
it's
と
C
なん
down in the
か、
menu that explains, gives you like kind of a generic explanation of like
こう
each
いう
stat,
ゲーム
like
で、
haktical just said,
ランダムエン
as
カウン
well
ト
as
じゃ
the
なくて、シン
spells
ボ
and
ルエン
stuff
カウ
like
ン
that.
ト
But unfortunately, it's not super detailed, so you don't know
まあ、
exactly,
珍しいよ
if
う
I
な
give
気が
myself 1 point of dexterity, what does it
あ
actually
んまり
mean?
洋芸でシン
I
ボ
know
ルエン
these
カウントってあんまり聞い
these stats are supposed to be
あれ
going up,
ど
but
ど
by
どこ
how
にいた
much
の
you can't.
その
It's really difficult to measure.
Yeah, exactly. And the other character attribute that I want to talk about isn't a stat or a skill.
い
There's
かつ
a
い
couple.
兵
There's two
士
more.
のおっちゃん
There's
が多分
your spell affinity.
Ataka
So there
なん
are
でしょう
4
ね。
schools of magic in this game, naming star, necromancy, and
メ
elemental.
メイン
And
火力っぽい
characters
で
are
すね。
generally associated if they can learn the wizard skill with one school of magic and only learn spells from that school. There are also some neutral ones. The main character is an exception. He can learn magic from any school. And there's a
あ
reason
あ、キ
for
ャラ
that
を
story
動かし
reason, which
て、
we'll talk
後ろ
about
から
later.
攻撃したらダ
So
メー
the
ジ
main
が上がった
character
りす
can
る
also
系
learn
の
any
バトル
skill.
システム。
Um,
戦闘の複雑さ
yeah,
の
and
中
then
にチュー
there's
トリアル
also
が
one
ない。
other attribute. I'm gonna
確
do
か
a
に
quick
チュー
save
トリア
flow
ルっ
here
ぽい戦
because
闘は
there's
な
an
かったで
enemy
すけ
that
ど。
tends to aggro and it can be hard to tell.
僕こ
One other
れ、
attribute that
ネ
comes
プ
up
テューヌ
is
の、
characters are either
ネプ
solar
テュー
or
ヌで見た
lunar
ことあるよう
affiliated.
なシステムが、
And
の
solar
移動で
attribute
きる範囲
characters
が
get
決まっ
a
てて、
penalty or bonus to certain
後ろ
actions.
から
I'm
攻
not
撃する
entirely
と
sure、everything
なん
that's
か
affected by it,
いいみた
honestly,
いなの。
based on time of day. So it's either a 25%
あ
bonus or
なん
a
て言うんだろうね。
25% penalty for
アイ
day
デアファク
versus
トリー
night.
的な。
And then lunar attribute characters are affected by the cycle of the moon. So in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see that there's like a little dial that shows right now that it's nighttime and it's, you know, the whatever the current moon phase is. And those bonuses range from 50, 25, like 50% penalty, 25% penalty,
3D ゲート、そうだね。ショパンの
25% bonus, 50% bonus.
ファンのやつとかもこんな感じだっ
So
た
I
か
will be
な。
taking advantage of that at certain
そうそう、AP
points
製の
in the
戦闘とか
game.
に。
And the game doesn't
よくある
explain
や
that
つ
at all, does it?
No, not really. Some weapons and equipment, and I think some spells also have equivalent elemental affinity that can only be used, like the Jester's Mace, which I'll get later but not used, can only be used by a lunar aspect character, for example. Does come up a couple times. There's occasionally times where you'll get a really good weapon and realize the character you want to use it on can't equip it. But yeah, I will be trying to take advantage of certain time of day or time of lunar cycles at certain points in the run.
なんていうんですか、
So,
もう、エイデン
we're
クロ
almost
ニ
to
クルズ
Aramon.
だ、
We're
ザ・
almost
ファース
to
トメージ。
the next town. The
訳
first
する
thing I'm
と
going to
す
be
れ
doing
ば、
here is
エイデン戦
there's a
記
treasure chest in this town, which
最
has a
初
few
の
different
魔
potential
法
pieces of
使い。
loot. It drops money. It usually drops a spell reagent. It can drop sapphire gems, which
ま
sell
あ
for
多分そう
money.
いう感
It
じ
can
の
drop
タイ
a
トルなんで
wizard
すよね。
hat, which increases your wizard skill by 1. Or, most importantly, it can drop a witch
あ
ring,
あ、
which
世界を
increases your
広く見せ
wizard
て
skill
十
by
分
2.
広くないですか？
And the witch ring is
広い世界を持
vital
ったり
to
と
this
走る
speedrun.
感じ。
And I'll talk more about thresholds for
お、なん
wizard
か魔女の家っぽいの
skill
が
and
出てきた。
spell level a little bit later. But in the meantime, I'm going to take this in and then walk up to this treasure chest and save scum the treasure chest. And I have seen
これはゴブリンのアジトかな？
witch
ゴ
rings
ブ
in
リンのアジ
practice,
トっぽいですね。
and I've been stuck here for 10 minutes before. I expect this to take 2 to 3 minutes, but we could be in for a bit of a ride of
別
just
に戦闘
reloading
仕掛
this
けて
chest
く
for
る
a
わけで
while.
はないんですね。
So I like to compare it to the death
多
necklace
分ゴ
in
ブリン
Dragon
の
Quest 1
里か
Super
なんかじゃないです
Famicom,
か
where
ね、こ
you're
れ。結構
or
文明
Game
発
Boy
達してますね。
Color, where you're reopening a chest, waiting and waiting for the 116 drop, which is about what the
普
odds are
通
of the
になん
witch
か
ring. I
家
don't
と
know
か
the
作っ
exact
てるぐらい
the exact percentage, but it's somewhere around there. 10%
な、なん
maybe
か
or
やけに
5%.
発
I
展
don't
してま
know.
せんかね。
Yeah,
あ
so it's
の
just
周り
up
の
these
村です
cliffs.
が、
This town is very confusing,
な
by
ん
the
か
way,
こ
to
んな、な
navigate,
んかいい感じ
which
じゃなか
we'll
った
see in
け
the
ど。
cave a little bit later. But
ドワーフ、いや、
here's the treasure chest.
あ
So we're gonna
の、
save.
あらすじ見た感じ、ゴブリンって書いてある。
So now is a great time for more donations or plugs. If you have any of those lined up, we'll be here until we get the witch ring. If not, that's also fine. Ash, do you want to talk maybe a little bit about what the story is in this area? What's going on?
お、なんか悪いことしてない。
You know, I talked a little bit earlier about the poison and everything, but you want to talk a little bit about the Aramon
あ、
area?
これはセーブアンドロー
Yeah,
ド
so
で。
here
じゃ
in
ない。
Aramon,
セーブアンド
we're-
ロードす
we
る
were
とア
sent
イテ
here
ム
to
が。
talk with the
あ、
king,
これ
I
は
guess,
厳選してますね。
ask
宝箱
him
の中身。
to help us cure
中身
our
がランダムにな
poison.
ってます
So
ね。多分いいアイ
I
テム
guess
を。
the
これなんだ、あ
king,
れか
the two
某
kings are
在店、
friends.
在店なんとか。
That's kind of how
魔
they
女の
was
指輪が
sent here.
欲しい。
Um, like Hack was saying, this area is pretty confusing to get around and find all the houses and shops. There's numerous shops in this game. Is one thing. Like you'll walk up to a random person like in the house, and there'll be a shop, and they can sell things, and they can train you. There's probably like maybe close to like 8 to 10 shops in this town alone, which is well, it's good and bad. Good in that there's all kinds of options, but bad in that if you miss one, you could have missed like some important item or training thing you could train up or spell, whatnot. So after we're doing this, we're gonna go talk to the king. He's going to
確率何%ぐらいなんだろうな。この感じだと多分 10か5とかそれぐらいっぽさそうですね。
Because of that, he cannot help Aileron here to cure his poison. So he's going to send us on a quest to go get rid of these goblins.
Yep. So we're not getting the best RNG here. I did get a wizard hat, which is rare, but there is another place where I can get a wizard hat in the run. It is possible.
FF12 だったらもう在店グラードに3本今もう拾ってましたね。
So yeah, that was
お、消えたみたいですね。
not super fast, but about average, I would say. Yeah, so it is possible, I was saying, to get both the wizard hat and the witch ring. I've had 2 actual runs where that's happened. I don't think my current PB does it though, but and it's really nice. It saves like a couple minutes to get both. But then I'm gonna be coming here and doing a little bit of shopping for some equipment.
One other thing about this game is like you'll go into a shop too and you'll be like, oh, look at all this cool equipment, and then you can't afford any of it. But thankfully Haktical used that exploit earlier to get a whole bunch of gold here. We can buy some really good expensive items. That'll help us get through this next hump of the game.
Yeah, the first boss of this game, which will be coming up pretty shortly, is a pretty big wall casually. It's really difficult, especially because you don't really know what you're doing yet. And having this extra equipment is going to help a lot. The potions are going to help a lot. And I bought a couple things, like a couple of wands, a wand of light, a wand of shielding, and I bought some scrolls of the stupidity spell, which I'll talk about in just a moment. I'm going to do a equip menu here first.
Oh, hey, it's raining.
In this game, never.
Yeah. It's one thing about this game is I've been playing it casually through. It's like it seems to be raining like half the time. It's like always raining in this game. I mean, which is it's cool for like it gives it more atmosphere, right? You get thunderstorms and rain and stuff like that, but it just happens all the time.
For sure.
もなんか最初の方の目的はこのゴブリンを山から追い出すみた
talking
いな
about those scrolls of stupidity that
話
I
なん
picked
ですけ
up.
ど、
I talked about the stat
戦
system
う
in
の
this
か
game
な
a little bit, and one mechanic in this game, which is very much tabletop inspired, is that if during combat any of your core stats get reduced to 0, like your strength or your
見
intelligence,
て
for
る限り
example,
かな
you
り
become
話の分
paralyzed
か
and
り
you
そうな
cannot
種
act.
族っぽいんですけどね。
And if all enemies in the combat are paralyzed, you just win the fight. Now, some fights do have reinforcements, and you need to actually kill off some of the enemies in order to get the reinforcements to come into play. But I'm going to save before this ogre fight. I want to see 4 or fewer ogres. If there are more than 4, I will flee and try it again, because I don't want to deal with reinforcements for this fight. But we will see the power of the stupidity scrolls here. So we see exactly 4, which is pretty normal.
なんかやばそうな気がしましたけど。
Basically, the way
このゲーム
the way
拡
these
張パッ
spells
クがない
work
とセー
is
ブができ
that
ない。
stupidity
なんと
decreases your intelligence by
お、
your wizard
なんだ
skill plus the spell rank.
毒にして、
And in addition, in order to paralyze an enemy,
こいつオー
your
ガか。
wizard and spell rank need to be at least half
Ogre?
of the enemy's stat. So if they have a 10, you need to have a 5 wizard and 5 stupidity, for example. And scrolls are cast with exactly 5 wizard and 5 stupidity equivalent. So
it's pretty good early game.
Yeah, it's going to be used a lot throughout this speed. There is a lot of exploiting the game mechanics to
コード不能系のやつか何かなのこ
not
れ
have to deal with damaging down enemies to death, because combat in this game is pretty slow. Movement, attack animations, things have a lot of hit points, and anything we can clear out quickly, it is much better to do so. There are a couple of other ways that we'll be paralyzing enemies in the run, and there are cases, it happened to me in my most recent practice run, where your party can also become entirely paralyzed and you can lose a fight because of it too. So that's important to keep in mind. Another thing to know is that the main character here, if they die during a fight, like their HP reduced to 0, then it's a game over. There's no revival in this game. Party members are permadeath.
またいますよ
It seems like they were trying to add a revival mechanic. I think it was one of the things that was on the list of things that never got implemented. And the general consensus was that the sapphire gems, which I'll only be using to sell, were originally planned to be like revival gems of some sort, I think. Or else there's another type of gem. I don't 100% remember the details.
違うなこれは
Either way, didn't make it into the game. Death is permanent. There is a cheat death spell that you can get. I don't get that. So, yeah, if the main character dies, it's game over. That's really not much of a concern. The character can get paralyzed and things like that. That's fine as long as it doesn't happen to the entire party. But
パラメータが0なら麻痺します。全員麻痺したら勝ちます。
and touch them and you still don't trigger the combat.
麻痺させてたの
Sneaking in this game is
知力が下がると麻痺するどういうこと
like, enemies definitely have kind of a cone of their awareness aimed in front of them, so sneaking behind enemies tends to work better. Sometimes you can rub up against them, sometimes you
知
can't.
力が0になると
Sometimes you'll try to sneak by an
知
enemy
力が
3
0にな
times
る
and
と
it'll
麻
just
痺
fail
麻痺
twice
す
and
る
then it'll
す
randomly
ごいな
work.
なんか斬新
I
な
don't
戦闘
really
シ
know
ス
how
テ
the
ムですね
numbers behind sneaking work, so it's a little bit of a mystery, but the dragon leather that I
魔
bought
術師ラン
in
クプラスに
Aramon
なん
gives
かね
plus
こ
10 to
の
the
なん
sneak
かこ
skill.
の後ウィザードス
So
ク
we're
ー
going
ル
to
っ
be
て
pretty
こと
good
は
at sneaking
魔
by
法
things,
学
and
校
then
的なところに
a
行く
character
の
that
か
we
な
get later is going to start with a dragon leather.
あらすじを見る限りなんか魔法学校的なと地名がありますね
But there are a couple of them that can give you problems. So, as Ash mentioned, the king wants us to fight off the goblins who are attacking, and in particular, a lot of the enemies here are actually hobgoblins. And if you follow the path normally, casually, coming into Aramon, there's actually a hobgoblin and I think a dire wolf sitting outside town, and it's like a really, really challenging hurdle to get past.
これはまさか悪い登山していますか
I went around it on the way in here.
敵がい
Here
る
you
の
can
か
see a roaming hobgoblin. And this boss
あれ
fight
を
is
多
actually
分
going to
回
have a
避し
named
ようとしてい
hobgoblin
る
plus 5 more. And yeah, casually, like I was saying before, it's a
なんで
really big
バレ
wall.
て
They
ないの
have spirit shield, which increases their
な
defense.
なんで
They
バ
do
レ
a
て
lot of
ないの
damage. They have pretty good health. I will
今
say
の
before
なんで
this
バ
fight,
レてない
it's not usually an issue, but it's a marathon, so let's just save.
Yeah, so you're intended to go through this whole huge
あ
area
あ
here
やる気
to
満々
explore,
の
you know,
これは
defeat
ボ
all
ス
the
戦っ
a
ぽいで
bunch
す
of the
ね
goblins and level up in preparation for this fight when you finally
さあ
find this tent with
多分
the
これ
named
で相手のイン
hobgoblin,
トを
which is
下げてい
Kitterak.
るのか
And even then, if you go around and defeat all those guys, you're still
なん
this fight
か
is still
あれ
very
ですね、防
difficult
御
casually
力
first
を
time
上
you
げ
get
てる
here.
っぽいですね。
And
シール
unless
ド
you
って
get
書い
like
てあ
up
るの
into
で、
like
お
the
そら
level
く防御
I don't
力を
know,
上げていますね。
6, 7,
こいつ、
maybe
なんか
8
こんななんか野蛮そうな感じして、普通
it's
に
going to be
守り固
extremely
めてますよ
difficult。to get through it without these potions. So, like Haktical mentions, he's using Dex potions and Strength potions on 2 characters here, both Brenna there, and then he used it on Abercon. And those each give, I believe, plus 10 for each stat.
Yep.
And then that's going to basically allow us to turn the tables on this really difficult fight.
Yeah, it's going to give a boost to the number of actions that characters get. It's going to give a big boost to damage for Abracon and Brenna. And in addition, it's going to let us exploit a mechanic, which is you can swap weapons in combat through the menu. It does cost a turn to do it, but some weapons have a strength requirement, for example. And when you use a strength potion, you can equip weapons that normally you wouldn't be able to do so. So I'm going to be taking advantage of that to give Abracon and Brenna both better weapons than they should be able to use at this point. There's a big risk with this, which is that I need to make very sure after this fight to unequip them, because if you save the game with a weapon that you are not supposed to be able to equip, and then try to load that save, the game will crash on loading, and your save is unusable at that point. I do have safety saves basically everywhere in this game in case something unexpected happens, but the big thing to note is that I need to unequip that stuff after the fight, just to make sure that nothing bad happens. So other thing I did in this fight is I cast Starlight Shield from the wand from Aileron, which gives a pretty good defensive bonus. It means that Abracon and Brenna are both going to be fairly safe. One thing that I'm going to be focusing on here is, when possible, to be attacking enemies from behind, because you ignore their defense when attacking from behind, and additionally, anybody with the thief skill will do extra damage from behind. And yeah, letting Godric die is also an important part of this fight. I use him to kind of absorb a few hits, and otherwise, he doesn't really serve any purpose. We only really get him for the potion grinding, so there is a little bit of a risk here. So you can see that the hobgoblins are kind of getting up on Aileron. And this is why I saved. He's got pretty good defense. It's not usually an issue. I'm going to turn to be kind of facing them and heal. But, if he gets ganged up enough, he can take quite a bit of damage. You can see in this game that on your turn you get like this movement ring. And when you're close to enemies, similar to like a D&D 5-foot step or something like that, you're pretty restricted on your movement. So sometimes it makes sense to actually, take a step back and just not attack. That way you get better movement on your next action. Sometimes it makes sense to just keep attacking away. So something that's going to be a factor throughout really the entire game. Even though magic gets used a lot during the game, Thief is an incredibly powerful skill. Ignoring defense by attacking from behind is incredibly valuable, and I'm going to be taking advantage of that everywhere I can. As a couple of people have mentioned, the boss of this area, Kitarak, drops a really good sword called Warfang that I will be using for the rest of the run. It's very good. It's one of the best swords in the entire game.
Not to mention very strange looking.
Not to mention very strange looking, yeah. But it's got very good stats. It does a tap stamina effect when you attack with it. It can cast the darkness spell if used as an item. Never do that, but it can do it. It increases your warrior skill while equipped. And so one of the reinforcements fleed, and now one of the hobgoblins on the combat is fleeing, which is pretty typical. It just speeds up the fight. You still get experience for enemies that flee. It can be kind of hard to tell when enemies are going to flee. I'm sure that there's some mechanic behind it, but I don't really know numerically how it works. Sometimes an enemy will attack one turn and then flee next turn, and nothing's really changed.
It seems fairly common as far as like when you're fighting big groups of enemies, like by the time you kill like one or two of them or three of them, the rest will flee. But it also depends on like your reinforcements. So if you have reinforcements that haven't seen that other enemies have fled yet, sometimes they won't flee and then you have to go kill them.
Mm-hmm.
But you do see enemies flee quite a lot in this.
Okay, unequip our weapons, equip Warfang on Abracon. He's the only one with enough strength to use it right now, so that's who gets it. and then we're gonna sneak back to Aramon. So
いや、敵が逃げても経験値もらえるん
the
だ。
king
い
had
い
told us
な。
that, you know, our job was to clear out the goblins and
は
make
ぐ
sure
れ
you
メタ
take
ル
out
とか
the
出た
leader,
ら、
otherwise
も
they'll
う
come
儲け
back,
物ですね。
or something along those lines. And Kitarak is the goblin leader, so that's the trigger to be able to move
こ
on.
れで、
That fight was fine. It was
あれかな
maybe a little bit slower than average, but not too much. I had a lot of
お
misses.
城
And
の依頼のゴブリンを退治するって
depending on
い
turn
う
order and missing and
依
things
頼
like
が
that,
終わっ
if things
たの
start
かな
to gang up on people, then you know you can end up attacking enemies from the front more than you'd like
そう
and
か、
doing
ゴブ
less
リン
damage
じゃ
and
な
that
くっ
sort of
て
thing. So
倒すのはホブ
kind
ゴ
of
ブ
just
リンだったのか。
normal randomness of the fight.
え、あれじゃあ
And what
何
I'm
だ
gonna
った
do
の
here is I'm
やっぱ
actually
ドワー
gonna
フだ
run
ったの
up
か。
and I'm gonna intentionally save and load because that goblin that I snuck past on the bridge on the way here, at certain points in the game, at certain story triggers, enemies in various areas will
やられた仲間が錬
update,
金術師だった。
respawn or be replaced
あ
with
あ。
higher level monsters or
え、何
whatever. So
キャラロスト
if
す
you
るよう
take
な
out a
感じな
monster
の
in
か
the
な
overworld, typically it's gone. There's no real way of grinding. There are a couple exceptions to that, which I'll talk about in a minute. The ogre grind that used to be done for this run, but you know there are certain cases where you can backtrack through an area after completing a story trigger and fight more enemies and higher level enemies. And so that goblin that was on the bridge here gets replaced at this point with an ogre down here on this path, who for
あ
some
れ
reason
か、
doesn't
もし
aggro
か
you. You
し
don't need
て
to sneak
復
by him.
活させるのめんど
Run
くさい
around
感じ
him
だったのか。
right here. This guy.
下り坂を降りるとき
So
に
he
挙動
wasn't
が
there
ちょ
on
っ
the
と
way
面
up,
白
but
い。
he's there on the way back. This ogre's still wandering around. And there was a wolf over here by the river, which is now going to be replaced by a goblin. So, yeah, it can be useful when you're playing casually to be able to go back through an area and get more experience if you're short, or get more loot
こ
or
れで
whatever
多
else,
分
but
さ
doesn't
最
really
初
have a
の
huge
方
impact on
の
the speedrun
お
except
城
for
に戻る
walking past that
っ
ogre
ぽ
is
いけ
faster
ど
than
結
sneaking
構
around the
遠そう
goblin
っす
again
ね。
if you don't save and reset there. But I've definitely lost runs to that save and reset by not unequipping the weapons on Brenna and Abracon because you get there and you save and you go to reload and the game just immediately crashes and yeah, then it's
いやー、
then it's
ほんと
over.
ファーストトラベルが欲し
Well,
い。
you're not playing this game if it doesn't crash, right?
Right.
That happened to me when I've been playing casually. All of a sudden, I wasn't
ああ、
even
錬
like
金術
doing
師は
anything weird. All of a sudden, just
そっか、もう
bam,
金
I
策
got
終
a
わったか
crash
ら別
screen
に
with
錬
like
金
green
術師
text
落ちて
on
し
it
まっ
that
て
says
も
the
問
game
題
has
ない。
crashed.
Yeah, I've run into crashes actually a lot more on emulator
ま
than
だ
I do
金
on
策する
console,
んであ
which
れ
is a
ば
little
必要
bit
かもしれ
weird.
ないですけど。
But
まあ、メイン
teleporters
火
can
力に
cause it
関して
sometimes.
は、
Certain dialogue can
い
cause
つ
it
も
sometimes.
殴ってくれる兵士のおじさんが
There's a few random
殴ってく
places
れ
where
るん
that
で、
happens.
Hearing if I play, it'll just crash repeatedly because I find
戦
every
力と
crash
して
in every
はあま
game.
り頼りなさそうで
Yeah,
はあ
they're
りま
easy
し
to
たから
find in
ね。
this one for sure.
Yeah, I
So
was walking around in like the forest, and all of a sudden, I just walked next to a river, and all of a sudden, I just like fell completely out of bounds. The game didn't crash; it actually put me back, but it's definitely interesting. I could not repeat it either.
yeah, there are a couple places where I've experienced the same thing. You get knocked out of bounds, and then the game puts you back in bounds. I've also experienced a couple places where you fall out of bounds and you just fall
これ
forever
はあ
until
れ
the game
か、
crashes. So
エ
both are
ロンモンっ
definitely
ていうと
things
ころなのか
that
な。で、
exist.
ミラリオの特装人って書いてある。なんかで、ゴブリンから攻撃を受けてるって説明があっ
Just talk
て、
to the king there, right?
エルロンの助けを求めて
Right,
クラ
exactly.
ダ
So
ウ
we
という
talked to
名
the
前の
king,
魔法使いに
and
彼を
he
導くことを約束する。
when we talked to the king the first time, he tells us
で、
that
アラ
the
ロン、
wizard
エルロンは山からゴブリンを
will
一掃します
be able to help
が、
us.
エロンに戻ると、
and
この王様が嘘をついているということに気づいて、
and we come back here and he's like, well, I ま
また
actually
別の
don't know where
ところ
Prada is.
に
So
行
I can't
く
help you. Too bad.
ように
You should go to Talawalk and go to the wizard school
エル
there.
ロン
Maybe they can
に
help you. So
ている。
when we leave, a couple more already talk to us and suggest talking to
で、これが多分女王、
who's like
こ
the-
この国の
the
女王の
matriarch of the Mirari.
イライザかな。 で、まあ、
see if she can
嵐を
help.
沈め
So
るこ
that's
と
what
が
we're
で
doing
き
now.
る
We're
祝
gonna go
福
over
さ
here
れ
and
た
talk
木
to
の
her.
枝であるストームブレイカーを
And
彼に与えま
she's
す。
going to she speaks really weirdly.
多分
So a
今、
lot
ス
of
ト
the
ームブレイカ
dialogue
ー
in this
を
game
もらうと
is
ころっぽさそうなんで
is
す。
Odd.
strange,
Yeah.
and it's used to a very specific effect from this dialogue. She's basically going to tell us that going to Talawak and talking to the wizard Ardra is a good thing to do.
多分この辺だろ
And
う
she's
な
going to enchant this
あら
stick
すじ的
to
に
be
は。
magic. And that if we need to go find the wizard Kradod later, we should
なんかちょっと女王様っぽいしな。
attach this stick to our helm. And just keep that in mind, because it'll come back a little bit later. But this is the magic stick that she's got.
Not helmet, right? Not helmet.
Helm.
これか、
Yes.
この木の枝っぽいのがストームブレイカーってやつか。
Anyway, she gives us this magic stick. It looks like any other stick. And before I leave here, I'm going to do one more thing, which is run up here and activate a
確かに
teleporter. There are a bunch of
な
teleporters
ん
in
か
this
木
game.
の枝っぽい木の枝が嵐を沈めることができるとされる祝福された
Link
木
two
の枝
places
のストームブ
together,
レイ
but you
カ
need to
ー。
activate it first. So this one here links to Gornia Castle. Actually, it links to like almost right below where we got Godric and Trahern's sword earlier, but we didn't activate that side, which is fine. But we need to activate this side now.
Do not forget to buy.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, because I actually did forget.
I see it here 3 times in your notes.
Yeah. Yeah, very good call. What's the fastest way back there? It's fine. Yeah, so
嵐を
there's
沈め
a
るシーンあるのかな。
specific spell that I need to get. And
You
I
can only
almost,
get it here, can't you?
これで1時間
you
か。
can only buy the scroll here, yes. So I need to get the
これで1時
debilitation
間か。
spell, which will be used later. And you can
あ
buy.
と、
So in addition to
あと
using scrolls in
これが
combat, you can use them to
3
teach
時間。
spells. And I get messed up here because I used to do the shopping before Kidarak, and then I changed it around to doing it after Kidarak with some of the money that you get to cut down on the gold grinding a little bit. And because of that, I kind of sometimes get mixed up in my head. So I'm going to buy a couple items
まあ
here.
でも
I'm
こ
going to
の
buy a throwing
後、
iron,
あれですね、ウィザード
I'm
ス
gonna
ク
buy
ール
some
って
curing
いう
potions,
地名が
and
出
I'm
てく
going to
るみ
buy
た
the
いですよ。
debilitation scroll, and then I'm going to buy some strength potions.
なんかちょっとワクワクする名
Yeah,
前
so
で
that
すね。
debilitation scroll will come into play much later in the run. So if you don't get it now and you realize later that you don't have it, that's
Yeah, basically the only option is to walk
problem.
back here.
yeah, it's a long walk. But
So
also
it's
with Yezra, when she was talking to us, is kind of the first time you kind of get a hint that Aileron here is kind of different in some way about using magic, in that she says basically that he can, he's like not a magician, but he still has like the power of magic.
Yeah, there
多
are a couple
分
of
これ
dialogues,
は、
both that one and then the one
こ
with
の魔
Ardra
法
later,
学
where
校と
they
いう
talk about Aileron's
ところに行って、
spellcasting
この
ability and how
主
he
人
casts
公の
spells.
毒を直して、
Um,
もらいに行くんか
but yeah,
な
well,
多
like
分
Ash said, the one here is kind of the first real indication of that.
I like
I'm
how
gonna say-
all these NPCs you have to talk to, there's a big counter there, but you can't talk to them over the counter. You have to go around and talk to them.
yeah. So debilitation is a spell that decreases enemies' strength, for anyone wondering what that does. So it'll be used much the same way as how stupidity has been used. The stupidity scrolls have been used up to this point. And we will also get the stupidity spell later too, so we can cast it directly. But debilitation is very key against some certain enemies and is really important to the route.
That's another interesting thing. So those scrolls you buy are actually intended, especially casually, like when you buy them, it specifically says you can teach the stupidity spell to a character of a certain school, right? So you usually buy those scrolls to teach that spell to
あ
someone, right?
一応、あれですね。
What it doesn't tell you is you can also
英語
equip
のウ
them
ィキペディアにです
like we
ね、
did
もう全
earlier
体的なあらすっ
against
て
those
のが、
ogres and actually use the scroll.
なん
It
か
consumes the
全部
scroll,
載ってるんですよ
but
ね。
it also is more powerful at these levels.
一応まあ、そ
Yeah,
れを
and
見
they
な
do
が
fall
ら、
off, so
この
after
ゲー
a
ムを見
certain
てるわ
point
け
it
なん
will
で
be
すけど。
better to take advantage of our aspect bonus, like our solar aspect, take advantage of our higher wizard skill or
なんでし
spell
ょうね。
rank once it gets up to a high enough level, and the spells do pretty
こ
quickly
れ、
become better than the
あ
scrolls.
確か
but
になん
early
か
on,
外嵐っぽい
definitely
で
not
す
the case.
ね。
So anyway, so the point that we're at now in the run is really just walking to
向こうゴールデンタイムなんだ。
the
ゴ
city
ー
of
ルデンタイム
Telewalk.
に
I'm
こ
going to do a
れ、
quick save and
こ
reload
れ
up
これでいい
here.
のかな
Skip an encounter. There are a few kind of difficult encounter skips in this next segment. This isn't really skipping encounter. It's just making sure that things don't aggro me in unexpected ways. But yeah, if we're mostly just going to be walking for a while, so if you have any plugs or donations or anything,
あ
now's a
そう
good
です。
time
あ
for
ら
a
す
few
じが
those.
まあ、文字通りのあらすじになってる感じ。
Donation from Asmo for $100.
多分これ全
Says
部
I got this
終わり
game
まで
because
書
I
いて
loved
ある。
RPGs as a kid, but I didn't know that the N64 had
うん、
none.
終わ
When
り
I
まで
asked
書
for
い
it,
てある。
I spent a ton of time just being confused and lost before it also became the first game that ever hard crashed for me. I was stumbling around the spooky, darkling bog near Shamus Tower before one day I turned it on, and what
あ
I
あ、この
know
デ
now
ビリ
was
テー
some
ション
kind
っ
of
ていうの
console
は、
menu.
力のパラメー
Freaked
タを
out,
下げる
turned
で
it
しょう。
off,
これ
and
も、
turned back on later, only to find
力
my
で
save
も
moved
ゼロ
into
になったら麻痺させる
Booger
ことができる
and
のか。
that I had new party members,
い
including
や、そっ
Shola.
ちの麻痺もちょっ
Anyways,
と
this
怖い
weird
で
and
すね。
spooky game has lived rent-free in my head ever since, so thanks for taking care of it for me.
そうなんですよ。
Donation
こ
to the
れ4
runner's
時間あるん
choice.
ですよね。
That's
解
awesome.
説
And
できる方
you know,
がい
I'd
たら
like
一
to
気
say
に
that that's
賑やかに
unexpected,
なるんじゃない
but
でしょうか
nothing
ね。
surprises me with this game. This
も
game
しか
does
したら
use
こ
the
のゲームをやり
N64
込んでいる
memory
日本
card
人さんが
to
いらっ
save
しゃ
the
るか
game,
もし
so
れ
it's
ない
not。like that could come from something saved on a cartridge or
い
anything
らっしゃ
like
るかも
that.
しれない。もしかしたらこの
As
ゲー
far
ム
as
マニ
I
アみたいな
know,
のがいて。
but
ね。
yeah, and
うん。
my runner's choice
で
is
も
just whatever
もしかしたらちょっと
unlockable thing
どっ
is
か、
missed,
こ
not
の
like
ど
a
っか
big
の世
or
界の
anything,
どっ
just
かに
whatever like credits or
これわかるぜって人がい
Looks like
て。
that's the
cutscenes or whatever.
Chroma Squad wear homemade superhero
Sure.
outfits.
Sounds great. So this enemy up here is really a pain. Hopefully I did this
いるか
well.
もしれない。もしいた
He
ら
walks back and
紹
forth,
介して
and
ほしい。
as I mentioned before, like enemies are a little bit slow. So like there, he's probably aggroed on me right now. He's probably following me, but I was able to sneak by him just enough that I can outrun him. And I'm actually going to save again, because speaking of outrunning enemies, there is a cave bear over here to my left that you probably can't see. Enemies in this game like to aggro you from off screen, and if that cave bear aggroes me, I can try using a scroll of stupidity on it, but otherwise, if that fails, I'll just flee and reload. But it looks like we're good.
そうですよ。
There's a
プレ
regular
イで
bear
もいいん
here,
です
which I
よ。
will fight.
いや、このゲーム
And
やった
again,
こと
I'll
あるよっていう
try
人
to
がいたら
cast
ね、ぜひね、
stupidity with the scroll here once.
来
If
て
it fails,
お
I'll
話し
just
してい
fight
ただ
it.
けるとね、
which
助かりますよ、本当に。
It's not really a huge deal. The bear does a decent amount of damage, but we kill it pretty quickly with Abracon too, so just try to get behind it.
これはもう、これ話せるだけでもう今この
Some of these
時だけ
enemies
は英
you
雄ですから
can,
ね。
like this bear, you can sneak past the bear technically, but as you can see, it's pretty quick to kill it. So there are a few places where if I get an encounter, it might be faster to fight it rather than flee and run back and try again. There are some cases where the correct option is absolutely just to flee and run back. And then there are some cases where I just intentionally fight things in order
なん
to
かいそうな気がするんだよな、
not have
海
to
外
sneak past
の
it twice.
日
And that
本
bear
で
is
未
one of
発売
those
ゲー
where
ム
it's
マ
just,
ニアみたいな。
you know, it may be a wash to sneak past versus killing it. You know, it kind of depends on how the fight goes a little bit. There's a couple cases where it's a gray area, but a lot of times what you end up with is where you try to sneak past something that's already
あれですね、
borderline,
またデバ
and
フで麻痺させようとしてま
it,
す
it ends up aggroing you anyway, and then you've just lost whatever time you spent sneaking. So I got kind of unlucky. I only hit one of those stupidities. What I'm actually going to do here is something that I don't
麻
normally
痺
do.
の
But I'm
基
going to
準
equip
が
the wand
分
of
かり
light
づらい
here, and it's questionable whether this actually matters. In my testing, it seems like light doesn't really affect effectiveness of scrolls, but like when I test it in an emulator, it doesn't seem to do anything. But when I actually do it in a run, it seems to help a lot, like right here. So, yeah, who knows really?
こんなデバフが
But
強いゲ
anyway,
ーム
we
あ
got
る
through that fight, and I'm gonna come down
で
here
デバ
and
フが
grab
別の
a
状態
wizard
機を
hat, which
召
was
喚
the
し
other
て
item from
戦
that
闘
chest
終
in
了さ
Aramon
せるなん
earlier
て
that could drop.
ある
This is where we get it normally. So, if you get both the wizard hat and the witch ring, then it saves you from having to fight these ogres and coming down here to get this chest. So I'm also going to... Normally I do this later, but because of equipping the light wand, I'm going to unequip the light wand and
視力を下げたからカットやばいやばい
Hey, I'm back, and it's raining.
welcome back, and it's raining. I will also mention, people are talking about N64 RPGs, and the reason that I tend to say top 5 is that there's also a Super Robot Wars game, which is Japanese only for the Nintendo 64, which is, it's an SRPG, kind of Fire Emblem-ish, but with robots. So that's the one I always throw into.
確かにブレインダウンロですね
I know top 5 is a pretty good meme, though.
さあまたこれは敵を戦闘は回避している
I
オ
love
ーガ
this
以
game.
外
So
は
I played this game when it was
あまり相性
when it
が
was
良く
brand
ないの
new.
かな
I rented it from the local rental store, and I loved it so much that I forced my parents to go out and buy it for me. And I guess this is where I'll talk a little bit about kind of the history of the run while I walk to the next town. There's a bat fight that I'll take here in a second, but so I played this game casually as a kid when it was new, and I had a ton of fun with it. And I got into speedrunning around 2013. AGDQ 2013 was kind of my first real exposure to speedrunning in general. And I started
多
off with
分
like your
今の
standard
目
platformers,
的
Mega
は
Man, that sort of thing.
嵐を
When I got into
嵐を止め
RPG
に
speedrunning,
このなんかやたらとなんか荒れてる
I don't know,
天気を
2015 or
止め
so.
に
I
どっ
looked
か
into
に
this game a
行
little bit, and at
く
the time, the
感じ
only
なんだ
real
と思うんで
reference
す
to
け
it
ど
I could
ね
find was Darkwing Duck
ど
had
こ
like
に
a
向かってる
12-hour
の
time.
か
I think
書
it
い
was
てない
even
ですよ
mentioned
ね
on like one of the episodes of the Sunday
嵐
Sequence
を
Break, if anyone
嵐を
remembers
沈める
that.
先がわからん
And you know, I was
Oh, yeah.
going through Darkwing Duck's VODs and taking notes on the routes, and it was a lot. I was new to RPG
ま
speedrunning.
だあれなのか嵐沈めに
I
行けな
didn't
いんだ
really
な
know where to go for improving
もうちょっと
the
後の
route
方
at the
だな
time.
これ
And you know, I got around here honestly in the run, and then I kind of gave up on learning it at the time.
なので
And
おそら
then
くまあ魔法学校ウィザードスクールに
a year or two later, I decided to jump back in
行
once
く
I got
感
into
じか
RPG running in
な
general.
悪さ
Oh,
し
this is
悪
unlucky.
いことしてなんか
Just never get this Chaos
ス
Scout
トー
fight.
リーをスキップしてるというような感じではないですね
And I went through and I extracted a lot of ROM data from the ROM, running a script to pull out enemy stats and weapons and things like that. And I had some ideas for route improvements with, you know, the use of, again, stupidity and debilitation and those sorts of things. And
3000円
I
で
had some
買える
ideas
ん
for
ですか
improvements.
3000
And around that
円
time, Darkwing Duck and another runner
9797
starts with a G.
高いな
Forgetting exactly what his name is.
オーブの道案内あ
Came
れは
back
チュ
to
ー
the
トリアル
game
だったの
and
か
did
な
some rerouting and got the game under 10 hours. And I think they eventually brought it down to 8 hours or so. And I was kind of happy with that. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to bother doing any rerouting myself. Get
天
there.
気が荒
That's
れてないところに出ましたね
and decided wasn't going to bother doing any rerouting myself. They probably had it in hand and kind of
い
left
や
it.
なんか
left it
大場
be.
さんみ
And
たい
then
な
I
感
was
じな
thinking
のか
about the
な
game earlier this year, and I looked on speedrun.com and saw that there was a very recent time from Elastoid.
あ
who
ま
was
た
here in
天気悪く
chat.
なった
And Elastoid had been working with Ridley Killer 93, who's also been around in chat here, on game FAQs to come up with better route ideas, routing improvements for cutting out a lot of the grinding, etc. So the old route used to get a little bit farther into the run, just outside of Port Said, and do a big grind on ogres. And there's really one specific fight that
新しい場
ogre
所
grind
っぽい
was
ところに
really
出て
needed
きました
for.
よ。これでしょ。これ
The rerouting
ウ
they
ィザードスクールとかいうやつでしょ。
had cut out a lot of that. And so I watched the Lastoids run. I took some notes on it. I did a run following kind of that exact
あ、もう
same
なん
run.
か
And
学校
that
っぽい
run
と
was
こ出たね。これ
4
学校で
hours
しょ。
and
45.
45 minutes. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to... Did I say the wrong thing? It's probably fine. I think I chose the wrong option there. Which...
We'll find out soon.
hopefully isn't a problem. We'll see. Anyway. Yeah,
これで、
that was
マーケ
4 hours
ット
45
シーアル
minute
ト
time
ラ
that
っ
a Lastoid had
てい
done.
う
So I
や
learned
つを
off of
探
that,
し
and
て
then I went
に
through
行くん
and
ですよね。
basically trimmed out all of like the
毒を
excess, all
直
of
せ
the
る
excess
魔導士みたいなのに会いに
I
行く
found
わけ
out
ですね、
exact
これで。
XP
もうあっ
thresholds
たのかな
for certain parts
わ
of
かん
the
ないけど。
run that I need to clear certain encounters. I came up with some slightly different encounter skip mechanics, and I've since cut the run down to 3 hours and 42 minutes, I think is my current PB. So the run has gone down a long ways compared to, the 12 hours it used to be. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And, I think with like a really great run, you could probably get near 3.5 hours with the current route, but there's certainly a possibility for more improvements to be made. But that's sort of the history of like my experience with this game and the run. I've been running this game for the last 6 months or so, 6 to 8 months. And yeah, just kind of making incremental improvements sort of
で、
as I go.
本当の名前を尋ねられるんですが、
As
エ
sort
ル
of
ロ
mentioned
ンは
before,
答えることができない。
combat and sneaking and things like that are really slow. So avoiding as much of that as you can is a big part of saving time. I don't remember Puexel exactly the distribution of time, but I believe that there was like 2 to 3 hours of ogre grinding at least.
Poisoned by
I don't know where the other I don't remember where the other hours came from.
毒を受けて
So they were using more like physical strats back then, attacking.
なんか毒って書いてあるけど、まああれなんじゃないですか。やっぱ呪い的な、これがなんか、あからさまな魔導士っぽい人言ってましたね。これが多分、アルドラってやつかな。で、こいつなら、毒直せるかもしれないっていうんで、癒しの魔法かけてもらって、
very inexplicable. Probably just because it's a small room and that's where they could fit the camera. To get back to the story a little bit, though, we're now in the town of Talawak, which is where the wizard school is that the Marari told us to go to. We go up and talk to Ardra here, and she says she will help us out.
結局直すことはできなくて、
Curing our poison. We still think we're just poisoned by the goblin still. I'm going to save because this area can be a little crashy, soft-locky.
別のものが見えたのかな。これ別のものが見えて、ロッキングチェアに身を包んだ弱々しい老人が映ったから、なんか、エルロンが、ワイルディングであるために治療の呪文が失敗したらしくって、本当の名前、この主人公には本当の名前っていうのはなくて、本当の名前がないと、彼の精神は彼の体に縛られておらず、不完全な状態で。
First time we get to learn about names
まあ、ともかくなんか島に行けって言われるんですね。
Yeah, this game, the story in this game is, it's a pretty standard fantasy story, right? There are a lot of cliches. There's nothing really super unique about it. I think the story in this game is good. I think the characters are good and everything. I don't think it gets in the way of the game. It doesn't really carry the game if you're looking for something new and interesting, but It's pretty decent. And yeah, this concept
本当の名前がわからないと。
true name is certainly important.
で、まあ、島に行くにはボートがないといけなくて、まあ、ボートを手に入れなきゃいけないと。
Kind of going with the conversation in chat. There was a little bit of rules debate when Elastoid started running this.
なんだこの
related to the use of turbo and specifically relating to turbo and end timing. You know, if the rules didn't allow turbo, I still would run the game without turbo, and like I might lose a minute or two. And if I need to add 30 seconds or something to the end timing, I would do that. But I am playing on an original cartridge, on an original N64 right now. Just for anybody wondering. Yeah, regardless, you know, it's part of the history of the run, so it's fine. So yeah, we come back to this Dryad forest, and we talk to the Dryad Pandara. And she tells us that Amaranth is hidden in this forest and it's hard to see. Oh, actually, there's something I want to show off back here. It's really kind of funny. We picked up the Amaranth, but you can also... There's this tree trunk over here, and you can unlock this tree trunk for some gold. I don't know. Don't ask.
That's pretty good. That's not in any of the guides either. Is it?
I don't know.
今走ってるゲームは多分今視聴者誰もわからないゲームですね。
So,
こんだけいて誰一人わからないゲーム。
She's going to make us do a troubadour check, which we only have a one troubadour skill. She does let you train it at the other dryads if you fail, but it's just like a 1 in 10 chance, and so we're just going to keep talking to her over and over until this works. I save here because I have had the game crash if I mash too fast here with turbo especially. So I'm just
all those fancy dryad effects.
Just going a little bit slow here. She wants us to speak eloquently to her, or speak pretty to her. And yeah, there we go. Then we do that. So yeah, this scene is, I don't know. It's really weird. The Dryad just kind of like flies around and flies away. But the important thing to note is that she calls you a wildling, and as if that explains what's happening. And it will once we get back to Ardra.
これ今どこにいるんだ
That's going to be the wildling's name for what Ash was talking about a minute ago. That for somebody who has no true name. And the implication of not having a true name in this is that your spirit is kind of separated from your body. And this allows you to, you know, it's part of the reason that we can cast every school of magic, not just the one that we have an affinity for. And also leads to downsides. People without true name, without their spirit attached, tend to kind of go insane. Yeah, it's not really a good thing. And the gist is that
they don't quite explain that you go insane, but it kind of is like hinted at as you get further and on in the game here.
そうですね。おそらくこのクラダなのかクラドなのか。そういう島に行かなきゃいけないって感じですよね。
Soft lock. Sometimes animations, like when characters move during these scenes, just don't load correctly.
My favorite was when the camera like clips into the character model and you can see part of it. So this spirit wolf though is like extremely difficult at the level you get here to kill, and there's like a whole bunch of them, and apparently I guess they respawn, so you could actually, if you do know how to kill them and can kill them, they're actually a pretty good grinding source casually.
Yeah, there are a lot of wolves in this game, and they're
annoying.
There's a few different varieties of them, and yeah, they're pretty annoying. There are a couple that we'll have to sneak by still yet to come.
スニーキングっぽいなんか
We're gonna come back here to Ardra.
歩き方するとモンスターに見つからないみたいですね。
and give her the amaranth
階段登るの遅いな。
that we've got from the Dryad Forest. And we're going to get
ちょっとなんか階段登るのもたもたしてて面白い。
another dream sequence here, because she's going to try to cast away our poison. And Aileron tries to warn her and says, wait, and she just keeps going on with it. And weird things kind of show up in this dream sequence, kind of like the first one.
これか。
I don't really know what to say.
新たなビジョンって。
These scenes are super confusing. The gatekeeper shows up. There's this weird dude in a chair.
で、これがロッキングチェアに身を包んだ弱々しい老人か。
Because you do see him later.
I don't know.
Isn't
if
that
guy?
I thought it was. Shoot, I forget his name now.
I don't know.
So you
I
don't
don't
visit him in the run, okay?
なるほど。
Yeah.
He is in
okay.
Terminor. Okay.
Well, that's what I was saying. Yeah. So you
Yeah.
can visit him, but yeah.
うん、
It's-
お
it
めえ
is kind
は
of
本当の名前、
foreshadowing.
新名がわからないから直せねえぞって怒られてるんですね。
Okay. So Lastoid has the explanation in there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I
it's
really
been-
like the scene right here where she's like trying to remove the poison for you, but she's like completely off screen, and you can only see the end of her wand, and she's like saying things.
Mhm.
ああ、without true name って言われてますね。
And yeah. So then she
俺は今毒に侵され
then
てい
she
るんだ。
explains the thing
怒
with
っ
the
主人公
true
怒っ
name
て
and
ますね。
how because we're an adult and we've been separated for this long, the only one who's powerful enough to safely name us nowadays is the master namer Kradon,
みんな消え
and
て
that we will have to go to his island.
多分これアルドラの部屋
So
ですね。
we now have to go to the port town and find a boat to bring us there. So that's going to be kind of the next stop. Before I go there, I'm going to stop
で、
into
あ、これでようや
this
く
dude down here.
の
There's a
その
trainer.
島
And
に行けって言われる
I'll
んですね
train Auron in Wizard 2 and get the Stupidity spell up to rank 5. And because my Wizard is a 2, and I have the Witch Ring and Wizard Hat, which give +2 and +1, Aileron's Stupidity spell is now equivalent to the Scrolls. Only it's affected by the solar-lunar aspect. So it could be better or worse depending on time of day. But
な
from
ん
a
か
potency
まあ、
standpoint,
で、
it is
まあ、ボー
equivalent.
トがレンタルできるところがあるらしいので、
Really
多
up spells in this
分
game
そ
is
こ
like
に
kind of
向かう
doubly good in
感じです
that
ね。
it expands like the range that you can cast the spell,
そう
and it
RTA なのにすごくなんかゆったりと歩いて
makes
るの
the
で、
effect of the
どれだけ
spell
進んでるのか全然わからない。
they become very good as you level them up.
Yeah, and in addition, at certain spell ranks, it can also target more
これ
enemies at
RTA
once.
だよなって
So
ぐらい RTA
you'll
遅い
go
で
from
すよ
getting
ね。
1 to 3 to 4,
Yeah.
depending on your wizard and spell rank.
Yeah, you get this huge like range, big ring around that you can hit a bunch of enemies at once. Because when you first start, you can hit like 1 at level 1, and then as you get like to like 3 and level 3 and 4, you can start hitting 2 and 3.
知ってますかみんな、皆さん。
So the next thing to do is
RTA
walk
で
up
すよ、
to
こ
this
れ。
port town. I'm going to fight one enemy on the way here. It's going to be the Cyclops. We're going to be using a Stupidity Scroll or spell, depending on turn order and positioning, to take them out. These guys can actually be a little bit scary. They do a fair amount of damage, and if Aileron spawns close to them, it is
なんか
actually
やばそうなの
possible
来ま
to
し
just
たけど。
kill him before.
サイクロプスじゃないですか、これ。やばそう。
Abricon spawning close.
めっちゃ強そうなんですけど。
And there's an optional drop that these guys can drop, which is
あ
the、Cyclops
い
Throw
つものデ
Star,
バフが
which is a thrown weapon, which will speed up one fight in the run if we get it. I bought a throwing iron earlier, which I mentioned, and the hurl star is
やっ
just like
ぱ
it's a better
ダメ
replacement for
か。
that. We did not.
残念、
So
残念
that's
な
okay.
がら、またデバフで
Uh,
麻痺してしまったようですね。あんなに強
use
そうだっ
that
たのに。
opportunity to
お、海っぽいと
level
こ
up
に出てきまし
intelligence
た
on
ね。
Aileron, because that's going to be the next thing to.
これ
That's
が
going to be the main point of his leveling is going up to 27 intelligence, which will
まだ
increase
かな。
the effectiveness of my spells, like decrease the resistances.
や
Also
ば
to
いね。
clarify, no, this run is with the expansion pack.
いや、最初からやばいんですけど。
There are some differences with the game. You can run it without. So there's a high resolution mode, which I'm not using. But there's
い
also
や
some differences
ー、
to
こんな異
music
世界
and
転
some
生ものあっ
encounter
たらみん
formations if
な
you use the expansion pack
みんな
versus
もう
not.
ちょっとデバ
So
フ
I am
で
using
や
it
ばい
here.
ことになっちゃいますよ。
But you can do it either way.
みんなで、あれでしょ、イント
Regarding
下げられち
stupidity,
ゃうん
I'll
でしょ。
explain the mechanic again a little bit. Is that you have various core stats, and if any of your stats in combat are reduced to 0, like through magic effects, then you become paralyzed or incapacitated. And if all enemies on the field, or all allies, if working against you, become incapacitated, then the fight is just immediately over and you don't need to damage everything down. Unless there are reinforcements. So the reinforcements count. You have to kill a couple things to get them to come
お
on
この
screen
ゲーム
if
初め
needed.
て見る方がいます
But
か？
that's the reason for
私たち
stupidity.
もな
So
んですよ。
enemies with low intelligence stat, typically 10 or lower, 10 and 8 are probably the most common intelligence values that I take advantage of. I'll be using the stupidity spell to clear them
みん
quickly.
な初見なんですね。
And I mentioned it earlier, but I also bought a scroll of debilitation, which I'll be teaching to another character, which is a strength reduction spell, which will be having a very similar
そっ
effect
か。
to
1000
quickly
人ぐ
wipe
ら
out
い
some
このゲーム
enemies
見てるんだな。
a little bit later in the run.
You can only cast those spells once per enemy, right? So you have
Yeah.
to kind of, their stat has to be hit that hard on your first cast, otherwise it won't do anything and they'll still take their turns.
You can't stack it up, and if you don't do enough to incapacitate them, you can't like change around your equipment and cast it again, for example. Like if you forget to equip the witch ring when you need it,
多分ね、奏者さん
you
的に
gotta just
は
restart the fight. You can't just
か
try
な
it. You
り
can't
あ
just
れですよね、
pause
最
and
短
equip
距
it
離
and then
で
try it again
歩い
because it
てるん
won't
です
let you
よね、
cast
き
it
っ
on them
と。
again. So we're coming up near to the port town, and there's this guy here, Arturo, who's blocking the bridge, and you see a short scene with this girl, Keelan,
Hello, Keelan.
talking her way past him. Oops, and
We'll be seeing a lot of her very
already
soon.
hit the wrong thing. Inputs on this are
So this guy's guarding the bridge here, and he's not quite the smartest guy. So you just kind of have to choose the right dialogue options to get past
な
him.
んか
He'll
通
let
し
you
てもらえ
pass.
たっぽいですね。
Yeah.
It's kind of a fun little thing.
Yeah, he's basically acting as a guard, but if you try to fight him, he gets scared and doesn't want to fight you. So you basically just try to challenge him at every opportunity, and then he's like, just
こ
go.
のゲーム、奏
You
者
can
さん
actually
ど
get
れ
him
ぐ
to
らい
join your
なんだ
party.
ろ
He is an optional party member. There
He's
are a
pretty good,
few.
except for his like dexterity is very slow. So he's a slow character.
Yeah, and he's really only physical. Him and Abracon cannot learn wizard, so they are strictly physical oriented. I'm going to save here just in case. I'm going to try to run past a chaos enemy that's running around to the right, and usually it's fine, but if it aggroes me, I
奏
absolutely
者
do not want to fight
4
it.
人です。奏者さん4人です。ちなみにこの人は、世界1位
Just
で
let
す
him run away
ね
a。little bit. We should be fine. There we go. So
we
this is
made
the this is the port town.
2位の人とは
I'll
1
let
時
chat
間以
decide
上
how you
の
want to say
差
pronounce
が
this
つい
name.
ていて、
I've been saying
まあ、あれですね、4人いて、まあ、
but it's
1位が3時間
SAIID
42分で、2位
So
が4時間
Port Said,
45
Port
分、
Said,
3位が
Port
7時間
Said.
15分
I
で、
don't know.
4
I've
位の
pronounced
人
it
が
like
9
a
時間
dozen different
58分
ways.
ですね。
Well, more importantly, how
9
does
時間
everybody rate the music
58
of
分、
this town?
10時間も走ったのか、これ。
This music is great.
I don't know about that. So you're going down into this cave here, just kind of jumping ahead in the story a bit, but you have to get this lighthouse scroll, right?
So if you go down to the docks and you talk to people, or you go to a couple of the houses,
そうです
you
ね。
get told
1位の
that
人ですね、こ
the
の方
boats
は。
aren't running because the lighthouse is out. You know, kind of a classic RPG plot point. Thanks, Dragon Warrior 4. Yeah, the lighthouse is out, and so ships can't set sail because it's too dangerous. So you come down here and you grab the lighthouse scroll. There's also another scroll down there, which is Shamsuk's scroll, which is was a wizard that was mentioned by Ardra earlier. But the implication is that Shamsuk had something to do with the lighthouse being out as like an unintentional ploy. So you go down and get the lighthouse scroll, which will let us relight it. And then I'm going to come over here to the inn, and I'm going to stay at this inn about 16 times. And this is to manipulate the lunar cycle. So I talked about solar and lunar attributes
マップ広いな。確か
and
に。
this is to move the lunar cycle to a point where later in the run it'll be a full moon to help us out with a certain section of the game. And it's about 8 hours per camping. So I'm trying to just go ahead a few days. That's 9. 10, 11, 12. Should be 3 more. And then we'll be good. And also in this inn here,
Is that the best girl in the background there?
that is the best girl. This over here, not the one on the right. That's Retta from the start. This is Keelan. Oops. I've been awful at selecting the right dialogue options today.
Blame Turbo.
I'm not even using turbo for it. Just trying to talk and choose the right thing at once. So Keelan is like a thief.
She's
type
really
character.
good. Yeah. She starts at like, what level are you at right now? You're like, what, level 4 or 3?
We'll see in a second here. So I'm going to be doing a quick menu. I'm going to basically unequip everything from Brenna and give it all to
大量に
Keelan.
寝てるのか。
So
寝だ
Keelan,
ね。
she starts at level 12 here.
Yep,
And you're level 6.
6.
Okay. So level 12, and she has maximum dexterity stat, which is what, 30? So she is already maxed out on speed, and she is extremely good, especially for the level you're at in this game right now. So you get the thief bonus, you get the speed bonus. She's kind of missing in a bit in strength and intelligence, right? You're going to need that later.
Mhm.
But you're going to fill that in pretty quickly.
Yeah. She only starts with a 15 strength and 15 intelligence and no warrior skill. So you might think that her damage output would be a little bit on the low side, but it's really, really not. Thief in this game is incredibly powerful. It adds bonus damage when attacking from behind. And her high dex stat means
こ
she
れ
gets a
は
ton of
エンカウ
action.
ント
She's
余
very
計
fast.
ない。
And yeah, generally just awesome. I'm going to see if I have any scrolls of stupidity left. I have one, so I will throw it on this fight. But from now on, stupidity scrolls kind of get replaced with Aileron just flat out casting
い
it.
つもの。
And it is sort of like a routing decision of how many stupidity scrolls you want to buy, because you really only need like 4 in theory for the run, but having more just makes these fights a little bit safer.
Plus, like Aileron, he starts out pretty low dex. Like just now, you got his turn, right? So you have to kind of skip through a bunch of characters and possibly enemies' turns before he can cast stupidity.
Right, exactly. And then here we'll get another ogre fight. This one's a lot bigger. So this one's 8 enemies. So I'm actually going to use some strength potions here to buff up Keelan's damage a little bit, even more than normal.
Yeah, one other thing that
EST 4時間ですね。
I think we kind of alluded to earlier, but I don't know if we directly talked about was you see on the left there, you see all the enemies, and you see the 4 at the top that are the main ones that those are the ones on the field currently.
RPG 専門
But
ってい
as
う
soon
のがあ
as
っ
you
て、
once you start
EST っ
killing
ていうのはまあ時間
the
長いの
the
が
top 4 there,
多
you'll
く
see
なり
those
がちな
bottom
イ
4
ベント
there.
ですね。
Those will start filling in the spots, so there only could be 4 enemies on the field at a time.
なのでま
So
あ
he did
これ
cast
以
the
外
stupidity
にま
spell,
あ
and
6
once
時
he
間あっ
actually
たり
hits
とか
all
7
of
時
these
間あったり
ogres,
とか
they're
しますよ
actually
ね。
they'll all be disabled, but the fight won't end because there's still 4 reserve ogres that he has to get rid of. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna stop all the ogres by casting stupidity spell on them, and then he's just gonna kind of kill them off here. So the reinforcements come in,
おや、
and
王
then
が
he
普
has
通に
to
倒し
then
始めた。
cast the stupidity spell on the reinforcements, and then he'll finally win the fight.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I'm moving
この
Brenna to the back
この
line. The
姉さん
reinforcements
攻
come
撃
in
力
from the
高い
back
な。
of this fight, and I'm moving her to the back line so that way I actually want Brenna to take an intentional death here. She's not useful to us anymore in the speedrun, so it's faster to just not have her because it skips dialogues that she has. I'm actually going to toss a potion on Keelan. Shouldn't be necessary, but useful to have. And yeah, so there's dialogue if she's in the party. There's more turns to skip. There's more to pay attention to. So
何を
I'm
して
just
る
going
ん
to
だ
set her up in a position where she can kind of be intentionally killed off by these ogre bosses that will spawn. The regular ogres usually flee, but they don't look like they're doing that this time for whatever reason. Easier to kill at the griffins? It's possible.
敵は増
The
援が
one
来
nice
た。
thing about doing it here is that she takes a couple of these hits for you too. I've run into cases where, like, when Auron, maybe I need to kill this last one. Maybe that's why. I'm so used to the reinforcements fleeing that I should have been killing that one sooner. It's not really a big deal. But yeah, what I was saying is that sometimes the ogre bosses will get a bunch of turns in a row and all hit Auron, and then Auron just gets owned. So having her up here on the front line just helps a little bit with protecting Auron also.
これはもしかして間引き
But yeah, there goes Brenna. Brenna is
Good
awesome.
Brenna.
I really like Brenna. When I played this casually for the first time, she was
多分わ
probably
ざ
also
と
one of my
や
only
りましたよね、こ
casualties
れ。
in the game. She's very squishy, unfortunately, so it's really easy for her to die. And as I mentioned earlier, death in this game is permanent. So unfortunately, that is the end of her.
逃げましたね。
So I'm going to take a couple more
間引いたな、これ。
stat points. So I'm getting Aileron up to 27 intelligence. From now on, his points will go into dexterity. I brought Abracon up to 25 strength, which allows him to natively use the Chaos Sword. I'm not going to be using that yet. I'm not going to be... Once Keelan's strength can get up to 20, so she can use Warfang, I will be swapping Warfang onto her and then using the Chaos Sword on Abracon. But this is the threshold for where I get his strength up to be able to do that. So from now on, I'll be putting points into dexterity for him. And
What is
Keelan...
the
My favorite idol.
27
みんなの
intelligence
アイドルが死んじゃったんだ。
for?
So the stat
みん
cap
なの
in
アイ
this
ドルだっ
game
たんだ、あ
for
の人。
most stats is 30.
Right.
There's a couple exceptions to that. Endurance can go higher and stamina can go higher, I think. But when you... Later on in the game, there's a certain event that happens, and during that, Aileron gets a free boost to certain stats and skills. He'll go up to Wizard 10, he'll get +3 intelligence, he'll learn some spells at high rank, and you'll get a bunch of free experience points. So 27 is the threshold for where you will be at 30 at the end of the game.
Okay.
So this
It's
walk
separate.
here...
まあ、
Right now,
海外では
it's
普通
to
に
set it up for way later.
発売して
Yeah,
たみ
having
た
as
い
much
ですし、
intelligence as you
やっぱ
can
り、
makes
まあ、
your
向こうで
stupidity
は
cast
知ら
more
れてるの
reliable.
かもし
So
れない。
having high
Right.
intelligence is really useful. I don't go to 30 because the XP routing doesn't really allow it. Sneaking by this wolf is sometimes really annoying. That wolf tends to just, like, see you sometimes. But he didn't this time. We're good.
もしかしたらあれなのかな、海外とかだったら、まあ、64
If
の
you
時
hold
の
the
64
Z
ゲーの
button in
静
this
止が
game,
こ
you
のゲームだっ
sneak,
たって感じ
which
な
is
のか
that
な。
really slow movement. You have not seen it, but
で
it
も、
allows you to
64ゲーの青春だ
avoid
ったら、
enemies,
奏者には
a
ない
lot of
か。
enemies in this game, which is very key for the speedrun.
Mm-hmm.
More ogres.
More ogres, yep. I don't think we'll really see more after this.
確かに、
one,
64って
though.
RPG あんまないで
Ogres
す
in
ね。
this game are really cool.
そも
Like,
そも、あれか、
not cool, but
あん
like
ま
they're
りそういう
pretty
セーブで
easy
き
to
る。
kill. They don't have really any defense to speak of.
And good XP.
and they're good XP.
拡
So
張パックない
casually
と
they
セーブで
are
きないって言われてましたし、
definitely a source of
セ
you
ー
fight
ブ
them.
云々がちょっ
You take
とあれな
those.
のかね。あんま
You
り
do need to kill
RPG
one
向
of
き
them
じゃない
off
かな。
for the reinforcement to spawn.
Yeah, especially if you once you know or if you figure out that the stupidity spell works really well on them and disables them, it makes these fights way faster too. So you're not like, wasting a bunch of time attacking and then they're wasting time attacking you. You just basically run up, you disable them, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. The camera in this game is weird, and in this fight in particular, you can see that like when I was close to that first group of ogres, the camera just kind of like when it would switch to
今多
Aileron's turn,
分
would just
ボ
kind
ー
of
ト
like
に
flick
乗っ
around
て島に
randomly,
行くところ
and moving in an
じゃない
intelligent
かな。
way is difficult. Sometimes you kind of just end up having to do a little twirly do and get moving back
一
in
応
the
ロ
direction
ッ
you
キン
want
グ
to
チェア
go.
に身を
Same
包ん
thing
だ
with
弱
like
々
weaving
しい老
buildings
人
and
が出
stuff
てき
like
たところ
that.
まで見ました。
But yeah, so the ogre's done. We're gonna sneak by a couple more enemies up here and lockpick our way into the lighthouse. There are more ogres in this area. There's an ogre at the top, and there was another ogre that I ran past at the bottom.
まあ、そうですね。
And
最初の方
I
で
used to fight
錬金術師のなん
the
か
third group at the
人を死に
bottom
まし
for
たしね。
experience points for a little while, but eventually I decided not to do that because I didn't need to. And you can just run around them. The first two ogres are like really difficult to sneak
っ
around.
ていうか、そっか。
So there's a route
あ
idea
の、
that I've
セー
had
ブ
for a
できないの
while.
に頻繁にクラッシュしちゃうのか、このゲーム。
My current goal from a mechanic standpoint is to get Keelan up to intelligence 20, so that way she can equip a certain item before a specific fight. I'll talk about that in a few minutes when I get there, but Aileron is clearly above 20 intelligence and he can already equip the item. So I've had an idea of like skipping Keelan using that item and just doing it with Aileron. In testing, it hasn't worked well. But if you did that, you could conceivably sneak by those two ogres that I fought and save some time. Not much time. They're pretty slow to sneak past, so it's really like a negligible time save.
Light the fire.
Yeah, so we use the scroll. Lighthouse is lit. Hooray. Short little scene of us casting the scroll. And just save and reload here. There's an enemy at the base of this lighthouse that sometimes will... It can be hard to tell when he sees you because you can't see him. A running theme throughout this game is getting attacked by enemies that you can't see.
なんでロードした
Or
んだ
through walls.
まあ、東大っぽいですね、見た目的には。
That's the best.
これもしかして戦闘回避してる
I like how he just runs into you, just sneaking
まさ
by.
か、まさかあれもしかして見つかってないのか
Yeah.
あれ見つかってないんだな。
So anyway, we're going to run back to the port and hop on a boat.
嘘だろ
So
思いっきりぶつかっ
during
てたじ
this
ゃないか。
walk back, you got a minute or two if you've got any donations or anything like that.
Of course I do. We do have a donation from Alone Butak for $50 that says, "Thanks for putting on a great event for just as great a cause. May the RNG forever be in the runner's favor."
おこれは
And just so you guys know, any donations that do come in right
ますね。
now
ファイナルソードじゃな
go
いです。
towards getting the
このゲームは
Steam
ファイナルソードではあ
key
りませ
for
ん。
Dungeons and Darkness or a Fallout Boy 6-inch Stubbins plush. They're really neat prizes.
ファイナルどころかファーストです。
donate prizes to the channel. Really do
フ
appreciate
ァー
it.
ストメージです。ファーストメージ。
Yes, thank you to everybody who's donating and donating prizes and supporting the event. It's an awesome event. I'm happy to be part of it. Happy to be supporting Nami, of course. And hopefully we'll continue to do so in the RPG Limit Break events going forward.
In person.
In person, hopefully. But in the meantime, I'm happy that this event is happening to continue the support for Nami, even during years where it's difficult to hold the in-person events.
Yeah, for sure.
So gonna run back over here. I'm gonna save again and do a little bit of sneaking. This is the chaos enemy that I ran by earlier, and like the way their movement starts is a little bit weird based on which direction you're coming from, because it's kind of based
ま
on
さか、
proximity
フ
and
ァー
camera
スト
and
メ
that
ー
sort
ジは
of
ファイナルソードの
junk.
前日さんだっ
And
た。
so if I try to just run past here without doing any sneaking, from this direction you're more likely to just get an encounter than you are from the other way. So I do a little bit of sneaking just to be safe.
It's the one thing I wish about this game is you could actually control the camera separate from your movement, and you can move at the same time. Because when you move the camera like that, you have to actually hold the R button to move the camera, and you don't
あ
you
主
don't
人公
physically
自体は
walk
別に明
anymore.
治じゃな
But
い。
it,
魔
it'd
法
be so
使いではない
helpful
です
for
ね。
especially like the speedrun, right? You could see where the enemy is when they're turned away from you, and you could
こ
just
れ
run
は
past them.
ただのなんか
Mhm.
なんですかね、毒を
So
受
I'm
け
gonna
た
equip
謎の
a couple missile
名
weapons
前の
here.
ない
It'll be used for one specific fight.
名前
And then I'm
名
gonna
前
run
の
down
な
to
い
the
な
dock.
なんか真の
When
名
I get
前
down
の
to
な
the
い
dock,
人で
there's
す
going
ね
to be a scene with Ferris the Jester. And he's going to come up and say some weird things
あ
and act
と
like he knows us
ビッ
and
トで名前決ま
show
っ
that he
たんです
does
けど
know
誰もなんか
some
発音
stuff
がで
about
きない
us.
謎の名前ですね。 お、道化
About like
師
us
と
being
出会った
unnamed
っ
and
て
things
書い
like
てある
that.
から、あ、ようやくこれボートで
But
借りれ
Kind
る
of
と
just
ころ
is
ですね
weird, says a bunch of weird stuff, and then walks away.
He talks
So-
talks in riddles,
やっ
as
と、やっ
A-jesters want
と
to do.
島に行けそうですよ。
And then we talk to this guy and hire the boat. I'm going to save. Nothing really can go wrong here, but you know, always save.
Always safe. The front of this boat, when you leave the dock, it's like it's got this weird like thing on the front. It doesn't look right.
すごいなんか特徴的なマストしてますね。
So I like to sail the boat.
And these two are funny. So when you take off, they're like, "Oh, did we tell him about the storm that was coming? Oh no, I forgot. Well, you know, I guess somebody
sorry.
should take care of his shop while he's gone. Yeah, I'll go start making sure it's all right. You know, like they're planning to take over the captain's house because
Yeah.
we're not going to make it back.
Yeah, I like this part of it actually. Well, right after this fight.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
Oh,
we start off on the boat and we get attacked by
襲ってきましたね、敵が。
griffins, and the griffin AI isn't good. If you're not up close to them, like touching them, they don't do anything. So I'm just gonna stand here
グリフォンか。
and attack them with missile weapons and not do anything else for this fight.
Well, that's the secret, huh?
I have experimented a little bit with not doing this because they die pretty easily if you attack them. It's a little bit riskier though if you don't do any buffing to set up, and if you do the buffing to set up, it doesn't end up saving time compared to just doing this. So,
Right.
this is the easier way of doing it. Abracon would be doing a lot more damage if he got the Cyclops Hurl Star. Yeah, that's probably like really the strat is if you don't get the Hurl Star, just like attack them, and if you do get it, then just do the missile strat. But it's fine either way. It's, you know, kind of just all in the RNG of the damage rolls. And then after this fight, there's going to be a storm that we're going to be sailing into that comes up seemingly out of nowhere as if it's magic. And Aileron says, "Don't worry, I have a magic stick." And
これはまあどんな
I've
ゲーム
attached
かと言
it
われ
to
る
the
と、
helm.
なんだろうね。
And for some reason, the camera shows
なんだ
the
ろう
bow
ね。
of the ship,
わからない
which
ね
is。not the helm, but the captain's like, "Oh, there's nothing there," and then you find out that you actually attached
うん
the
とりあえず
stick
1
to
時
the
間
mast
4今やってるこの1時間
and not
46
the
分の
helm
中
of
の
the
1時
ship or
間
bow of the
30
ship
分
or
ぐらいは
wherever
歩いて
it's
ますね。
actually supposed to go. Oops. And the storm rages on, damages the ship, and you wash up here on this not at all ominous-looking island. So now we're here on Chaos Isle.
このゲーム続編とかあるのかと思ったら、このザ・ファーストイメージで終わっちゃったんですか。悲しいな。
Some repairs take place. So,
Also known as Level Up Island, casually.
mhm.
So there's a lot of chaos monsters in this island, and they give you a lot of XP if you figure out how to kill them efficiently. So if you clear out this whole island, it definitely boosts your stats quite a bit, which is really nice casually.
これは、
Really good loot, too.
多
There's really
分
good equipment
ク
you
ラ
get here. Some of the
クラ
chaos
ダウト
equipment,
じゃな
especially
く
the
って、
shields.
その前
are
に、
really useful.
Yep.
遭難してカ
I
オス島
don't
っ
want
て
any
いう
of them in the
島
speedrun.
に、
Actually, I should have
つ
cast
いちゃっ
light with
て、
Wakame.
船が壊れちゃったから修
As
理
long
を
as
してる
this
ところ
hits
ですね。
one, we'll be all right. Yeah, it's nice.
They're all vulnerable
さっ
to
きの
the
多分
stupid
襲
spell.
撃と嵐のせいで遭難しちゃったんですね、多分。
Yes, I know it's Keelan's turn. She gets a ton of actions because of that 30 dex. All right, so I'm going to equip light here on Abracon. Basically, the idea is here I'm making a day, so instead of a 25%
で、また
penalty to
い
the
つもの
stupidity
よう
cast, I'm
に
getting a bonus.
デ
And
バフで
these guys do
麻痺
resist
させ
a
てる
fair
のかし
amount
ら。
at nighttime. So it does help reliability a little bit. And I want to be careful here. So I need to take 20 intelligence.
あ、麻
Exactly
痺させ
20.
まし
Don't
た
go over
ね。
this time. There's that chaos shield. I'm going to leave it.
Oh no! Oh no! It's so good.
It is really good, but I don't care about it.
There's no penalty.
It clogs up my inventory.
Yeah, your inventory definitely becomes clogged with all the items and drops you get in this game.
So after defeating that enemy, another enemy with a sorcerer or spellweaver or one of the magic users spawns immediately in like the same place or near the same
もう
place.
カ
So
オ
if
ス
you're
島
not
って
sneaking
名前が
immediately
もうやばいですね。
exiting that fight, then you'll get an encounter. And I've actually had it happen where if I don't know if it's like if you're on the same like
いや
map
ー、
position that the
本
enemy
当あれ
spawns
ですね、
on or
皆
what,
さ
but
ん
I've had
お
a
付き合い
case
いた
where
だい
like you
て、
get out of that fight and the game just
よう
immediately
やくこれ
crashes.
で半分ぐらいです
I'm
から
assuming
ね。
it's because it tries to spawn an enemy on top of you.
半分もお付き合いありがとうございますね。
I noticed like when I was playing through this area that like some of the enemies when they take turns, I think it was like this. Was it the
ああ、もう
weavers,
なんか
spell
カオス
weavers?
感漂っ
That
てるじゃないですか。
whenever they would take a turn, the game would like lag really hard for some reason. It's just really weird in this area.
Yeah, for sure. So anyway, we're exploring this island while they're repairing the boat, and the only required trigger
もうすごい
for
もう、
getting off this
もうだっ
island
て、
is
ここ
there's
が
a
カオス
temple
島
at
で
the
す
top
って
of
言わ
this
れたら
place,
絶対納
the
得するわ。
Chaos Temple. And you have to enter in the temple and leave, and that's it. But there's a ton of stuff on this island to explore. There's a ton of stuff in the temple to explore. There are a lot of enemies, as Ash mentioned, and we don't do any of it. The route used to kill a lot more enemies here for experience points, and I've cut out everything except
で
that
も
first
船
fight, which
修
is
理するったっ
the easy
て
one to handle
どう
with
するのだ
stupidity because
こんななんかラストダウンみたいなところに来てるけど
the fights
別
here
に
really
ラストダンジョンでも何で
they're
もな
not
く
needed,
て
and a lot of them are just really slow. And there's one up here that
特
I'm
に
walking 関
関係のない道中の不時着した島ですからね。
It might actually be faster to fight, but I will just reload
あ
because I
あ、
saved.
モンスターと避けようとしたけど失敗
Because
し
it's
た
in
ん
the
です
way,
ね。
and it's pretty slow to sneak past.
You have to do it twice too, right?
Yeah, you have to do it twice. On the way back, I actually also usually have to save and reload because
ここの戦
for some
闘を
reason
避
the
けたい
tapping
と。
on the guy will cause him to just run down the stairs and follow you. Like you can see now, kind of out of the side, it looks like he's trying to walk down the stairs and fails. But once we go in and out of the temple, he will succeed for whatever reason. And that fight takes like 2 minutes to clear. It's a little RNG dependent, and things do a bit of damage.
やばい。
It's kind of just a
もう
pain.
見た目が
So
やばい。
it's much easier to sneak by it, and as slow as this is, it's
あれ、
actually
もう用
believe
事
it
終わ
or
った
not,
の
still faster than fighting it. You can see here that this guy's gonna just kind of follow me down the stairs. I can't tell if he's actually following, but we will just clear
あ
his
れ、用
position.
事終わり
Yeah, thankfully saving and loading is
そうね
pretty quick in this.
Yeah. Can run from it on the way out and it'll put you at the bottom of the stairs. That's good to know. That's actually probably a pretty good time save.
あれなのかな、
Oh, yeah.
この、あれの中に入るのが
And I'm
修
gonna
理の
save
フラグだ
again
ったりする
here
のかね。
because this is another thing that can crash the game. So I'm going to jump off this bridge. And if we jump off too fast, we'll fall through the world and crash. But if we're sneaking, it's usually fine. Yeah. That's
I
fine.
just jumped off of it. It was fine.
Yeah, sometimes it is. And
これはシ
sometimes
ョー
it's
トカ
not.
ットっぽいな。
And we're going to take this teleporter to get up here to a treasure chest, which has a wall of
ま
bones.
あ、あれです
on.
ね。そうです
So
ね。
wall
盛
of
り上がって
bones
るの
is
は、多分、
a paralysis spell.
開
So
始から
similar to
今
what
ま
we've
で
been
ず
doing
っ
with
と
stupidity,
同
but
じぐらいの
it's
盛り上
not
がり
like
じゃないで
stat
すか。
dependent. It doesn't work on every enemy either.
こんなと
But
こ
it
ろ
can
に
work on
宝
some
箱
pretty
があっ
strong
た。
ones that are slow to kill. So I'm
これは
going
厳
to
選をしたのかな。
get this wall of bones wand, get into a fight intentionally, and flee back up here so I don't have to sneak off that little island. You can get there from where I came up the stairs to get up this direction. There's a little beach off to the side that you can kind of sneak past some enemies and get the wall of bones wand that way. But it's faster to jump off that bridge by quite a bit.
Yeah, so that Wall of Bones wand is going to be very key to the run later on.
Yeah, there will be, I guess, two main enemies that I use it against. Wall of Bones gets used more, but we'll also be getting the spell later.
自分でもなんか、よく
So,
この、よくわからない
now,
ゲームで2時
now we've
間
done
も
everything we need to do on
喋り
this
続
island,
けてた
so
な
I'm
っ
just
て
going to
思う
run
んです
back
け
to
ど。
the ship. I'm going to be saving a couple times through here. There are some enemies off to the side, like barely off camera, that sometimes will just aggro you, that I don't want to deal with. So, hug the wall. Once I get to the end of this little wall section, I'm going to save and reload to clear any aggro that I might have picked up.
あ、
Like right around
僕は
here,
ね、一応
and
途
then sneak
中
our way back
で
to、the boat.
視界変わるので、
And that'll be it for Chaos
ちょっ
Island.
とだけ
Chaos
次
Island used to
の
be
機械の人が、
a
まあ、
much
ちょっと
longer
ね、
time-wise segment of the run because you know it's pretty easy to kill. I don't know, like five or six fights here, and it's really good experience
負担する
points.
ことになるけど。 いや
And、sneaking
こ
by
れ
them
は
is
逃
really
げじゃな
slow,
い、まあ、
but
勝利への
fighting them is also
迷
just
信だから。
unfortunately really slow. So sneak back to the boat and find out that the what's his name? Aman, the captain, has already got the boat all repaired. It's good to go, and we can set sail for Namer's Isle, which is where the master namer Krada is, who's supposed to be able to give us our true name. And this time we will correctly mount the stick to the right part of the boat and successfully make it to the isle. And we see the skull fade
あ
away
やっ
as we
ぱ
sail
入るだ
away.
けで治るらしいですね。
It's funny. So when you get to this isle, the captain makes a comment of like, "Oh, this island doesn't look too bad," as it shows you the skull. And then as you leave, the captain's like, "This place is creepy. Let's get out of here."
I like that sail. I really do. It reminds me of Dark Souls.
Oh yeah, I can see that. Sure.
まさか、
So
このゲーム
we
日
wash
本
up
で一番
here
なんか解説してる人になってる。
on
そんなバカな。
Namer's Isle.
ついにこれで、あれみたいです
And
よ。
one thing that's a little bit unfortunate with the way I've got time of day set up, and
クラダ
sometimes
ウ島
I've
に
kind of gone back
着
and
いた
forth
み
on
たい
it.
です
Sometimes I
よ。
take an inn before
た
going
だ、
to Chaos
この
Isle.
クラダウ島は、
And I should
無事に
probably
到着
consider
したん
doing
ですけ
that
ど、
again.
モンスターのグループはもう
This
す
is
で
going to be
に、
the first use of
到
the
着
camp
していて、
mechanic. I want it to be
もう
daytime
攻め込
before
ま
I
れ
go
てい
into
る。
this fight, so I'm going to save and then try to camp.
そうな
Camping lets you restore some HP anywhere in the world, but there's a chance that you get an encounter that you can't flee from when you try to camp. So, thankfully I didn't get one, but it does advance the time of day. And there's one more
カ
place
オ
in
ス
the
島
run
が
where I
何だ
will
っ
do
たの
some
かっていう
camping.
のは書いてないですね。
Marshmallows++.
Marshmallows plus plus, yep. Past the marshmallows. So we get up to where the master namer is supposed to be, and we find these wonderful chaos enemies. have already beaten us to the punch. Why want it daytime? I have more reliability with landing effects on these guys in the daytime. I don't know if it's placebo or well, the stupidity casts are
もうなんか
definitely
ボ
not
スっぽい
placebo,
ね。
but Wall of Bones anecdotally seems to hit
この
more
なんか
during the
手にド
day
リルが
also,
ついて
for
るカ
whatever
ニみたい
reason.
なやつ。
It shouldn't matter, but
This seems kind of opposite for that type of spell.
なんだこいつ
something along with light it just takes time.
なんだこ
Caping.
の右
But
手
we
にドリル
landed
がつい
Wall
て
of
左手
Bones
に物
on
持ってるカニ
Marauder,
は
which is really the big key here. Also, it takes an action, right? So I use a strength potion to buff up Abracon, and I'll use one on Keelan also, which will help clear out the sorcerer a little bit quicker. Fortunately, stupidity didn't hit the warrior in the back, so I'm actually going to hang back a little bit until I can get that guy dealt with.
Yeah, with that lower HP on Abracon.
Yeah, if Abracon dies here, it's not like run ending. I've gone through the end of the game with just Aileron
さ
and
て
Keelan before.
やることはでも向こ
But
う
he's
も
useful to
バ
have
フをか
around,
けてい
mostly
ます
for
ね。
casting light. His damage output does help in certain fights, and he does act as like a damage
基本
buffer
的に
for
ボ
some
ス
fights
は
too.
ボスはバフかけてく
His
るんだな
usefulness very much starts to fade after this point in the run, though. So, the warrior got his turn, so we're gonna go up and
あ
start
れじゃない
attacking
で
the
すか。まあ
sorcerer.
確か
You
に雑
can
魚
use the
的は
wall of
デ
bones
バ
on
フ
the
で
sorcerer.
圧
It's not
倒でき
super
るけど、
reliable,
ボス戦になると急にバフ
so
を
I
か
don't
けて
usually do
デ
it.
バフで倒させないっ
But
て
it
い
is a
う
thing
ム
that
ー
you
ブし
can
てくる
do,
みたいな。
and it is much faster if it hits. Can I get around behind this guy? That's the question. I can. That's
って
good.
ことは、あれですね。こいつ
So
ら
we're just
普
going to
通
beat
に
down
こ
the
のゲーム
sorcerer.
の
The
システムを
sorcerer
理解し
casts
ているって
Web
こ
of
とですね。
Starlight, which is another paralysis ability. And I mentioned this before, but in one of my practice runs, I did actually lose a run. Well, not lose a
いや、
run,
ちょ
but
っ
like
と待って、お
wipe
っ
and
ちゃん
have to
死んじゃうん
reload
じゃないか、これ。
because Abracon died, and
カオ
then
ス
both
ソーサラー、
Keelan
カオス
and
ストーマ
Aileron
ー、
got
そ
hit
して
with
カオスウォリアー。
Web of Starlight. So it's kind of
So we got-
unfortunate if that happens.
I got a question for you.
Mhm.
So, when I was playing through this area casually and fighting these sorcerer guys, I found that I had an axe or a hafted weapon, right? On
そうだよ、おっちゃん
Aileron,
がや
and
ら
it
れ
was
ちゃっ
doing
た
more
ら、
damage
貴
to
重
these
な
sorcerers than
貴重なアタッカー
swords.
が死んでい
Is
なく
there
なって
a
しまう。
reason for that?
I think that there's some defense penetration with some hafted weapons. I don't honestly remember the details. So I can't give you a definitive answer. I'm sure that there are people in chat who could. Really Killer or Lastoid of Really Killer in particular, I know really likes hafted weapons and has always suggested that.
お、
I
ソ
don't
ー
use
サラー
them
倒しましたね
because。you would need to train Abracon and the
ま
ability
あ、
to
ヒロ
use
イン枠っぽかった
hafted weapons.
女の人はもうさっき
Oh,
間
he
引かれ
has
ました
like
しね。
oh no, Abracon, right? I was using on Aileron, so he already had like
Yeah.
a 3.
Yeah,
But-
basically what it comes down to is just like, for the run, it doesn't really seem, in my opinion, to be worth the time and XP invested to train up hafted on people who would use it.
Right. Makes sense.
Much less obtain a good hafted weapon. But yeah, hafted weapons casually are really good. They do a lot of damage. But unfortunately, we don't use them here. So yeah, hitting Wall of Bones on that Mauler is really really important. So if that misses a couple times, then I would have actually had to reload the game and try it again till it hit, because he does too much damage and has a lot of health, and you really can't effectively fight him. I mean, you probably could do it, but you would need to do a little bit more setup. I'm going to unequip a couple things, mostly as a safety measure. So wands in this game are buggy, unsurprisingly. So wands in this game tend to have a mechanic where if you have them equipped when you camp,
これ
they
で、
will refresh their charges.
あれかな、魔物に襲われて、
Sometimes,
魔法
if
使い
they're
の
at full
人は
charges already in particular, they will bug out and
死
become
にかけ
unusable.
てる
They
の
will
で
lose all their charges.
タレを置くっていうとこ
And
ろ
the
に、
Wall of Bones wand also has like an
運
additional
ぶところ
sort of
です
funniness
か
to
ね。
randomly getting charges back
で
and
も
stuff.
なん
So
かあれです
I'm
ね。
unequipping my wands when I'm
砂
not using them,
砂漠に向
just
かう。
to
あ、なんか砂
prevent
漠っぽいのが出てきた。
any sort of shenanigans from happening.
Marathon safety.
Yeah. And it's safety that I usually do to a little bit of extent, even in real runs.
これが砂漠
Some of
か
it, anyway. If the light wand breaks and becomes unusable, it's not run ending, but it can make a couple fights less reliable.
So we missed a good bit of story there on Neighbor's Island, right?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So
いや、
when we
ま
were
だ砂
fighting
漠じゃない
that
な。
fight there, what was his name? Caradog?
タレオックってとこに今、
He was
勝
Cradog.
ってるのかな。
Cradog, or how do you even pronounce names in games that don't have voice acting, right? But we were going there to see him, right? And he was being attacked by those chaos monsters. So when we got there, unfortunately, and killed the monsters, it was too late. So he was kind of dying, and he basically told Aileron that where he should go back to Tailwalk to talk to Ardra again, but it was too late for him to actually give Aileron a name. So anyway, we're going back. Are we carrying his body as well?
Yep. So he
Yep,
asks
but
us to
基本的に
bring
は
his
この
body back for burial
この
and to
お
give him
散
a
歩です
ceremony.
ね。
I'm not going to do that. We're just going to walk around with his body the entire run. It'll be in our inventory the whole game.
Oh boy.
One more thing to menu pass.
Yeah.
But it's not required for anything. And instead, we are going to jump ahead and go to the next town, which is Terminor, which is
Okay,
going
so
to
you
be...
don't actually have to visit Ardra at all. You just
Right.
go right past the town. Yep. Speedrun
Um,
strats.
There will probably be a Chaos Scout fight that will aggro me here. Probably won't see it, but I'll probably get into a fight
タ
right
ー
about
ミ
now.
ナルに入ったらすぐに井戸に直
Yeah,
行し
there it
ま
is.
す。
Uh,
ここでゲーム内の唯一の馬を見て話してください。
just
馬
one more annoyance.
馬
I don't know. Sometimes, like in the past, I used to just like get by this guy with no problem, and I don't know. I must have like changed my movement path or something, and now he usually aggroes me. It's not really a big deal. And I'm going to do a little bit of funny movement here. It's the same movement that I used on the way in, but I'm going to kind of come up this hill, go back down the hill, go wide off the path near the farmlands. And I'm doing this for a couple reasons. One of them is to skip some enemies that are on that path, and the other is that there's a short scene with
結
Keelan.
構僕も音量絞ってるんですけど、確かに断末魔だけははっ
And
きりと
this
聞こえ
lets
るん
us
です
just
よ
kind of
ね。
walk around that trigger. Yeah, so in the meantime, we're just going to be on this big walk to the next
And
town
it's
of
raining.
Terminor.
It's raining.
It's raining. It's raining again, yep. And yeah, if you have any plugs or donations or anything like that, you want to hype up any incentives or
う
anything,
ん
now's
ま
a
だ
good
馬じゃ
time.
ない
Got a
み
couple
たいです
minutes
ね。
if Alfina is around.
I will
とに
always
かく
have
そこにつかないとい
things
けない
to
のか。
say. So we currently don't have any donations in, but it's a great time to work on getting those in. I'd like to remind you guys that all of your donations do go to support NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness. A good reminder is that 1 in 5 Americans will live with a mental health condition, and if you are 50% of adults living with these conditions will
死
receive
んでくれ
treatment
るお
each
じいさ
year.
んだったんだ、その死んだ
Many
人っ
factors
て。
contribute to this, including
じ
stigma,
いさ
lack
ん
of
の死
access,
体
lack of
に
knowledge and
死体
resources.
を
NAMI works to end that.
おじいさんのお葬式をするはずなんですけど、必要ではないので、ずっとおじいさんを持ち歩いていく。
I'm saving a couple points during this walk. You know, I mentioned this before, but
マジ
if
で
you,
おじい
if
さ
you
んず
try
っ
to
と
flee
運んでい
from
くの
enemies, you typically get set back pretty far, and it's much faster to just reload. And this area has a couple enemies that they shouldn't be problems, and they never really are problems. But every now and then, like my movement will be slightly different, and something from off screen will will aggro me, bats or wolves or whatever. There is a Cyclops up here that I will have to sneak past, but that's that one's expected. But I do save in case at a couple points during these long walks, just in case something unexpected happens. Because it will be.
しかもあれなのか、おじいさん大切なもの扱いなんだ。
Walk back from a bad flea makes up for like 10 saves. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
It's
like
really a lot.
Even when I've played this casually, that like I'll be like, oh, I just walked for like a minute plus. It's like I better save, otherwise, if I run into an enemy that like I want to run from, I'm gonna be set back all the way. So it's just like, you just kind of like have this timer in your head. You're like, all right, I've walked far enough.
あれですからね、大切なものに入ったまま、このまま持っていくってことは、このおじいさんの死体捨てようと思っても捨てられないですからね。
And those are the places usually where I'll save.
それを捨てるなんてとんでもない。
So yeah, that Cyclops guy can be a little bit annoying to get past. Because if he touches you, that one will actually start the encounter. So you can wait for him to just go back, run past you again, and it's probably safer than trying to cut across his pathing like I did. But yeah, so I'm going to save a couple times here. There's a fight in this area. I don't remember what the enemies are. Bandits or something?
大丈夫かな
And then there's another fight up here with a bunch of
おじい
trolls.
さんになんかちょ
And
っ
the
と
trolls
恨
are
まれ
pretty
たりとか
noteworthy
しないか
enemy
な
because the trolls do a lot of damage and they have a lot of health, but they are quite vulnerable to stupidity. And this is where I'll save, is kind of within this troll's aggro range. They're quite vulnerable to stupidity, and they give a lot of experience points. This used to be like a really big place to catch up on experience. That fight usually gave you around 13,000 experience. But it's pretty slow because of their amount of hit points.
ということは、装備しないで、その噂の唯一の馬というやつに会いに行くということかな。
The thresholds you need to, with a little bit to spare, very tightly. So, in this route, I have about... It depends on... There's one fight. So there's a few fights in this game that have variability to how many enemies can spawn in the fight. And there's one fight coming up here that I need to get at least 3 enemies. Oops. What? Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. In the meantime, I'm going to do another gold exploit. So, these boots of speed, for some reason, have a fixed sell value, which is more than we buy them for. So, I can just buy a bunch of boots of speed and sell them.
大量になんかブーツ買ってますね。
Actually, I'm going to do a few more.
ちょっと待って。
And I'll be using them. I actually want to use them.
金がすげえことになってますけど。
Yeah, yeah.
お金すげえことになりました、今。
And so, yeah, so gold exploit. I'm going to be buying a couple other items here, a couple bows of
今
accuracy,
急に
tinker's
金が
gloves, which
なんか
are
6
items
桁
that
になっ
give
た
you
の
some
違う。
dexterity, which, as I mentioned before, is a really important stat. Going back to the experience topic before I forget about it, I do want to talk about the story here too. But there are some fights in this game that are variable amounts of enemies that spawn, so XP is a little variable, but
これが、
all the fights that I
タ
take,
ーミナルの
except
最終
one,
レベルには家があって、そこには本
after
当
Q
の
joins,
新名の
are
な
fixed.
い魔法使いの孫ってい
Really,
う
there's only 2
孫が
fights
住ん
I
でいるっ
think
て、
that I
この孫っていうの
intentionally
は
take
こ
that
のお
aren't
じいさん
fixed,
か。
which is
孫なのに
the
おじいさ
zombie
んな
one
の
that's
か。
coming up and the ogres outside Aramon.
ああ、そうだね。孫が、数年前に狂気に陥って、町の人々が彼を殺そうとしたときに大嵐を呼んで、エルロン、孫は、エルロンの、初期のビジョンからの弱々しい老人で、もはや話すことができない。じゃあ、あのおじいちゃんが、嵐を起こした証拠に。
6 to 8 enemies, and it'd be like such a huge slog to get through.
So, buying 2 bows of accuracy. Only going to use 1 for now. but buying 2 of those and 2 sets of Tinker's Gloves.
So you said those
yeah.
give you dex bonus, right?
Yeah, 5 dex, I think, from the Bow of Accuracy. 4 or 5? I think it's 5. And
That's
1 from the Tinker's Glove.
It's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's awesome. And the bow's generally a good weapon for Auron. So Keelan, I'll equip it for like the last fight of the
そう、
game.
孫って名前のおじいさんですね。紛らわしいけど。
Because it's
So
also a
that's-
good weapon.
I guess one thing to note
お
is
じい
that
さんなの
like
か
those
孫なのかどっ
bonuses
ちな
are
のか。
actually on top of your
どっ
max,
ちかに
right?
しろよ。
Mhm.
So if you max out at all the characters max out at 30 dexterity, but if you equip equipment that gives you dex bonuses, it's on top of that. So that's the only way you can get above those max values.
Right. I'm also doing some... Oops, I did not want to equip that. I'll fix that. Botching this menu a little bit. Not a huge deal. Just equipping the Boots of Speed, the Ring of Healing that I bought for everybody, and the Rope, and the Bow of Accuracy on Auron. The menu's a little bit variable based on how much stuff you picked up, but it's kind of just a little sloppy on my part. Not a huge deal, though. We got everything equipped that we need, and we can fix anything else later if I miss something, which I do sometimes. So now that we've done that, so talk about the story a little bit at this point, is that we...
Neeson?
Yep. Well, before Neeson, we talked to the innkeeper, we mentioned Ardra's name, and he talks about zombies in the area. And it's because a name that's been alluded to a couple times, Shamsuk, the wizard Shamsuk, is a necromancer. And so the implication is that Shamsuk has been raising zombies around the area, and that's when he offers to sell us stuff at his shop, is to help clear them out. So we're going to actually go clear out a group of zombies that drop a wizard wand, which is a +1 wizard
これ
skill,
でなんか村
which will
を
give me +4 wizard total from
滅ぼ
items.
した
It's worth noting that
ネクロマン
class
サー
skills like
に
wizard and warrior are really expensive to raise
会
naturally.
い
They take a
に
ton of
行く
experience.
って
Like
感じか
Very
しら。
expensive.
rank 3 to 4 is like 37,500 or something like that. It's a ton.
Right. You don't see that even at the highest levels of your normal stats.
Right. So getting those bonuses from equipment is really valuable. So with that in mind, we go into the inn and we run into Neeson. So one of the characters from earlier on in the game, Retta, the mage, her kind of whole story is that she's trying to do research for a cure because her friend Neeson has been cursed by the wizard Shamsuk. And if you talk to Retta in Port Said, she talks about how, she's still looking for a cure, etc. I'm going to reload in case this guy saw me. And we get here, and Neeson had recently come from the town of Pame, something like that, which has been destroyed by Shamsuk and his undead. And but in the meantime, Neeson has discovered a way to enter Shamsuk's tower, which is still, as of yet, unfinished. And so he says we can only enter it with his help, and so he's required to join the party at this point in time. And so he joins us. He's an elemental mage. And then we take off heading for Shamsuk's tower, fighting these zombies along the way. So I'm going to save this zombie fight. Again, I need 3 or more. Oops. And I don't want a ton of them because it's pretty slow. Like this, 9 of them, I'm not fighting 9 of them. So
敵の
we're just
数
going to
多い
save zombies
な。
fight a little bit. Yeah.
You can get up to 12,
9
right?
体とか多い
I don't
な。
actually know what the max is. I don't know that I've seen more than 9 in this fight. 9 or
やり
10,
直し。
but there's another 9. Really, up to 6 is like fightable,
やり
but
直し。
oops, I don't need to save here.
何かを厳選していますね。
Let's see what we get. Oh, there's more. There's 11.
There you go.
12
That's
体
the
に増え
most
ま
I've
した
ever
け
seen in
ど。
this fight, I think.
11
I'm
体
assuming you
か。
can get 12.
11体に増えたが。
All right, fine. 7, we'll take it.
お、これは
Just
7
take the
体。
fight.
7体で
Yep.
行くみたいですね。
So, like many of the enemies I fought so far, things are vulnerable here to stupidity. Do need to be really careful. So,
これゾン
also
ビ
as I
か。
mentioned earlier, your stamina goes into your spell casting. So if I take too much damage, I'll actually be unable to cast spells potentially. Thankfully, I hit all these, so it's not a huge deal. And I do need to clear some out for reinforcements to come in. And during this fight, I want to actually have Neeson die.
確かに
So,
結構
despite the fact that he says he's the
体
only
力
one
が
who can get
高
us
い
in
よう
the
な
Shamsix
感じ。
Tower, and he knows a trick. It's
あれ
true.
か。なの
I
で、
guess, but him joining you is
あ
really
え
just the trigger
て
for that.
少ない敵をパタ
So
ー
I'm
ン
gonna
を
cast
選ん
Fireball.
で、
If I'm really lucky, Fireball will just... Nah,
戦
wasn't
闘時
quite
間を
enough.
減らすっ
Fireball
ていう
can
感じ
just
ですね。
one-shot Neeson, and then you don't have to worry about it. But
まあ確
it's
か
not a
に
big
ゾンビ
deal.
だったらまあ HP 高くても
I'm just gonna run over this way. This is usually where reinforcements come from, so they'll get to him pretty quickly.
本当にあれかな、1体倒すのにも時間かかっちゃうから、
Get this last
できるだ
get a
け
couple
少
zombies
な
out
い
of the
数
way
倒すと。
and hit stupidity on this last one if
あ
possible.
なんか仲間になった人がもう間引かれそうですね。
Aileron ever gets another turn. This is where you can really see like the difference in dexterity stats coming into play, right? Like Aileron's just now getting his second turn, despite the fact that, you know, I've killed a zombie and almost killed the second one, and like Neeson's cast fireballs and running away, and yeah,
That's one
really,
thing
really
about-
illustrates the point.
Elemental magic in this game, like it actually hits like an area of effect, so it can be pretty dangerous to your own party members.
Yeah, so you can actually move. I actually moved that circle that you get for your spellcasting window away from the party members, so it only hit Neeson and the zombies.
Yep.
I'm getting kind of bad spawns here. One of them spawned on the opposite side of the map
ニーセン
for
が死
whatever
んでしまっ
reason.
た。
Rip
But-
Neeson.
Hopefully, Aileron gets a turn here to hit these guys.
あれ、
Good, good.
あらすじ的にはこいつなんかどっか連れてかないといけないんじゃないのか。
To clear out. Gonna move characters away a little bit, so hopefully they don't get owned. I accidentally skipped Aileron's turn. One thing you can see is that if you don't do anything
大
for
事
a
なも
turn,
のが増えたね。いや
you
で
actually
も
do get a
どうかな、運ぶかな。
strength. You do get healed a little bit, which is kind of interesting. You get like 1 point of stamina back for not doing anything on a turn.
でも必要かもしれないからな。
Zombie fight over with. We got the wizard wand. Pretty slow zombies, but take what we can get. And I'm actually going to equip that wizard wand right now on Aileron. Before I
So
forget
what does
about
that wand give
で
you?
今死んだ人を呪った強力なネクロマンサー
Okay,
が
You got the +1 for the wand. You got +1 for the
うん
hat.
ぬんって
You
書い
got
てあるん
+2
だけ
for the
ど
ring.
呪った
So
人
+4. So
死ん
Aileron's
じゃっ
total
たけ
wizard
ど
skill now is 6.
いいのかな。
And Keelan's wizard skill is now 8. If she equips the
まあ
items
目
instead.
的としては
So
間違っちゃいないですけど。
obviously depends on who equips stuff at a given point in time. But which Dragon Quest is this? This is based on the 1980s tabletop RPG called Dragon Quest. So the one that held the trademark that caused all of the early
それ
DQ
ともなん
games
だ
to
ろ
be
う、こ
called
のイベン
Dragon
ト飛ばせ
Warrior.
るとか。
It's because of this game. This is the first. This is the OG Dragon Quest.
Vic, you fell into that one. You're thinking he wasn't going to run a Dragon Quest based game?
So this lizard man here that I'm sneaking past is can be a bit of a troll. Sometimes he'll just like see you, especially if he's facing you. I'm gonna kind of wait and see if he turns away. Yeah, there we go. And then I'm gonna run through this swamp. This swamp, somebody mentioned it in a donation earlier, but this swamp is really easy to get lost in. It's dark, it's rainy. I promise I kind of know where I'm going.
いやでもあれだな。
It's raining, you
この
There are
今
there
死んだ
are
人の
also
呪ったネクロマンサー倒しに行くみたいな風に書いてあるからな。倒しに行くのかな。
plague zombies that you can get encounters with, and there's a Gorgon fight that you can also sometimes get encounters with. Hopefully I will do my best to avoid them, but I will save at 2 or 3 spots through here just to make sure that I don't lose a ton of time. So I'm kind of following the path of following that ledge. I'm going to dip down here below this edge, and I'm just kind of generally going east.
In general, it's like really difficult to navigate this game. It's really easy to get lost in all the map areas.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of like go
in
the compass actually is extremely helpful. I don't know how many games do you ever use a compass.
That's a really good point.
Right? I mean, I found the compass is actually extremely helpful. You can pull up the menu map, and it's kind of like it's very general as far as like where you are and like what direction you need to go. It's like, well, I gotta go east-ish, so let's kind of head that way until we find a wall or something.
Yeah,
and,
there's a lot of following walls or looking at trees for landmarks or something like that.
Yeah.
Retracing your steps. And notice as we get close to this wall here, the music changes a little bit. And if we follow this wall around and ignore that skeleton that's over there, we will find a journal entry and a tower. And this is Shamsuk's tower.
Oh,
and there's going to be one fight that I take outside here. 2 stone golems.
これが噂のシャムスクの塔ってやつか。
Which, surprise, we use the stupidity spell to clear quickly, as we've been doing for quite a bit of the game. Although stupidity spell is nearing the end of its usefulness. There's still a couple more fights, but this is one of them. So we clear out the golems, and the one thing that I need to think about a little bit more with routing is time of day here. So I need to camp probably twice.
Marshmallows ++.
There's once. And the reason I'm doing this is that I want it to be, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, I want it to be a full moon, because that's going to give Keelan the biggest bonus to her abilities. And I took a bunch of ins intentionally earlier to advance it so it's really close.
So it's like time of the month, right, with the full moon?
Yeah, so solar is time of day, lunar is time of the month. And actually, I'll show this real quick. If you go into the camp menu, you can see on the dates, there's like moon icons on certain dates where it changes.
Yep.
So this is Shamsuk Tower. This place is completely incomprehensible. Good luck finding your way through here without a guide. But thankfully, I know where I'm going. It really is like a maze. There's hidden doors everywhere. It's super confusing. It's not going to make any sense, but I know where I'm going, and I can clear out enemies along the way. So we get a couple more golems here. I'm going to make sure after this fight that Keelan's got points in debilitation, which again, I bought this scroll really early on, and it's a strength reduction spell. So
mages are usually low on strength, right? So you cast it on them.
Yeah, and specifically we're going to be using it on these dust devil enemies to start with, and then wraiths in this area. Wraiths in this area have 1 strength, so any rank of debilitation will clear them out. Debilitation is going to hit 2 per cast right now, so I'll need to cast it twice. But these dust devils have, I think, 5 strength. It's 4 or 5. They also cast debilitation on you, so they return the favor, but it doesn't really matter. And we will clear them out. Nice and easy peasy. It's very rare that Keelan spells here get resisted. It can happen, but if it's a full moon, her spells are really reliable.
She's got really high wizard rank, right?
It's only a 4 right now.
Oh, is it a
and
4?
And 20 intelligence.
20.
But
デバフが
Max
強すぎ
intelligence
る。
is 30 and max wizard is 10.
but she gets the plus 1.5.
なんで見つからないんだそれ。
She gets the 5 times multiplier for the lunar cycle.
The lunar cycle.
なんでそれも見つからないんだ。
This hellhound's not going to cooperate, so I'm actually going to save and
お
reload
かしいでし
here,
ょ。
I'm sneaking here.
which will just kind of magically put us on the other side of him. You can walk around in front of him, but sometimes if you do that, he'll see you. So I prefer doing this. This tower looks really funky. It's like definitely a product of the N64 era, and you'll see why I say that a little bit later. I went too far on this guy aggro, so I'm actually gonna have to reload again. But there's like flames and animations, and there's gonna be really wild psychedelic colors coming up soon, and it's a crazy place. And again, for a lot of it, you're not gonna even really be able to tell where I'm trying to go. Like there, like that didn't look like a door. Looked like I just walked up to a wall, but
なるほど。あれか
It's。fine.
なんだ
It's a
ゴーレムかって思われてるのか。
Was it actually a door that you see or no?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because sometimes, like in this game, like the door hitboxes are so big, you can hit them
Sure.
from way far away.
Yeah, and there's some spots in this dungeon where there's like markers on a wall that indicate something that's not like a door, but a place that you can still pass through.
I see. Yeah.
Oh, that wraith actually resisted the spell. So I said it was unlikely, but it did happen. Which means I'll need to do 3 casts.
This is a
Wraiths-
marathon after all.
Yeah. Wraiths don't really do much besides cast Wraith Touch here. Wraith Touch reduces a random stat. It's not really significant. And they cast the Darkness spell, but since we're using Debilitation on them, again, it doesn't matter. Keelan's not affected by it being nighttime because she's Lunar Aspect. So sometimes they just sit there and do nothing, you know? This battle screen's really funky. The camera likes to kind of glitch out on that thing in the middle, and there will be some fights where enemies might like fall through the world on the battle screen.
デバフだな。
It's
yeah.
really,
ゆ
really odd.
レイスも
Doesn't
デバフ
matter,
で動
but
けな
it
くなっ
does
ちゃう
happen.
の。
I've never had it matter. I've never had like a fight become unwinnable or unfinishable because of it, but I expect it's possible for enemies to fall out of bounds and like not land back in bounds somehow. This room here is a real nightmare. There's one enemy I need to kill, this Minotaur Lord up here. He drops a key that I need, and he's also guarding some treasure that I need. I use Stupidity on him, the Stupidity spell, like I do on many of the other enemies, but he resists it a lot. He's got a pretty high willpower, so this might take a couple of chances. I did save in case I need to reload. This is a good one for Abracon to just kind of stand here and take a couple of the hits
ミノタウロ
in
ス。
case Stupidity gets resisted like that.
なんか知らないですけど、あれですね。なんか
I
み
can
ん
try
な
casting light. Do I have it equipped?
デバフ
I can try
来そうな
casting light.
感じしてます。
I don't know the exact points at if it's strictly a day-night trigger for the multipliers. So in the code, there are 4 multipliers listed for solar aspect.
おっちゃんやられちゃい
It's
ますよ。
0.75, 1.25, 1.25, 0.75. But if it were strictly day or night, like, why would there be 4? It's kind of like, I don't really know. So use light, make sure it's actually day, and
ああ、鍵持ったのか。
So
helps
how do
with
you
resistances.
tell that what time of day it is in battle there? Because it didn't look much different when you casted light.
It might have still been considered day at where I was. I honestly, like I said, I wasn't sure. I just usually pay attention going into the battle. So, like, I knew it was day, but, like, near one of the edges. It wasn't, like, the top of the day cycle. So, I don't know. Yeah, some areas it gets really dark when it's nighttime. Some of the borderline cases, it's hard to tell. This room here is one of the more annoying rooms of this dungeon. I'm going to sneak through the whole thing. It's faster to like take some steps and run and then save and reload. Actually saves like 5 or 6 seconds even with the reload, because enemies can aggro you through this wall on the left really easily. But,
yeah, I imagine this area is like really bad for enemy aggro through walls.
I think light also dispels weather effects like rain in combat. So there are like weather modifiers to certain things. It especially affects archery. For whatever reason, archery has a lot of stuff in this game that affects it. Your elevation in combat, it takes that into account. It takes into account whether or not you've moved before shooting. I'm actually going to save this on a different file just in case I completely mess this up.
I like this Ocarina of Time room here.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like the forest temple with the spinny room. This zombie
あれか
here
な、一女性かな。
is
あ、
Oop.
I don't even know what to say about the zombie. He's so annoying. You get into encounters with him all the time.
ゾンビは、
and this setup
まあ
usually
確かに
works
さっきと上が
reliably.
ったり見た感じ、時間かかりそうなので、
And I think we're good now.
回避したいですね。
Just failed the first time. I was probably not close enough to the wall. You can technically fight him, but it's slow. It's not good. Yeah, anyway, I was talking about archery. So elevation, whether you've moved, weather effects like rain, darkness, lots of things that go into the archery formula, which is, it's kind of neat. It's not like super visible to the player, but
Right, that's the one thing about this game. Like we were talking about this the other day. It's just like it's like really obvious that they had the huge ambition for this game, right? They wanted to do all these cool things, all these stats, like D&D type stuff, and they're really ambitious about this game. And obviously, it like I'm guessing it got delayed through the Nintendo 64 cycle until like, well, they're getting towards the end of it, so we better release it. And they kind of had to just finish it up where they were. But there's a lot of ideas in this game that are really cool.
That's a good way to sum it up. This game has a lot of really cool mechanics, I think, and really interesting stuff. But you can definitely tell that the game was a bit unfinished, unpolished, between the crashes, between the lack of like tutorials and explanation.
Look for it, yeah.
The ending feels really rushed, like a lot of games that go through kind of a poor development cycle. But what they did come up with, I find an enjoyable experience. But many
知らない間にだいぶ攻撃火力が上がりましたね。
that way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've been playing this casually for the first time recently, and it's like once you get past that certain level of like understanding, plus like the initial hump of getting past the first big boss of Kitterak, you kind of like, okay, I kind of understand this game. It's not that bad actually. Like you explore a bit, you get upgrades and cool weapons, and you get the your typical RPG type stuff, and it's got some cool, interesting mechanics. Yeah, the game plays a bit slow with these battles and such, especially if you're doing like physical strats, right? At this point where you're doing like less physical and more like magical attacks. But it's definitely like it becomes more interesting the further you get in.
Yeah, for sure. It kind of goes through like a bit of a bell curve almost, where it starts off as being like a really big hump to get over, and then it smooths out pretty good, and then you get later on in the game and it becomes a bit like unfair or questionable again. When things start to get rushed, the game mechanics, enemies kind of follow the same rules you do, so there's a lot of things that you can take advantage of that they can also take advantage of, and sometimes that's a little bit tough to deal with. So
Yeah,
this
like
is where
it's like the polish of the game, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say that this is where the bow on Aileron really comes in handy, because
緑色
Keelan
のバー
like
で
can one shot
右側
these,
仲間
but
ですね。
usually just doesn't do quite enough. And so tagging them with a bow hit is really nice. You can use stupidity to wipe these guys out. I find it's not like super reliable, and Keelan's animations are fast enough that, and she gets so many actions that I prefer just clearing out these skeleton archers with physical attacks. But there's like right now is probably a good opportunity to just use the stupidity spell instead to clear them out. But
yeah, I see a little bit talk about the company who made this game, which is H2O Entertainment. They actually made the game Tetrasphere for N64 as well before this. I think that was their only 2 games.
I'm not sure. There's a good case of the camera glitching out. Yeah, I don't really know much about H2O.
I think they're Canadian.
So I am going to now trade over all of Aileron's stuff to Keelan, all of his wizard gear to Keelan. I will need it back on Aileron, but it should allow debilitation to hit 4 enemies in this next fight, and Keelan will need it for a boss coming up very soon anyway. I will actually be swapping back to the Wall of Bones wand for 1 fight, but again, it does make the difference of clearing this in 1 cast, so...
Yes, they also made 2 other games. So they made Tetrasphere, the new Tetris, both for the Nintendo 64.
I skipped return. Oops. Sorry.
And then they also made the a Flintstones game for the Game Boy Color. And then, of course, Aidyn Chronicles, the first Mage.
The new Tetris must be where I know them from, because I knew I had something else that was them, and I played a lot of that game as a kid. The new Tetris was really good.
New Tetris, yeah.
Yeah, so coming up next here is a disaster-driven encounter. So I actually need to equip some stuff again on Keelan. I need to equip the Bow of Accuracy and the Tinker's Gloves.
なかなか
So
この
this
ダンジ
fight
ョン長い
here
ですね。
is another Wall of Bones fight, and I'll show equip the Wall of Bones one now also. And we need to hit the white in this fight with Wall of Bones, and if he resists, we probably need to, or if he casts Frozen Doom and outspeeds us. So we need to go before him, use Wall of Bones, and hit him. And if that doesn't work
あら
out,
すじ的
I
に
need to flee
は
and try again.
あらす
And
じ的
sometimes
に
this
は
happens
もう
for
だ
a
いぶ
try,
後半なんですけどね
and。sometimes I'm here for like 5 minutes. I hope
What do
Abercon
you
goes.
think the total chances are for this?
I don't know. I think it's somewhere in like the 25 to 33%, you know, quarter to 2/3. Oops.
Because you have to hit like 2 things, right? Going first plus hitting it.
So, kind of. If the going first thing is a little bit optional, if Aileron happens to go first, you can use the shielding wand as like a buffer. It buffs
Yep.
your defense, and instead of casting Frozen Doom, he'll cast Dispel Star to dispel the shielding that you do. It's really
あ
slow
ら
if
すじがまあ
you do
9
that.
個
So
大きなま
I
あ
don't really
段
like this
落があ
strat,
ると
but
し
it
て
does mean that like you can
えーっ
possibly
と
get
今
Your
が
turn, yeah.
1、2、3、4、
But so
5、
far he's outsped me.
6、
The loading
times now.
here is pretty
Look
quick
up.
though, so
9分の6ぐらい。
kind of faster.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just might be here for a minute. All right, Keelan gets to
た
go
だ
first. Let's see if we
こ
can
の
land
感
it.
じだと後半は
And it's resisted.
9
Go
番目と
Bones
か多
go!
分
No!
通りだけっぽいから
Oh.
8分の6とかかな。
Yep.
Once you play this game enough, you can see the animation that the enemy takes with the casting, and you know
まあ
if they hit or not.
Right,
実質
exactly. Oh.
4分の3ぐらい
And。
Oh! Oh! Wow!
There's the case of enemies falling through the world that I was talking about earlier. That Spirit Wolf just clipped out of bounds, fell through the world, and landed back in bounds. Happens a lot on this fight in particular, the wolves,
まあ、あれですね。
for whatever reason.
EST 通
Alright,
り
we hit Wall of Bones. So as long as Keelan doesn't die, which can happen, these wolves do some damage. But as long as she doesn't die, and I do need to re-equip Warfang also on her.
Still using the Warfang.
Yep, I put on the Bow of Accuracy, which I don't normally do, but I put that on to increase the chance of going first. I'm actually going to pull out the Shielding Wand and use it to keep myself from getting owned by these wolves. What does Wall of Bones do? It's
Question
paralysis.
for you. So you equipped that wand and used it in the same turn?
Yes. So if you equip a weapon in combat, like what I'll do here with Warfang, it will end your turn immediately. But if you change armor or like this robe, other equipment, it does not immediately end your turn. It's only weapons that... Well, maybe armor. I don't think armor does, though. I think it's only weapons that you'll lose your turn for, so... Anyway, now Keelan gets to act, has Warfang equipped, and is immediately doing tons of damage.
Yeah, that weird sword thing.
めっちゃ受けますね、この
What is
狼。
that? How did they decide the design of that thing?
I don't know, but if anybody likes Warfang and goofy weapon models, I definitely recommend
おっちゃん命中になんか
sticking
あるの
around
か
after this run. There was an incentive for a cheat showcase, which has gotten met. And if you like Warfang, stick around for that. That's all I'm going to say.
We got some interesting weapons.
So I'm going to buff up some stats here. Debilitation 8 on Keelan is very important. On the west side. This is awkward. Debilitation for Keelan here is really important for the next fight, so it's going to be pretty much the same thing that we've been doing throughout this run, right? So there's going to be a mix of I'm actually going to save before going through here, just
Nice secret door, by the way.
in case anything happens. Yeah. This hand is also a secret door. This thing here. If you want up here and you press A, like
お
warps
こ
you.
れは大きな
You
石
can't
の
go
手で
back.
すね。
At least that's a little more obvious. It's
Yeah.
like the end of the path. Yeah.
ようやく最終
Yeah,
部
so
に
the
着いたみたいですね。
coming up here, there's going to be a cutscene with Ferris the Jester. He's going to force his way into our party, and then
す
we're
る
going to
と、
confront the
ポ
wizard
ート
Shamsa,
サイ
the
ド
owner
の
of this tower.
ところにいた道
So
化
I'm
師
going to
が
do some
現
equips
れ
here
て、
and make
自
sure
分が魔
again
法
that all
使
my
いである
wizard
ファリ
stuff
ス
is
であ
on
ることを
Keelan.
明らか
Everything
にし
except the
ます。
wand should be already.
ファリスはパーティーに
Should
参
just be
加
a
し、
matter of
すで
equipping
に
this.
オリアナを殺した、シ
Save.
ャムスクを倒
And
す
again,
のを
the
手
strats are
伝い
going to
まし
be
た。
kind of what they've been up to this point. So, one of
現
the
在、
big
アラ
routing
ロン
improvements that
の
was
母
done
親である
was
ことが明らかになっています。
being able to use.
その後、ファ
This
リ
is
ス
also
はシャ
another
ムスクのネ
dialogue
クロ
I'm
マ
going
ン
to
ティ
master
ッ
because
ク
it's
ネクロ
soft
マ
lock
ンティック
sometimes.
なスタッフを連れてパーティーを去ります。
I've seen you soft lock here before a couple times in one run.
ああ、
Yeah.
確かに
Well,
この、
my
これ、
previous
この時計
PB
師女の
soft
人
locked
なの
twice
か
in one run on this
え
scene.
お前、母ちゃんだっ
So
た
one
の
of the
か
big improvements for the routing once upon a time in this game's history was using debilitation to take out Shamsuk here. This is a pretty tough fight casually. I had a lot of trouble with it anyway. Shamsuk casts a lot of magic, and the enemies that are with him are pretty strong. A zombie and 2 wraiths to start with, and then... Or no, a giant skeleton and 2 wraiths to start with, and then a giant skeleton and 1 or 2 plague zombies to come in later as reinforcements.
このでっかい杖持っ
But
て
the
るのが
wraiths
シ
and
ャムスク
Shamsuk
か
can
な
be
もし
taken
か
out
し
with
たら。
debilitation if your wizard and debilitation stat are high enough. So having enough XP to level debilitation up to 8 is like one of the big routing thresholds. If you don't have debilitation at 8, it's not good enough.
You have to take out those what was they? Wraiths?
ネクロマンサーと一緒に道連れにするってこと？
The Wraiths only have 1 strength, so they're easy, but Shamsek has 15 strength.
母ちゃん。
15. Abracon is going to do nothing to start with.
その前に戦闘があるのか。
You can see that Ferris the Jester is now in our party. Ferris is terrifying.
I love his walking animation where he goes around
こ
the
れが
field.
じゃあシャムスク
We'll
戦
see
か
that
な。
in just a second here. So unfortunately, Shamsek goes first and casts haste. If
いる
Keelan goes
ね。
first, then she
同
gets
化
to
心だね。
debilitation before this haste goes off. But it's not
Piero
really a
の
big
人
deal.
が。
It's just a slow animation to have to watch. Because it goes in everybody. Why am I outside? There was a teleporter in Shamsek's tower that led all the way back to Poison Forest. We're actually right outside Oriana's hut right now, which is like the very start of the game. So here's Ferris's running animation.
Go Ferris, go!
動きがテクニカルすぎるでし
I
ょ。
love it.
母ちゃん。
It's actually a little bit faster if he manages to die off in the fight.
母ちゃん
To
強
skip
い
the
ぞ
little。cutscene at the end. But it takes a while to kill him. You can't unequip his armor. And so it's usually just not worth going for. I've considered just running him up to where the reinforcements come in, putting his back to them and killing turns, but I don't think it's actually faster to do that. Maybe a wash at best. So, oops. What I need to do now is, this is why I paused, I need to unequip all the wizard stuff again from Keelan, and that's now going to go over back to Auron, and it will be on Auron for the rest of the run. But the rest of the enemies in this fight, the skeletons and the zombies, are vulnerable to the stupidity spell again. And then it's just going to be clearing some enemies here to get the reinforcements to spawn. I'm going to send Ferris over that way to, despite the slow running, just to like tank some hits if they do get actions, because the enemies in this fight actually like really hurt.
母ちゃん、移動範囲もすごいな。
So I want to keep Auron
移
as
動
much as
方法が
possible
前転しながら
behind
進んでいくからやばいな。
Is there a twist later that we meet the second mage?
Well, like
なん
Ferris
か
is
大
like
丈夫、世界
actually a
観壊れて
mage
ない。
that's kind of a twist, right?
Is he?
Yeah. Pretty sure. I read that.
It could be. So the gist of it is that Elrond is or has the potential to become a mage because of his ability to cast all the different types of magic.
僕はこれで光の
As opposed to just a wizard,
交
right?
代の時間になって
He's
しまったの
really a
で、
mage.
ここで失礼しますね。
Oh, I didn't equip the stuff.
多分、次の司会の人ずっと見てたと思うんで、大丈夫です。はい。じゃあ、
Again,
失
as
礼
we
します。
mentioned
お疲
earlier,
れ様
people
で
without
し
true
た。
names tend to go insane. And so Auron becomes the first person who's able to really become a true mage, casting all kinds of magic without going insane. And we'll get into the details of that, of why that is a little bit later. You know, we are getting pretty far through the run, but there are a couple more story beats to hit before we get there, so remember to actually equip my wizard gear this time. And
Yeah, there's
はい
some
こんにち
pretty
は。
big ones here after
聞こえ
this
ており
fight,
ますで
right?
しょうか。
Yeah, there's some dialogue after this fight.
大丈夫ですかね。
I wouldn't say
はい、ありがとうござい
immediately
ま
after
す。
this fight, though.
ここからは司会変わりまして、
So-
私、ミケ君の方で進行させていただきます。よろしくお願いいたし
I'm
ます。
trying to remember like the exact order that you learned things, because I
はい、
I
エイデ
know,
ンクロニクルス
some
の
of the
フ
lore,
ァ
but I
ー
don't
スト
remember
メイ
like
ジ
what order the
残
game
り
tells
1
you
時間
everything.
ちょっと
But
と
the
なり
idea
ま
is
したが、
that
まあ
we
残り
come
の
back
おシー
to
ル中
Poison
継の
Forest here,
時間とかね
and、Ferris
この
has
お供にね、
um,
ぜひ
we tell him
最後までご覧いただければと思います。
Shamsek has wiped out. I don't need to kill this anymore. Oriana's hut, and Oriana is now
実は
dead.
ですね、
And
こ
at
の
some point
後
around here,
の
you find out that
ゲーム
Oriana
もですね、
was actually
3時間
Auron's
レベルの
mother.
超大作が
I think
Kind
it
of
was
one of the
控えて
either
おります
before
の
this
で、
fight or after this fight, right? Or
yeah.
お昼休みの延長するなり、 中抜きの出張申請をするなりして
So I'm going to
お
take a
楽し
few
みいた
more
だければ
points
と
of
思い
strength
ま
here
す。
on Keelan just for some extra
出張の
damage
理
in this
由
next
は
segment.
そうですね。まあ、世界を守るためとか
Otherwise than
で
that, that
申
fight
請
is
してお
over
けば
with.
通るかもしれません
So
ね。
why does Oriana never say anything about it?
Yeah, it's the question. Anyway, so after we beat Shamsuk here, Ferris takes Shamsuk's staff of necromancy. So Ferris like pretends that he was being forced into helping
これ
Shamsuk
一応、
because of Shamsuk's
一応最初
threats
から投資
against
で
him,
私の方でも
and
見てはいたんです
then
けど、
like realizes that we
お
have the power
話
to
が
beat
何も
him,
わから
so
んという
offers
状
to
況
help
で
us up and help us beat him up. And
見た感じだとなんかピエロみ
really,
た
it's
いな
just he wants Shamsuk's staff so he can
ネ
become
ク
a
ロマンサ
necromancer of his
ーです
own.
かね。まあ、この人
Elrond
が
demands the staff for his
仲間
own
になったっていう
protection.
ところは把握はしているんですが、
You know, Ferris gives a, oh, well, you know, this is no good for you. You're going to go crazy. It's not safe for you to have this staff. I'll just hold on to it. And, you know, he's probably actually a little bit right, but he clearly also just wants the staff of necromancy. But we're not going to see any more of Ferris, so it doesn't really matter. There is another cutscene with him
あれ、母ちゃん、あ、
in an
お
area
母
that
さん
I'll
なん
be
ですね
running。through, but
どっか行っちゃうんです
he,
か。
we're able to avoid the trigger.
So that's not the
Ah.
final twist that Oriana is your mother.
Right. Not the final twist.
So we're back where we started, right? Towards the beginning of the game?
Yep, we're back in the starting forest of the game. This is the bat fight that I skipped
こ
at
れ
the
って
beginning
ちょ
of the
くちょ
game.
く情報入ってきてますけど、最終的な目標って、
And unfortunately, the
ですかね。
skip just like doesn't usually work. Presumably due to like where you load into the area or whatever on the way back. So we fight it, but it's a lot faster to fight now than it would have been Elrond only at level 1. And we're able to come over here to this teleporter that's been here the whole game, but it's going to bring us back to Shamsuk's tower, where we had jumped out of earlier, where we teleported back here from earlier. The remains of Shamsuk's tower is destroyed. And at some point, and I'm trying to remember exactly when you get told this, but I think it's by Craddock on his island. You're told to go see the Jundar in the desert, to Ugarit. And
yeah, I think that's right.
and so that's where we're heading off to now, is we're going to head to the Jundar desert. But thankfully, Ugarit is entirely skippable. So there's a lot of story stuff that happens there. I'm going to talk about it. We're going to have a really long walk here, so there's going to be some time for donations and stuff coming up. But first, I'll explain what happens in Ugarit, which is that you go there, there's some lore, there are some books in the town, and you find out about this this horn. I'm trying to remember like the exact order that things happen. Yeah, there's this ancient horn, and oh no, first you find out that there's a wizard. Sorry, I'm trying to get this straight. There's a wizard who can probably rejoin your spirit to your body in a place called Maxon nearby. And you talk to the Emperor, and he says, don't go to Maxon, but there's this horn that you can play for a dragon who will help you out. And you end up talking to this, you're supposed to talk to this hermit guy who says, oh, well, it's a trap because the place where the horn is in this barrow, and you can only hurt the barrow wraith, Lugash, with a weapon from Maxon. So there's kind of just like this whole convoluted plot line around this.
The legendary weapon.
Yeah. So the Sword of Lodin is the item that you're supposed to get. And that's another big part of the routing, is being able to skip getting that sword, because it's typically the only thought of as the only way to defeat that barrow wraith. And
いや、それは確かに進んでる方向はわかるかもしれないですけど。
Yes, thank you. Welcome to Aidyn Chronicles, the first mage. Where
Top
it
5
rains.
RPG on the Nintendo 64.
And it rains all the time.
And it rains all the time. So I'm going to save here, and then, yeah, I'm going to be going on a big walking segment. I'm going to basically go on this path. I'm going to go up a hill past the Cyclops, and then after that Cyclops,
大丈夫、これは見つかってない。
the movement is like I've got a path that I follow, but sometimes I end up getting
い
encounters
や、
there,
こ
so
の
I
ス
may
ネ
end
ー
up
キン
having to
グ
fight some stuff.
強すぎない。なんかもう
Or I'll be doing some safety saves, so I might have to fight,
見
or I
つか
might
っ
have
て
to save and
る
reload
はずなのに見
depending
つ
on
か
what
っ
I
てない
get.
と。
It's pretty inconsistent area, but I'm going to be walking to the barrow, where that barrow wraith is that you're supposed to learn about in Ugarit. So that's kind of where I'm heading to. But in the meantime, while I'm walking there, feel free to read some donations or plugs or whatever else.
We have gotten some donations in. We got $25 from Steejans that said, no donations. This is unacceptable. Don't worry, I agree. And we also got $150 from the
コメントの
Countess
情報提
that
供
said,
あ
let's
りがとう
see
ござ
if
いま
this
す。
Pathfinder Kingmaker run cheeses the campaign
こ
harder
れ
than my
はつまりど
tabletop
ういう
group did a
どう
few
いう
years
ことな
back.
んでしょう。
I
Thanks,
feel like this
Callie.
is a kind of theme going with this one where we keep trying to not crash the game. Now we can like cheese the next game. We are actually right now
ル
$1
ーラーと
away
いう人のため
from
に楽
being at
器
$6,500.
金
So,
額なんだ
who
読めない
wants to tip that scale on over?
Awesome. Part of that donation might have gone to the name Hedgie MP and Dragon Warrior Rando. Oh boy. I don't know a whole lot about the Dragon Warrior meta,
まあそれ
but
も
I
楽
know
器を見
that
つける必要があるとなんか。
that's not a
で
good build. For anyone who's not aware, there's a Dragon Warrior randomizer mini tournament coming up later on in this
アラロ
marathon.
ンは
And
ホーン
the way the Dragon Warrior randomizer works is that your
これ
and Dragon Warrior in
デ
general
ィ
is
ープ
that
エル
your
の
stat
翻
growth
訳だ
is
と
based on
そう
your
なんですよね。
character
ス
name.
ノー
So
で入ってると
generally
ホーンってなったりとか、こう
you
結
want
構
strength, hit points, stuff like that.
I'm all for it, Countess.
気を利かせて翻訳してくれるんですよね。多分
Agility
これ
MP
ホ
is
ーン
going
を
to
取り
be
戻すっていうの多分あれですか
an
ね。
interesting
楽器のことなのかな。で、
So yeah, so
街に
I'm
戻ろうと
walking through this this wasteland, basically, down to the Jundar Gate, and there's going to be a little like riddle kind of thing that we have to solve at the gate. It's not really much of a riddle, but I'm going to make sure to save before the gate. I'm actually going to save a couple spots here also. Again, I did mention that there are
これ
encounters
こ
in
う
this
い
area.
う
There's
海外でのプロッ
basically
トと
going
か
to be dark and bad
こ
to
う
my
翻
left
訳
and
するとき
Manticore
に
is
デ
on
ィ
my
ープエル
right.
結構
And
お世話
if
にな
I'm
るんですけ
lucky,
ど、
I won't get either of them. If I'm
と
unlucky,
ころどころ
then
で
I
名
will get
称
one
が
of those two fights.
名称の
The Jundar Gate's going to have like a little bit of a riddle we need to solve.
統一ができて
And
ない
if
と
we choose the wrong
ここがあっ
answer,
たりで混乱しちゃったりするんですよね。
yeah, we got one of the fights. And it's the bats. So I'm probably just going to run and reload. You can wipe these guys with stupidity, but they resisted a lot, and it's pretty slow. The Manticores are a little bit better if you're going to get a fight here. But yeah, so if... trying to listen for the bat. Just going to keep saving.
That's one
If,
thing you can do in this game is like you can actually hear the enemies just off when you can't see them. You'll hear the steps, doot doot doot, or the bat flapping its wings, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the only tell you have if they're close or not, and even then, it's still kind of hard to tell.
Is the Manticore this time? It is. Okay. Manticores. I think I can wipe these out with what I've got.
マンテ
Pretty sure
ィ
this is
コ
one
ア、
thing that
マ
I
ンティコアか。
practiced.
これが。
Stupidity spells pretty good.
It really is. And this one flees, and party's victorious.
And that's it. Yep.
まあなんかこう強そうなのがちょ
Optional
くちょ
fight,
く。
but I don't know.
出
Part
て
of me
きてる
wonders
の
if I
で
should just like
終盤の方なん
commit
かなという
to
感じは
taking it instead of risking
しま
the
すけどね。
bats. There are strats like I've seen Elastoid do it in his runs where he intentionally does a save and reload at a certain point to reset enemy positions. But even that's like really finicky. If your movement's not spot on and your positioning isn't spot on, then enemy pathing will just aggro you in weird, unexpected places. So this is a spot where I'm avoiding the cutscene that I mentioned earlier with Ferris the Jester. If I had gone
どんな
farther to
ど
the
んな登り
right,
方
then I would have had like a 40-second scene to watch.
レ
And
ト
we're
ロゲー
approaching
によ
this
くある
gate.
挙動をしてますね
I've。started to say this a few times. If you choose the wrong answer for any of this riddle, you get a fight with some elementals that we can't easily kill, and you can't run from it. So I am going to save and be very careful with the options that I choose, especially since I've been really sloppy with my dialogues throughout this run. And make sure we don't get any.
It's
Any bad
fine. You
encounters?
saved.
I did.
Just go fast.
なんだこれは。
I like that head in the gate there.
Yeah. All right. We're good. And now we're going to head up to the barrow, which is supposed to have this horn that we need to play for the dragon, right? That I was talking about. And the horn of Kinon.
何が起きたのかさっぱりわからない。
I don't know how to say anything in this game.
Horn of
What's that?
the horn of horns.
Yeah. I always think the Horn of Valir from Wheel of Time.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I love this music. By the way, the Jundar Desert music.
Yeah, it's one of the better tracks in this game.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're coming up on this barrow and walking out of the desert, so the music stops. And the barrow is kind of like a puzzle. So we're told that that there are 7 barrow wraiths who all have certain treasure, and we need to offer them back to Lugash, who's the main former general or whatever of the Jundar that's buried here, who's guarding the horn. So the deal is that there's an outside and inside of this barrow, and on the outside there are 7 boulders, and on the inside there are 7 coffins. And
結構頻繁にセーブしてるの保険
we
なんで
need
したっけ
to first come outside, and this needs to be in a specific
ク
order.
ラッシュ防止の。
We need to tag one of the rocks, and that's going to unlock one of the coffins inside. So this area is really confusing. It's really easy to get lost in. It's hard to move optimally. But that's kind of just par for the course in this game.
You
So
got all
we
these
go up.
holes and stuff. You got to go down and back up.
Yeah. So we're going to hit the boulder on the outside, and then come inside, hit the coffin, and then there's these wraiths that we're going to need to kill. They're pretty easy. Keelan will 1 or 2 shot them.
なるほど。エンカウント防止なん
There's
で
a couple that can cast Frozen Doom that are sometimes will troll you a little bit. I'll usually tag a little extra damage with Auron if I can.
Poke him in the bum with the Warfang.
Yeah.
はいはいはい。なるほどなるほ
This
ど。
guy's actually being pretty rude.
カットシーンのクラッシュ防止もあると。
Yeah, so, and they're all going to drop a specific item. So this guy here will drop the Spirit Drake Helm, for example. And we need to collect all 7 of those. And then do something specific with them. So I'm going to be, hitting these boulders in a specific order. And there's definitely a little bit of room for optimization here of like practicing which holes you use to get in and out of the barrow while minimizing encounters. But that was not the right one. That's also not the right one. I got turned around here a little bit, my bad. So there's a couple wandering enemies down here that I'm trying to avoid. And yeah, I went down the wrong hole from the top. There's one that puts you out right by this coffin that I meant to jump down, and I just... Normally this ladder to my right is like the best ladder to take in and out of this area, but not for... It's like one coffin. Which... It's like right over here. There it is. Hopefully I can get it before aggro.
これ結構難しいですね。オブジェクトの位置とかこう見て比較しながらやらないとどの辺にいるのかわからないっていう。
It's a good question. Like I'm pretty happy with my current PB, but there's definitely still room to be cut off there. So
poke.
Certainly potential for me to play some more. And Elastoid keeps saying that he's going to come back to the game at some point also. Yeah, if Elastoid takes my record, then I will probably come back to it. Sure.
Yeah, this game seems like it has a lot of room for improvements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. And the routing of this game is really fun. This game really is more of a like routing challenge of a speedrun more than like an execution run. I say that like obviously I'm losing a lot of time like getting these extra encounters and not sneaking well and things like that. There is execution in the run, but most of the big time saves.
It's kind of like risk reward with sneaking and stuff like that too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good amount of saving there. But yeah, like you're saying, like routing, like the spells and killing. What is actually faster for all these fights is definitely the main driver for this game right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's where I put most of my time into when I was working on my improvements was the XP routing. Yeah, learning the maps isn't too bad. This area right here is like the hardest area to learn. And even knowing it, like...
Yeah, well, I've been playing this game casually, and like, it's extremely easy to get lost in these games, like with no map, and all you have is the compass. It's just like, you don't know where you are, especially in like the forest areas with like no real good landmarks. But it's just, but obviously with the speedrun, you know exactly where you want to go every time, so it makes it way more straightforward.
Mm-hmm. There's one actual fight, that I will be taking this area that's not a Wraith. This is Wandering Golem over here. Kind of just more of the same enemies that I've fought a few times. A couple Golems and a Wraith. But he's in the way. We're going to have to run by this area a couple times. And so it's easy enough to just wipe him out of the way. And of course we get a stupidity resist, but that's somewhat expected. What kind of camera control? So you can hold the R button to rotate the camera in most places. There are some places where it doesn't work. But when you do that, you stop moving. So you can't, and the camera will like auto center on you. So you can't keep the camera pointed in a certain direction. You can't move and manage the camera at the same time. I'm just going to cast light. It'll help a little bit. So the camera options are pretty minimal. In terms of lag reduction, I haven't really looked into it a whole lot. Mostly because it's, like I said, it's kind of hard to even manage what direction the camera's facing.
This game is like a few steps still away from like lag reduction type strats, right? Because you're the routing, right? It's still like the part that's being worked out in this game, and like what exactly should you do and where should you sneak and all that.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest lag reduction strategy in this run is not using high resolution mode.
There you go.
Because this game does not run well with it.
No, it does not.
Here, let's turn it on for a minute.
For science.
For science. You can see that things immediately get a little bit blurrier. Let me also save here, just in case this like crashes anything.
なんかこう、ローブを着たなんか、
But you can see like,
敵と
maybe
演
you
歌して
can't, but I
それを
can
倒してい
definitely
って
feel
る
it.
I can see it for sure. Yeah.
Things are definitely like, look at me panning around the camera there and how choppy that is.
Yeah, but like it looks a lot sharper though, like aileron and the textures and stuff.
Yeah,
But
yeah. You can definitely tell that it does something. But from a speedrun standpoint, it does not make things better. So
yeah,
I'm
you
going
can
to.
see that. Yeah,
Like the menu opening is like a big one.
not great. It's not great.
You've been
オプ
running
ショ
on
ンで
high
なんか設
res.
定変えてるの何なんでしょうね。
Well, I do wonder. I know
あ、出てき
your
た。
completed
これ
runs
こ
the last story
れ
were done on emulator, and this game runs very
Got-
differently on emulator.
多分
Some things are a little faster, some things are a little slower. So I kind of wonder if you have the
攻略
same
対象
experience with high resolution
な
mode
のか
compared to
な。
compared to console. Just it might be a different gap, for better
Yeah.
or worse.
Yeah,
シャトレバー。
just especially like I can't imagine like the expansion pack has been emulated super well either.
Yeah, so if you load this game up in an emulator, well, so I've done it with BizHawk for like practicing, and even if you don't have the expansion pack enabled in BizHawk, it will tell you that the expansion pack is detected, and it will run in like expansion pack mode, which means that it basically just crashes all the time.
Fun.
Yeah. Things like loading save states will crash in the emulator. If you
ああ、なるほど。
if you have expansion pack turned off, because it's, I don't know, it like can't load the textures that are part of the save state or something. I don't know, it's really weird.
画質変えられるんでしょ
But I
って
do
い
all my practice
う
on console nowadays. I have
この
an
説明なんですかね。
EverDrive, and the EverDrive has a functionality where you can back up and restore controller packs to a file. So I actually have like save files that I've got backed up to an EverDrive that I can copy to and from my memory card. I'm playing on an actual card, but
サスーラ。
Right, so this game saves to actually your controller pack instead of on the card itself.
right, yep.
この辺りのこの同じ敵、これを、まあ多
Yeah,
分
that you can take that fight if it loads in with no wipe, but
全部倒した
it
ら、
really doesn't.
シャチに進めるっていう
The
感じ
scary
な
fight
の
for
か
me
な
is
とちょっ
always
と
the one on the far side over here, the plague zombie one. And like you're kind of in this weird spot right here between the plague zombie and the white and going up this hill. I don't know. This area has so much room for like optimizing your movement a little bit more in like the order that you're doing things. Like I'm being extra sloppy today, but
と
even
いう
when
こと
I'm
は全
not,
部
like,
倒すまでは同じようなことを繰り返す感じなんですね。
room for improvement there. This place can vary by like minutes between my best and worst runs. I'm gonna save and
で
reload.
も進
But
捗が
lately, I've been
ど
getting
う
into
な
a
のかっ
fight here
て
for
いうの
some
が
reason, like walking up to this coffin, and I don't know why. So we're just gonna.
全く把握できないのが。
So how
Cleared
many
out.
of the 7 do we have so far?
This is the last one.
All right.
So after this, we will need to offer up their unique items in a certain room in here, and that will allow us to confront Lugash,
動き止めて、確かに。
who's guarding the horn that we're looking for.
The legendary horn.
The
止めて、後ろ
legendary
から
horn.
ぐしゃっとやると。
Your stats don't matter anymore. Take 30 dex. And let's get out of here. So hopefully, I'm just gonna go out here. There's, yeah, this one's good. It's like a specific one of these holes brings you into like this different room.
ね、なんか今のでもうお話が進ん
How
だ
you're
っ
supposed to know that, I have
ぽい
no
感じありますよ
idea.
ね。
But there
そ
are
れ
a
でま
couple
た
holes
なんか
that bring you into
別の
different places, and this is one of
ダン
them.
ジョンに入ってって。
And this is where I need to offer up the
Oh.
items. Yeah,
That's one of the things about this game. Like the sound effects are really like
yeah, they're. It seems like an early demo version sound effect that just never got polished, kind of thing.
yeah. Ah.
これ無理やり入ろうとしてるんですかね。
So you just keep doing this, huh?
Yep, for all 7. This should be the last one here. I haven't been counting, but hopefully this is 7. And then I got to sneak because there's a. Get the camera to rotate this way. There's a dust devil walking over there, so I just need to get out of his line of sight a little bit. And then we can run out of here. And then the camera gets stuck on something. I don't know. And now we're going to go back into the
あ、
main,
もしかして
the
今の
main
こう
barrel
モ
area
ーシ
one
モー
last
ショ
time.
ンの時間使って
Yeah, we
エ
were
ン
talking
カ
about
ウン
this
ト開
earlier.
始した
Like
とか
this
そうい
game is
う
like
ことなのか
it's
な。
kind of like they had like really great ambitions about this game, right? We want to make this really cool thing in this expansive world and this really cool system that's based on like kind of D&D and let's level up and all that stuff.
あれ
But
ま
they
た似
didn't
た、
just they didn't have the time to like fully polish it
また
before
戻って
they
き
had
た。
to release it.
Fully polish it or a little polish it
Oh,
or
yeah.
really do much of anything. But it's okay. I love this game. It's awesome.
Oh.
So I'm going to equip the wizard stuff here back on Keelan for this fight. Coming up. I might get a Wraith encounter on the way down here. Can sometimes sneak up on you. So I equipped that stuff a little bit early to help clear it out more quickly. But what I'm really down here for is Lugash. Well, we got the Wraith. But this should hit all 4 of them.
道が
because I put all
開
that
いて
wizard
先
stuff
に
back on.
進めるようになったっ
So
て感じっ
Lugash
ぽ
is
い。
the old Jundar general who was buried down here guarding this horn. And he's the one that you're supposed to need Lodin's sword to fight. And otherwise weapons just don't do damage to him. Or maybe
幽
they
霊
do
にも
1
衰弱っ
damage
て
to him or
聞くんですね。
something. But like other enemies in this run, you can use stats to your advantage. And he has a convenient enough strength that it's basically the same as taking out Shamsuck with debilitation. So
ルガーシ
even though we
から
can't damage him, we can incapacitate him enough
レバ
to
フ入れて
clear the
動
fight.
き止めて。
Yep.
あれあ、そっか、1体しかいないからこれで終了なのか。
And
そんなことはない。
now all we need to do is sneak over here past this wraith in this little crevice that's very hard to see.
Yes.
And we are rewarded with a horn.
え
Hooray.
The Horn of Legends.
The camera's pointing at just like the wall during that scene. You only see it for a second, but
And it's pretty par for the course for this game.
yeah.
ようやくこのミニマップの見方が
Yeah,
分かってきたぞ。
If your movement is good, you can get past that wraith just running without it seeing you. The one that I fought. But if you do get the encounter, it's definitely better to just fight it. As long as you've equipped everything on
で
Q1
この細
especially
いとこ
to
ろと切
clear
り
it
替
in
わ
one
って、
shot.
そうですね。はいそれで左、
And so anyway, we
まっ
are
すぐ行って、
We are done with this barrow. So
It's dragon time, right?
thankfully. We've
いや、
got
そ
one
こに
more
階
thing to
段
do
があるの
before
は
the
分からんか
dragon,
ったわ。ちょっと待って。
which is
見方分からな
now
か
that
っ
we
た
have
わ。
the
まだ分かっ
horn,
て
we
なかっ
are
た。
able to merge with our spirit. And
はし
that's
ごが
going
あ
to
るとか
have
階
all
段
sorts
があ
of
るとかそういう目
benefits
印もないんですもんね。
in that. It's what I was talking about earlier, where you get. Let me actually unequip this stuff and fix this all before I forget. I should actually be doing this in the next menu, but it's going to boost some of our stats. So we're going to get 3 intelligence, for example, and a couple other stats are going to get boosted. Our wizard skill is going to get buffed up to 10. We're going to be taught like all of the versus elemental, versus naming, versus star, versus necromancy at rank 10. I think there's like one other spell that gets bumped up also. And also gives us a bunch of experience points. So the big thing to note is the XP and the wizard skill. So I picked up a scroll of Wall of Bones earlier, and once I get that wizard skill, I'll be able to learn it. It's a necromancy spell, and Aileron's the only party member in the game who can actually learn necromancy magic.
あ、さっき見た透明な人。
And similar to how we used Wall of Bones on a...
Hello, spirit.
Similar
It
to how
looks
we learned
Kind of like
Wall-
us.
No, go get
Yeah.
away.
Wall of Bones on some
戦闘になった。
enemies earlier, we will be using it more going forward. So after this little fight, this is like sort of a scripted thing. There's going to be a
Shadow.
cutscene that I'm going to play. So flashing light warning, there's some lightning in this scene. I'm going to let it play out because it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But there are some flashing lights.
Yeah, it's good.
お我は何時何時は我。
The N64 at its finest here.
そうじゃん。俺はお前だって感じ。これ、急展
So
開だね。
you're meeting your spirit, here, right?
One thing to say here. So we're merging with our spirit. The flashing lights aren't done. There are going to be more lightning at the end of the scene. I will say when the scene is completely over with.
お
but
So
I don't
that's
remember exactly
Oriana,
what it
and
says.
that's the king, right?
That is the king. Yep, Oriana and the
Yeah.
king with a baby. And then some goblins coming in and attacking. What
これ
could
過
this
去
mean?
の多
Yeah.
分記憶のフラッシュバックか何かなんでしょうね。多分生まれた時にご両親が殺されてしまったと。
That's the scene with the spirit.
魔物に襲われて。思い出した。
And the spirit, if I didn't mention it at all, the spirit talks backwards. You see it a few times throughout the game, and
体、
its
精
words are just
神。
backwards. So like chaos
一
was
つになるんだ。
chaos backwards or whatever. And then
こ
that
れで
is
ど
the
うな
end
る
of
んだ
that
これで
cutscene.
パーフェクト主人公が。
There's a better one coming, though.
Yeah, there's a better one coming. Aileron just walks off screen there. That scene's different if Brenna's alive. Brenna shows up there, but I think Brenna shows up and then Aileron's invisible for whatever reason. Just like can't load everything correctly. But yeah, we've now merged with our spirit. We now have that big XP boost, the wizard boost. I'm going
なん
to,
だろう、この
before I forget,
この展開ちょっ
use
と
the wall of
ドキドキしてる
bones
自分が
wand.
How much XP do you get?
どうなるんだろうっていうと気になり始めてる
I
自分が
forget
い
the
ますね。
number off the top of my head. 200,000, 250,000, something like that. It's a lot.
Whoa. Whoa.
I don't remember the exact number. I might be overstating it a little bit. Maybe it's like 75 or something, but I think it's like 200,000. And it's going to be enough to level Wall of Bones up to 9, which is what I want. It used to be that we would go up to 10, but because of the fights that I've cut out, I don't have enough to go to 10 anymore. So Wall of Bones 9 it is, which doesn't really have any real impact. Yeah, I only go to 9. means that it's got a slightly shorter range, but doesn't really seem to have any problems hitting what we need to hit.
殺風景ね、多分マップを白くしすぎた弊害だと思うんですよね。ここにオブジェクト詰め込むと容量的な都合で、多分
This is something I'm mostly doing
入らないと思う。
or like a no reset kind of run. There's
か
a
といって
fight
何も置かないのは
in a cave coming up with fire elementals.
あれなので、枯れ木を
And
植えましょうみたいな。
if we level up stupidity to 8, with the wizard stat that we have, we can use
でも
stupidity
これ
on
で
the
も
fire
序盤は
elementals,
結
and they are a
構
real
たくさん
pain
木が
to
生えて
speed
たんですよ。
past. And it kind of just depends on how many we get. If we get like 5 or 6, I will use stupidity and then
リソー
fight
スを
them.
ふんだんに序
If I
盤に
get
使
like
い
9 or 10,
って
I'll
しま
run
っ
and
て
try to
後
sneak
半
by
の
again.
リソー
But
スがなく
they
なっ
just
てし
sneak
まっ
by
た
them
とか、
twice,
そういう。
and they just see you all the time. It's
All right, so now that we have merged with our spirit, what are we doing now?
so now the game pads the content and says that you must go play this horn for the
で
dragon.
もね、3D で動くゲームね、結構ね、よく
Sure, that's how I'm
で
gonna
き
say
てる
it.
方だと思うんですよね。
And he is located in the
最初
caves
この
all the way back in Aramon.
ゲームの
So we
画
need
面
to
見たとき、
backtrack
あ、
all
こ
the
れ
way through the
64だ
world,
なーってこう
which isn't as
思いま
bad
した
as
も
it
んね。
sounds. To Aramon and go through the caves to find the dragon to play the horn for him. And then the
64の
general
ゲーム
gist
大
of
体こん
it
な
is
ポリゴンで
that
動かしてるので、
magic in this world kind of originally comes from the dragons, and the dragons have
割とまあ当たり判定とか
typical
その辺、
RPG
まあ
like
変な登り
magical
方とか
power or
は、
whatever.
まあ知
So
ってるには知ってるんですけ
this
ど、
ancient
別に破
dragon
綻は
is
してない
going
し、
to be
めり
strong
込んでもない
enough
し、割としっ
name
かり
us,
作られてはい
but
るん
he
だ
will
なと
only
いう。
do it if we play the horn for him. So, yeah, big walking section.
これがもうちょっと
The
フィール
idea
ド
is that
狭くす
I'm
る
going to be
か、
walking back to the teleporter at Shamsix Tower again, which will warp us back to
移
Oisin
動速度を
Forest.
もっと速くするか、
And then, if you remember
ファスト
way
トラベルを
back
実証す
earlier
る
on
か
in the game, I activated
し
a
ていれば、
teleporter in Aramon that
多少はプレイフィールドも変わったの
links
かもし
to
れないですね。
Gwernia. So instead of walking all the way to Aramon, I'm actually going to walk to Gwernia Castle and teleport to Aramon. It's kind of the fastest way to get back there, but it's still quite a bit of walking. So
Yep.
I do need to take one fight along the way. So I mentioned I got a bunch of experience points for the spirit merging, but in order to spend them, you have to get into a combat. So I do need to take at least one fight to spend that experience that I earned.
私がね、作
There are a couple of
品を
accidental
見る
fights
とき
that I
の
might end up in,
ポリ
like
シ
there's a
ー
Draco
と
Vern
して
up
持
here
って
that
る
can
のが、
aggro,
こ
for example.
う、
If
ま
I
ず
don't
見た
run
と
into
きに、
anything, I'll fight like a
悪い
wolf
とこ
or
ろを探して
something
減点をしていく方式じゃなくて、
in
Ideally,
Oisin
ゼロ
like
からいい
Forest.
ところを探して
one enemy, right?
加点していくっていう方式で
Yeah, just something that you can clear as quickly as
見てるんですね
possible. Something you
な
can
なん
clear
で、まあ、
with a spell
こ
or
のゲーム
one
も
enemy or whatever.
結構探せばいいところは
I'm gonna
た
be
くさん
kind
あ
of
っ
keeping an
て、
eye out for that. Otherwise, and it's gonna be a tame fight, whatever
こう
it
周
is.
りの評判がまあ低い
And
からといっ
otherwise,
て
just
実際見てみると私の点数が100点でしたとか
Final donations.
割と当てにならない
absolutely final donations, plugs, upcoming runs, whatever you got.
Yeah,
Now's
we're
the best chance.
approaching the end of the game here.
Well, I do have a couple donations here. We have an anonymous donation of $11. That's what got us over our 6,500 jump. But we didn't stop there. We have a donation from Minimoo for $101 that says, I'm a bear. And a donation from May for $14 that says, why do you never see elephants hiding in trees? They are really good at it.
限定要素はねあえてね見ないんです
Okay.
それは考えないことにする
Yeah, that one took me a moment too when I read it. I was like, yeah, that is what that says. And just a reminder, there's a lot of different challenges that are still open, and there is still a bid war open for the name of the main character
た
for
だ
the
ね
next run, which will be
私がね
Pathfinder.
このどんなにこれあれが良かったこれが良かったってこう積み重ねても
Currently in the
他
lead
の
is
人に
Cowie
い
at
やあれがダメこれはダメってこう
$150
言い
with
返された
Konami
ら
in
もう
second place at
何も反論もできない
$114. So it's not
実際
that
その通り
far
になってる
to get in, snipe that, and put Nami in the lead if that's what you want.
Awesome. And yeah, Elastoid, there's still like 20 minutes or so left, but we got some stuff to talk about, and the end game's going to move kind of quickly. Well, at least there's stuff to talk about. I guess quickly isn't really the right way to say it, but
there's always stuff to talk about.
There's always stuff to talk about, so there will probably be one last chance for stuff leading up to the final boss, but yeah,
こ
in
の
the meantime,
UI ステータス画面
again,
とか
I'm
そのあ
still
たりの
running
もっ
back to that
さ
first
り感と
teleporter.
か、もうちょっ
I'm
とこう、
really just following the reverse path. I'm kind of staying up in this
改善で
like
きれば
high ground up here rather than taking the direct route back to Shamsix Tower. There are wandering lizard men in the swamp that like to aggro you. That can be hard to see, and even if you see them, even if you can save and reload, like their default position is kind of just in the middle of everything. So you tend to reload and they're still just like right in front of you, and then you need to sneak around. And this high ground just lets me kind of simply walk around, and it would definitely be like 20 seconds faster or 30 seconds faster to just run straight through, but the lizard men just make it really annoying to do so. So I like using the high ground on the walk back.
何も
I'm gonna
何も
save
反
for this.
反応できないコメント
And
が
it's raining. It's
And
raining.
it's raining. Always raining. From what I hear, this teleporter can crash the game. Ridley Killer's talked about it before. I've never had it happen to me.
So that warps you back to where the beginning forest, right?
Yep, we are following the path where Oriana made the lights for us to follow.
Yep.
でも実際
way
考
back
え
at
て
the
みると
beginning.
ね、
Very beginning of the game.
これ今多分クリアに向かってまっ
Back
す
to the
ぐに
castle.
進んでいこうとしてるから
Whenever I
何のイベントもな
get
く
to this,
ただ移動するだけみたいな
I picture Inigo Montoya
画面
from
が流れてますけど
Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Being like, they told me to go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
もしかしたら寄り道するとなんかこ
while he's
うサブクエ見た
drunk
的な
and
何
everything.
かがこう
Yeah.
あるのかもしれない
But that's where we are. We're going back to the beginning, and we're actually going back to Gornia Castle to hit the teleporter there. Yeah, this goblin
何でし
is
たっけこのゲーム唯一の
He's just
お馬さんでしたっ
in
け
the way,
あれもスキップされましたが
got to sneak really early. He aggroes really easily. Just is what it is.
いやわからないですよわからないですけどもしかしたら
And
乗
what
れた
I
の
will
かもしれない
do
じゃない
is
です
I
か
will take
そうする
this
と移動
rat
速度が
fight over here
改善
instead
され
of
るし
sneaking past it. Actually, no, I'm gonna sneak past this rat. I'm gonna fight a wolf instead. Or the rat's gonna hear me coming from a mile away, and I'm just gonna fight the rat. That's fine too.
Right it
I for-
is.
I forget their exact stats. I'm sure that you can take them out with spells, just as easily. But
そうだからこうもっ
without
とこう
knowing
寄り道でき
exactly
るところが
which
他に
spell
も
is most
たくさん
effective,
あるはずと
I'm just gonna hit him. It's fine. And then make sure to spend all of my XP here on Auron. Wall of Bones
Look at all that XP. Wow.
goes up to 9. I actually got it up to 10. Because
You
I've
had, like,
taken it.
260k almost.
Yeah. I managed to get it up to 10 because I took a couple
乗れたら
extra
乗ってる
fights.
それ
I
は
need to be
そう
careful.
それ
I'm
は
the
そう
back
なん
of
だ
that chaos
うん
guy.
確かに
Uh,
キップする必要も
like
な
the
い
manticores that I don't normally take, which unfortunately I should have just left Wall of Bones at 9 and taken those few points of stupidity because now I
だ
can't
ダメ
use
だ
that
論
on
破されて
the
しまう
fire elementals that are coming up, but it's not a huge deal. We'll just sneak around them. I think you can use debilitation also on Keelan, but it means like going into the menu and swapping everything back to her, and she's the one who needs to
家
kill
が
them
多い
anyway.
ですが
and
何もありません
It's
どの建
questionable
物も
whether
同
it's
じ
worth
形で
doing
埋め
that
て
with
ぐらい
her
で
or
すが
not.
でもそれは実際
So,
に
in
や
the
ってみ
meantime,
ない
all
と
these encounters that I had to sneak past at the beginning of the game are all still here.
わ
That
か
rat I
わ
just
からないの
fought,
ではな
this
いで
one
しょ
I'm
うか
running past, the two wolves that are coming up here on the right. All these encounters are still here. But it's fine. We've got some Guarnia music that chimes in around here to keep us company while we're sneaking.
There you go. Back to where it all started.
Yep. Gotta keep things positive. And this music will do that. Yeah, these wolves are jerks. They run pretty slowly, and I do wonder if there's any way to like bait them out and loop around or something like that to get past them, but nothing I've tried has really worked reliable, so Sneaking it is.
実際家の形がどうとか見分けづらいとかその辺はね多分あんま関係なくて実際に行った先にイベントがあるかどうかの方が大事かなと。
I'm keeping track of my splits a little bit on the side. So if anybody's curious, like what kind of pace this run is on or whatever, after Shamsuk, I was about 8.5 minutes behind, and probably losing a little bit more time here. So we're on like I don't know, say a 352 pace or something like that. The one thing to note though is that the final boss can be an RNG wall. And I've gotten it first try, and I've had the final boss take
最適化で
10
最
minutes
適化されてやっと
before.
こさ4時間って感じなんで
Nothing
すね。
is nothing is
まあ
guaranteed
これは
until it's over with. Is I guess
でもそう、多
the
分い
point
ける
that
と
I'm
こが
trying to make
多
here.
いからっ
So
ていうよりは、ま
back to Gornia
あ、単純に
Castle.
マップが広いからなんでしょう
Just
ね。
sneaking in here to hit the teleporter. Down here in the basement. The real basement. Look at the room that the teleporter's in a second.
It's like,
So
how is this in a basement?
there's this ladder, and like this is the castle basement.
Yep. This is the part where casually you spend like an hour
なんかこう、
exploring
これ
the
は
first time you get here. Getting lost.
Yeah. And then,
ポ
and
ー
then
タ
you
ル的な
teleport
とこ
from
に
one
入ったら
confusing
そ
place
こ
to
はな
another
んか
confusing
異
place
世
of
界で
these
した。
tunnels.
Yep. Yep.
って感じ
These
なんですか。
like there's so
ね
many like side tunnels. Like even you can kind of see the map, right? All these little side like fingers that stick out on the side of the map there. It's just like
Yeah.
you have to explore every
確か
one
に
and
めちゃめ
every
ちゃ白い割に
almost every one
一
leads to
瞬
like
でロード終わりますも
another
んね。
entryway to like either a ladder or a house or something like that. It's just so much to explore here.
Yeah. The
第一村人っぽい人も第二村人っぽい人もスルー。
I
三
also
人目
want
も
to
スル
point
ー。
out that
こ
like
こは
we take things for granted a little bit, I think, in modern times. So I'm playing this on an RGB modded N64 with a retro tank, and if you were a kid playing this with like a coax RF connection to like, you know, a fuzzy living room CRT or something, all these things that are already dark and hard to see and weird, like,
Yeah, you should
are
mention
that
that
much worse.
you should mention you put a filter on your stream to make it look brighter than it actually is.
Yeah, I don't normally do that for my normal runs, but for this event, I did brighten it up a little bit. I've got some
マップの
gamma
上の方に
contrast
行
and
ってるのか
brightness
下の
boosted
方
a
に行ってるか
tad
全然わかんな
to
い。
make it a
very
little bit.
Very hard to see when it's dark in this
Ma-
game.
マップの下の方に今行ってて、それで右の方にグッと曲がるとまた新しいマップが出てきて、
So yeah, this is the cave that leads to the dragon, and there was a
Yeah,
Mirari kind of blocking our way that we had to kind of talk our way through.
Right. We're in the caves of the second town in the game, right? Where you
Yep.
originally went to defeat the goblins and Kitterak. So we're down in the caves now. Like, I guess you have access now to this area.
まあ
Yeah,
ところどころ
the
に
Mirari let us
宝箱とか置いてありますからね。もしかしたらそこに何かあるかもし
You
れない
get
っ
that
ていう。
sound effect in the background that's just like sounds like
Yeah.
somebody dying.
Yep, there it was. Yep.
そういう意欲をね、まあ、かき立てるっていうのは、
And
あるゲームを作る上では
the shroom
多分
is
重要なこ
fine.
とだ
The
と
shroom is
思います。
shroom is no problem. There's a mushroom in the middle of the path that like can get you stuck. Yeah, so this enemy here in the bridge, this is a Fire Lord, and he is very difficult. He has max stats, like 30s and everything. I think he's got 120.
まあ昨今のゲームの確かね、一本道とかだと、まあ、結局グラフィックは良かったけど一本道だったとか、
You could have rub
こう
up
いう
against them here.
文句出たりしますからね。
He casts a fireball which can hit everybody for like 80 damage. If he attacks you, it's frequent that you will just game over before you get to act. It's really awful. And yeah, we just sneak by him. Originally, when I submitted this game, I wanted to make it an incentive to fight that guy and kill that guy. But I could not find a reliable way of cheesing him, so I did not do it.
Yeah, you're actually level 15 sneak, right? Yep. Last Droid said it. Yep.
Yep.
いや、これボススルーできるのダメでしょ。
I got equipment that made me higher than that technically, but I only got 15.
Yeah, I think you're right. Same thing with like if you try to use a stealth potion, it doesn't increase that number anymore. So that fire elemental that I just snuck by, that's the other guy I was talking about that I might use a spell to wipe out if I had put points into.
これ加点ポイントですか？どうなんですか？
like I'd planned, and that fire elemental sometimes just sees you from a mile away and
もうこう
aggroes you or turns unexpectedly. If he looks
プレイヤーだった
at
ら
you,
こ
you'll get caught.
うね、こう巨大な敵と戦ってこう
So
達成感を味わいたいとかそういうの
kind of
ないですか？
encounter enemies.
Yeah, there are a lot of enemies in like these side fingers that I'm running past and everything. There's treasure over there.
Look at all those fingers on the bottom there.
Yeah. I don't need any of it, but it's all there. And then I'm going to walk up here to this platform, which will teleport me to the dragon. And then after this dragon,
選択の自由が与えられているから加点ポイントか。なるほど。
Yes. Go, Aileron, go.
And
まあ何でもいいんです。何でも。あ、これいいと思ったら、なんかドラゴン。
Anybody
これがいわゆる話の途中だがワイバーンだっていうあれですか。
Pay attention to the dialogue during this a little bit.
Yeah, so the dragon gives you your name, right? Your true name.
Your true name. But oh man, this cutscene is so great.
It's very Nintendo 64.
We were in a cave and we teleported here, and now there's stone and fire.
What is happening? What is he doing? What?
これがさっき言ったホーン、角のこと。なるほど、なるほど。なんか楽器鳴らして、なんだっけ
And then there's your name.
You got the horn.
名前を言えって自分の名前を
And now you're outside and it's raining. There's a waterfall in the background.
Of course it's raining. Yep. And then the horn like flies off in the distance.
Yep. And
there we go.
And that's that.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that scene is awesome. The two cutscenes, the spirit one and that one, they're skippable. So in a normal run.
これで何なんだろう。これで多分。
That's like the highlight of showing off this run.
さっきドラゴンがなんか
is those cutscenes right there.
角を選べみたいなことなんか言ってたんで。
Moving back and forth the horn.
Yeah.
これで
like doesn't even look like he's playing it. He's just kind of holding.
なんか演奏して名前叫んで追っ払ってで角を取り返して。
The spirit too is also like.
Yeah, and then he like becomes the spirit or whatever.
エロモンっていうかな。これが町の名前が最初のだからところに今から戻るっていう流れになるのかなと。
I actually should have saved up after this little slope because I think he heard me. Sneaking up slopes in this game is impossible. And hopefully we can get by this guy again. And then, basically, we're going to get to the end of this cave, back into the normal Aramon tunnels.
これ結構ストーリーだけ聞くと結構
scene with the Mirari, Uraza again.
割となんかそそられる感じの。
And who is if you remember from earlier, the matriarch sage of the Mirari. And the idea is that one of the Mirari is going to be speculating about whether we're insane. And Uraza says she cast a spell to make sure we can't leave if we don't have our true name. And then we come out and they agree that there is no hint of madness in our eyes.
見えてない。見え
And
てない。こ
they
れが見え
tell
てない
us。that chaos is gathering at Guernia, and we talk about wanting to learn more about our mother, Oriana, who lived with the Mirari and Aramon. Okay, other
なんか
side.
このジンみたいな
For a
敵
number
も
of years.
多
So
分見えてないですよ。
they ask us what we want to do. I just turbo through things and say I want to learn more about Oriana, but then I go
私は
back
透明。
to
私は透明。よし。
Guernia
よ
anyway
し。
to fight
OK。
chaos because chaos.
The chilling conclusion.
よし、通れ。
Now, first we get the reverse mushroom, Elastoid's favorite. Where is it? This one right here. This one in the path. You can see how you kind of glitch out on it a little bit. Yeah, so if anybody's been tensed up and excited for a tense final boss fight, then you haven't been paying
お
attention
お、
to
あ
the
と出
rest
る
of
だ
the
け
run.
かな。
But spoiler alert, we're gonna cheese the final boss. So that wall of bone spell that I got and leveled up, sneaking by the final boss, that'd be a good one.
Don't get attached.
There are 2 bosses in a row that I need to kill. One is going to be Prince Sheridan, who turns out is a traitor and has been working with Chaos. And then the
He's
other
jealous because he knew about Aileron's true birth, right?
Yeah, yep, exactly. So he tells you that you were the son of the king and Oriana, and I guess at this point you didn't know that the king, despite the spirit merging scene, you didn't know that the king was really your dad, and that Sheridan's jealous that you were always like the favored son or whatever.
ああ、さっきのなんか女王様っぽいのが、まあ、ミラリっていう人
Kind of
で。
turned on Guernia, and so you have to fight Prince Sheridan, and then also the final boss, which
で、アラロン、これ主人公のことかな。
you can pick one of 2 names for it. It's
まあ、
either
カオスの勢
Pachanargit
力
or
がグベ
Pachangarit.
ルニアの外に集まってると
The
言える。
dialogue,
Ochan.
the dialogue when referenced by NPCs in the game is different than the
から
actual
それを
enemy
今から
name
何とかしに行くのか。
for whatever reason. But yeah, Pochan, I can get behind that. So, we'll have a short scene over here with Abracon, Pachinko. And what it basically comes down to is on Sheridan's just like fine. But on the actual final boss, you have to go first. If she outspeeds you, then she casts Mirror and is immune to the magic that we need to use to defeat her.
Yep.
So we need to go first and then land Wall of Bones.
So you put all the deck stuff on who?
So I put up Aileron already has it all, but Keelan also gets the deck stuff, and then Aileron gets all the wizard stuff also.
Gotcha.
So it's daytime, so it doesn't really matter. But
we're back in the first castle now. Yep.
If it were nighttime, you can use the light spell to make it day and have a slightly higher chance of success. I'm going to equip it anyway, just because it's like habit at this point.
Always equip.
Accuracy. Make sure that Aileron has everything we need. He should have all 3 wizard things: Witch Ring, Wizard Hat, Wizard Wand, Bow, Tinker's Glove. We should be all set. So, again, I need to defeat 2 bosses in a row with Wall of Bones, and...
Alright, this is it.
So first up is Prince Sheridan, and if we get a mirror cast, then we reload and do it again. So
なんかもう本当にずっと聞いてると BGM
Wall of Bones number 1. Sheridan is normally fine. That's not really a big deal. And then fight number 2, this beast from the first dream sequence at the beginning of the game is somehow up here on the castle wall. Kind of just like teleports around a little bit.
Here we go. Go first. Go first.
思考よれと言ってますね。
Nope.
Oh, no.
でした。
So try it again.
There's the mirror.
あれ
So I'd say like my success rate on this is probably like 80%. It's pretty high, but
何が
again, I have been walled here for like 10 minutes before. So if I get walled here for 10 minutes before, we'll be really close to the estimate. But
there you go.
But still under.
We got time for the donation incentive.
Yeah. The what happened is that the boss went first and cast the mirror spell, which means that I can't hit them with Wall of Bones anymore.
Wall of Bones, yep.
And I'm pretty sure that once upon a time I managed to beat the boss without cheesing. But I honestly don't remember for sure.
これで倒して
It might have been like with an emulator and save states or something like that. Like, but I don't think so. I think I did it on console as a kid, but it took like many tries.
これがボジャンガラットっていう
Go first. Go
なんで
first.
すか
And you can see in this cutscene here, and the one with
He's got
Prince
the
Sheridan
sword, yeah.
earlier,
Yep.
Elrond has Loden's sword, which we never actually pick up, but it's still there in the cutscene. There we go. So time is
goes
coming
first.
up.
なるほどなるほど。先制
And
攻撃を引きたいと
time.。
これで攻撃を与えでもこれは
GG.
So I'm gonna let this ending scene
Get up.
play out. There's a short dialogue here with the king, where
There's a good scene here.
ラスボスでした
yeah. So there's a little dialogue here with the king, where
タイマーストップですが、グッドゲーム
he
で
basically
す。
tells you that, yes, I'm your father. I loved Oriana. I thought she died to the goblin attacks, the ones that you saw during the spirit merge scene
今のが
earlier.
ラスボスで、これ
And
撃破したタイミングで終了っていうことだったみたいですね。
You realizes now that she was alive, even though she's actually now dead. You don't tell him that she's dead. And he's like, go tell Oriana that all of my riches and lands are hers. And
He's missing a leg.
いや、でもこれ本当に
going
いい
to
とこ
rule
たくさんあ
over
る
Gornia.
ゲームだ
And
った
we
か
get
な
this
と。
final cutscene. So we're going to see lots of different people of the different races, including the blue Jundar that we never
もう
saw.
ね、昨今のゲームと比較すると確かにこうマイナスポイントは多いのかもしれないんですけど、まあ
And the
20年
ghost.
前のゲームっていうところを
And
加味して
then
ね。
the spooky ghost. And then after this, I will switch memory cards. I've got a save prep file for the donation incentive for the cheat
もう
showcase,
3D に破綻はないし、お話もなんか面白そう
which
だ
will
し、
take 6 or 7 minutes. So, Ardra, the mage here, is here to say that our king is home at last. Everybody's chanting our name. We show up with the Sword of Loden that, again, we never got. Things turn into disco lights and smoke machines.
Right down the stairs. I love it.
We need help walking up the stairs, so, you know, she should
あ
make sure to give us
あ、これで戴冠式が流れて、
crowns us. But then, before it's over with,
Here we go.
there's one more guest that needs to show up. Got the Mirari, got the Jundar, the Dryads.
割とこれ結構種族豊富じゃないですか、これ。
And there she is. Oh.
バリエーションがすごいな。
The ghost of our mother Oriana.
This is so weird looking.
And she's gone.
Yep.
Don't mind her, she could never finish a thought.
See ya. That's a great. Oh man, that dialogue.
Too magic.
Too magic.
Too magic.
And there we go. That's the end of that scene. So I'm gonna swap out my memory card real quick.
All right. Thank you, H2O. For your
And
top 5 RPG on the N64.
yes, for sure. Now, in terms of goofy Nintendo 64 stuff, of course it has goofy Nintendo 64 cheat codes.
Yep.
So I've got a few prep files here. This is from the end of the game. This is the
あ
save
れ、な
file
んかある
from
んでしたっけ
where
こ
we
のガラッとなんかま
were.
た。
And I'm just like in this like a weapon room right here. And this game has a mechanic where in the options menu, you can actually rename your character at any time. And this is how cheat codes are entered. So if we have any hockey fans, you're about to get a penalty for slashing.
ああ、なるほど。シートコートのショーケース。
Get that little fanfare. And nothing's changed, but if I leave the room and come back in,
あ、本当だ、本当だ。確かに、ゴール
now
達成
this
してま
pile
す
of
ね。
treasure over here that I can loot a hockey stick from.
See
It's a
what
hafted
happens
weapon
when
with
some cheat
amazing,
codes
crazy
are
stats.
used.
Whoa.
まあ、チートコード使うと
And,
何が起こるのかを見せますっていうことですね。
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm gonna load a separate save file because there's a second weapon, but I'd have to walk there, and why bother walking there, right? I've just got a save file here. So the second one here is at Oriana's hut. I'm gonna enter this one outside because there's nothing really to show for before and after. But if we have any Star Wars fans, we are now going to go to the dark side.
It's not a lightsaber.
ダークサイド。
Get our fanfare. Run in here, and it's really hard to
暗くなる
see. But if I run down here all the way, you can see there's a little bit of gold on that stand below me. And around here, there's a light reaver, which is again
暗黒
crazy
面はいいぞ
strong。weapon with
ライト
physical resist
ライ
and
トセー
dex
バーじゃない、ライトウィー
warrior.
バ
Crazy stuff. Now, I'm gonna load just a third save file. It's the same spot. It's just outside. I made one of these files at nighttime and one's a daytime
ー。い
thing.
や、これスター・ウォーズ意識してたのかな。
So I've equipped here the hockey stick on Auron. Oops.
いや、
Warfang
でも
is
少
still
な
on
くとも
Abercom,
なんだ
and
ろ
Light
う、
Reaver's
チー
on
トコード
Keelan.
ダークサイド
And
で、ライ
I'm
ト
gonna get
リ
into a
ーバー
fight
なんかそれっ
here
ぽ
so
い
we
名前なの
can,
は、
we can see what they look like in battle. Because they have... Am I not where I thought I was? Oh, there we go. Because they have unique models. So here's Keelan's Light Reaver. And if it looks kind of hard to see in low resolution, don't worry. We'll...
Lightsaber.
Light Reaver. Yeah, sorry. And then there's Auron's.
さあどんなもんでしょうか、
hockey
火力は。
stick. Yeah, so that's how these weapons look. But if they're hard to see, don't worry. We got a couple ways of fixing that. So, first of all, it's an N64 game, right? So, I mentioned that before a few times. But what would an N64 game be without
こ
big
れは
head
ライト
mode?
セーバーじゃないのでセーフです。いいね。
Of course.
So,
バルーン。
Auron's head becomes
え
gigantic.
ば
It only
何
affects Auron. It doesn't affect anybody else.
顔。
But look at those polygons. Look at that hairdo.
You should play the whole game like this.
And in addition, we have another
こ
thing
れ
we
こ
can
れ
do
はだい
here.
ぶ加点ポイントなんじゃないですか。
Big W,
いろいろ遊べるの面白いじゃない。
and nothing immediately changes. But let's get back into that fight again, shall we? We need a better look at the hockey stick and the Light Reaver. So, hey, Light Reaver looks a little bit bigger than normal. I mean, I don't know how she's really holding that, but
剣でっか。
there it is.
That's a big
And
step there.
now if we
Light
look at
Reaver,
our other
big cut.
characters, if you liked Warfang earlier and really wanted to know what it looked like,
Hey, there you go.
there's the giant version. And the shields that are the bucklers that are as big as everybody else. And the goalie stick, of course. It
敵も
doesn't give
顔
us
でっ
any
か。
additional range on our attacks or anything like that. It's non-functional.
敵じゃねえ、これ味方か。
But at least I don't think it does. But oh man, playing the game this way is hilarious. Aileron's still got the big head and everything. You can still see that too. So that's a fun one. And we got a couple more here.
後ろにでかい顔の味方が控えてるのすごい笑うんですよ。
Gonna do one more rename. This was mentioned earlier in chat, actually, which is oops. Which is gonna be flea.
これ全部見せてくれ
Like
る
the
のかな
critter, not any other type of flea, not the bassist.
クリア。
And now this makes it really small and slow, but
in
これ
gives us a
移
jump
動距離
mechanic.
が。
yeah.
I have not played around with this.
Can you go
Uh,
faster?
あ、ジャンプして進めってこ
It
と。
still does retain the big head. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can skip anything by jumping over it, but it sure is something.
You move pretty fast when you jump.
Yeah, you do.
のみなるほど。
Of course,
and
it's
just-
raining too.
And just a couple more. I might have to actually reset for this one, but I'll show it as is to start with. Got 3 more to show, which is we're gonna go with Crawdaddy,
クロー
which turns us
Crawdaddy.
into a Chaos Trooper, and
A
Flea
mini
is still active. Flea is still active
Yeah.
at this point, so it's mini.
何これ
I will actually reload the save. And this should
Cunning.
return us to the normal Chaos Trooper size. Unfortunately, we don't blend in. We
Deka.
can't like sneak by enemies by just being a Chaos Trooper. But this is sneaking. We sneak at like full speed in this mode. Assuming sneak actually works. I haven't really played around with it, but could potentially be faster.
Kowa,
moving, I
nani kore?
suppose. And then we have Tweety.
トゥイーテ
Which turns
ィ
us into a griffin. And when we move, there's actually like a flying animation and everything. I do want to point out that there are a couple of boring cheat codes, like
飛べるじゃん。
more experience and gold for free, but I don't care about those. But this griffin's cool. And when we stop, there's actually like a landing animation and everything.
え、これ飛べるってことは
Like effort into these cheat codes.
地形無視して移動できるっ
This
て
is,
こ
I
と
mean,
な
this
の
is the same as an enemy model, so it's like already in there. There is an enemy that uses that. And last but not least, we have
ファットボーイ
the ogre.
The ogre, yeah.
Anyone missed them from
Wow.
the beginning of the run? Here we are.
Just cast stupidity.
ああこれあれなんか序盤
And
出てき
that's
た
Aidyn
王が
Chronicles. That is the end. Thank you very much for watching, everybody, showing up. It's been a
お
great
っ
time.
そ
It's been great.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's it.
I was these glitches have been, or these cheat codes rather, not glitches, but these cheat codes have been the best thing ever. I have been cry laughing. Y'all just couldn't hear me because I was muted. Oh my gosh. But thank you again to Haktical and Evil Ash
これだいぶ加
for
点
the amazing run and the amazing
要素多いですよ
commentary.
ね。
This has been an
本当に。
absolute joy.
これではない
Do you guys have anything else that you'd like to add?
Nothing else from me. Enjoy the rest of the marathon, everyone.
Oh, yeah, thank you guys and enjoy the rest.
With Pathfinder Kingmaker.
ああ終わりましたね。はい以上エイディン・クロニクルズ The First Mage の RTA でございました。最後楽しかったですね。はい。次のゲームの準備とございますので、しばらくお待ちください。